You're like, yeah, I can use this now. This is useful. You see any of that so far?
Um, yes, I mean all information is useful in one way or another, of course, but
Sure, sure.
um, yeah.
Okay. And it's early. We're just starting, so I know I put you on the spot a little bit.
To be frank with you, though, I'm just still concerned. Like I said, I told you before, I sat through a course before,
Hmm.
and my concern was that I was learning more about what I should be doing real world versus what I should be doing to pass the exam. So I'm really looking forward to get to the what's going to help me pass the exam.
Yes. Okay. Sure enough.
I'm
Now,
taking good notes, so
so far, so far, everything that I've as I'm going through the slides and I'm you see me underline certain things or mention certain things, or you'll hear me say it. So make sure that you're capturing those as well. And
yeah.
then on in the videos that I have, same thing. You'll see me say that in those same videos, like, hey, this is important for the exam. Here's what you need to know. Like so you'll get some reinforcement for that for sure.
I have 10 pages of notes, so I'm following along pretty close.
Okay. I love that. I love that. Chris, how about you so far? I'm just checking in with everybody. So far, have you? I know we only did gathering a high performing team, and a lot of that is theoretical, right? There was some we could relate it to our world and give some practical applications, but a lot of it's theoretical in terms of like diversity and how you put together a team. But did you see anything so far that you're like, yeah, my environment and working in these labs and everything that we do, I see where I could use some of this. And if so, do you remember what that is?
Um, not not too much. I think the team building. A big thing we're going through right now is process development. Uh, uh-oh,
Uh huh.
frozen.
Process
And
development.
yeah, and we're trying to streamline that, and some of the team ideas of how to get people work together and whatnot, and just different mindsets of how to approach that. I think is what kind of stuck out the most so far,
Okay.
just because of what I'm dealing with at work now. But I know some of the charts, how to uh, streamline to get to cut corners and whatnot, to how to properly manage some of these vendors on top of each other. I know that's later on in the program, so I think that'll be a big key for to help me at right now. I think, but
Okay.
definitely open to everything else that might
Okay.
might come through it as well.
So vendor
But
management. Vendor
yeah,
management is a big one. A lot of people are
yep,
are are, are always interested in that side and like
yep.
how do we do it? Um yeah, I'm you know what? I will be able to give you guys some examples from current. Like I always give you examples from my experience, but now this is experience current because I am currently having to manage Microsoft like as a vendor, a very large company and dealing with their gold partners and how they do implementations. And so on this security project that I've got going, it's the same thing. So I'll definitely bring in the experience of what that's like and how you can use some of these things to your advantage to work with the vendors too. Like we don't want to sort of do them wrong, so to speak. We don't want to suck all the blood from them, but we do want them to do what they say and provide a positive experience. So I'll definitely give you that from PMI's point of view and then from my point of view as well. Okay, so I am just sending this last message there. It's 9:03 that I have, and I know that we have a couple more people left to start. In 1 minute, once I send this, then we will just get going.
Is
Please
anyone else
confirm.
cold other than me?
Cold? Yeah, it's a little cold. It's cold here.
Okay.
It's cold. I'm in Northern Cali, and it's cold. But in about an hour, because all the lights in here, it'll warm up for me. It's gonna warm up. But yeah, my wife likes to keep the house. We keep our heater set to 64 degrees. So we're always in the house. Everyone's always bundled up in the house. But the kids, they're running around. They're creating energy too. The babies aren't here. Once they get back home from school around 3 o'clock, and they just start running around, and they'll produce some heat for us. Well, at least for me. For me. All right. So I think we're going to get rolling here. I think I've provided everything that I needed to provide it to folks. So let's continue on. All right. So let me share the screen here.
I did have one administrative question when you get a chance.
Sure, sure. Shoot now.
When I go to your website and
Hmm.
I log in, it still says that I'm not enrolled. Now I can go to the alternate people's, the third party website,
Hmm.
and I can see like the videos and that type of thing. And I can see where the materials are on your site. But other than that, it shows that I'm not enrolled in the course.
Okay. Let me check on that at the break. Hey, you should have sent me an email immediately when that happened. I would have took care of this for you, but I will do it at break for sure. There's probably
I
some
don't
setting.
sleep, so I think I discovered that at about one something. I would
Okay.
never be so rude. Just in case you get like ding 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 on your
Nope, nope, nope. I got the what is it? The work time, so the phone doesn't ding even when I'm, doing these classes. I got the sleep. I got everything set up. I hope I do, at least. All right, well, let's start the project. Excuse me. Let's start the project. In fact, oh, bear with me. Give me 40 seconds. Let me get my tea. Okay. All right. Let's get this going here. So we're on start a project. This is lesson two. Lesson two, start a project. And in this lesson, we happen to have 10 topics. Is that 10 or is that 9? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, 9. We have 9 topics in this lesson. We may not finish this lesson today. This is a big lesson. We have a lot to do when we get to plan and manage schedule because we'll do critical path there. When we get to plan and manage budget, we will do earned value management. And there is a bit to understand in plan and manage scope as well, because not only will we talk about work breakdown structure, but then we'll deep dive into the product backlog and how that's created, and how each of those can be used to break down scope. So we'll then get into quality, and when we get to procurement, Chris, this is where we're gonna talk about vendor management, contract types, and how we can shift risk, and how we can allow ourselves the best possible be in the best position for success, at least, both procurement wise and project wise. So when we get here, that's where you'll dial in. Not saying ignore the rest, but yeah, that part will be for you. Okay, and welcome, Christina. All right. So the deliverables here. Right now, we're going to determine the approach. Right, we're going to determine the appropriate methodology that we want to use. Should it be Lean Six Sigma? Should it be waterfall? Should it be agile? So that's what we're looking to do here. We may use surveys and just ask people. Right, that's not that common, but we could do that. Um, we'll definitely use the business need, right? The business case, and that's going to tell us, depending on what we intend to deliver, the benefits and how we intend to deliver it, that's going to have some some sort of effect on the methodology that we choose. Our project overview statement will create that as well, and then the implementation plan will have exactly how we intend to do this work. Right. So the business case. It shows the economic feasibility study. What that really means is somebody at the business sat down and said, "Yeah, we'll make some money if we do this. We should go ahead and do this. We'll make a little money." Right? That it should have that in there. This is nothing that you as a project manager would be expected to come up with, but you do need to know that the business case would be something that would be needed in order to understand the project and determine the right approach, the right methodology. right? So as we establish the benefits, and it gives us basis for authorization of further project activities, meaning if we're successful here, it should lead to these other projects or maybe a new program that would develop. And then that's the business case. Then there's the business need. And within the business need, this is, remember the word high level. Anytime we see high level, we're talking at the outset of the project, we're talking the charter, right? So high level gives you all the high level deliverables. It's written prior to the formal business case, right? We need the need. So it's like, why didn't we show this bullet first? Well, it's just the idea that, it describes what needs to be created. What do we have to do? What must be performed? Like, so don't overthink this. You have the business needs that's used to create a business case. And then reviewing these documents gives you some insight regarding the best methodology, right? That's what you also need to know for the exam. How do you know what the methodology to use? Review the business case, review the documents, review the contract, review the, what you intend to provide and how your customer intends to receive it or expects to receive it, and then utilize that information to determine the best approach, right? So there's agile, there's predictive or waterfall, and then you see hybrid, which is some combination of the two. This particular credential or PMI's methodology is limited to those two, right? Don't forget, there's Six Sigma, Lean Six Sigma, design thinking. Um, there's many different. There's just change management projects, right? There's many different methodologies out here. We're just going to talk about agile. We're not necessarily going to talk the framework. We're not necessarily going to talk about Scrum or extreme programming or test driven development. We're just saying, hey, there's an agile approach where the team works collaboratively with the customer, or there's a waterfall approach where you get all the requirements, you identify your constraints, and you develop your plan accordingly, or there's a hybrid approach that combines the two, right? For some specific need. You might switch approaches at moments in time, or you might use different approaches based on different different phases of the project or different aspects or different deliverables. So the implementation plan, if it's waterfall, well, you as the PM actually would drive how the project's going to be executed because we'll see this later when we get to plan and manage scope. You are the one that facilitates the breakdown of the scope. You collect the requirements with the team, you facilitate that, and then the gathering those requirements, you turn it into a scope statement, and then that scope statement is broken down into a work breakdown structure. Or you understand what the roadmap is, you have a product vision, and you would work with the product owner to then create that initial backlog. And that's that sprint zero we were talking about yesterday. So that's what we see there in Agile. That project implementation plan may be required to show how the completed deliverables will be implemented for the customer or sponsor. So in that case, we would need a roadmap that would have some sort of a release plan. And remember, that's not a commitment, but it's sort of like here's an outline of how we intend to arrive at your at your expected outcome. And these are some questions that you might think about when you're working with sponsors or folks at that level within the business when you're starting this project, right? Are we going into a new business environment or into an existing business environment? And that's really key because when we start talking about mergers and acquisitions, when we start talking about different policies and procedures, OPAs and EEFs, the inner environment and factors that we have to think about, those two questions become very, very, very important. Are we transitioning into a live environment? That's important as well, right? You can't just put something into production without letting people know, having folks on standby. Do we need to decommission some old systems? So that's kind of lot of text on this slide, but ultimately your implementation plan, if it's waterfall, you'll drive it as a PM. If it's agile, there should be some PO or some voice of the customer. And it may be you as the project manager, the agile project manager, the scrum master, the team facilitator, to then go and gather that information, sit down with the customer, the sponsor, and help them get the information out of their head and get it on the paper. So all stakeholders, schedules, risks, budgets, and quality standards should be considered in the project implementation plan. Absolutely. All right, that's standard. So now, assessment of your needs, assessment of the complexity of the project, assessment of the magnitude of the project. So you see there, it shows you an agile or waterfall. You have iterative and incremental, right? Iterative when we sort of do the same processes over till we get it correct, or incremental when we speed is the most important thing, and so we deliver in small increments, or some hybrid approach. So it tells you when stuff's best suited. Some examples, right? Agile software projects. Again, agile goes much further than software. So let's just say when you're creating something that hasn't been done, right? You're doing something for the first time, or when you need, lots of collaboration and input from the customer, agile is best. When you're doing something you've already done before, Waterfall's best. When you need to make sure that it's correct and you have to have the ideal solution, you iterate. When you want to deliver with speed and give folks something that they can use now and start right away, incremental. And then hybrid is going to be some mix, right? The need will determine what that mix will be. So when you're using iterative and incremental practices, remember you can use one, the other, or if you use both, that's in what PMI likes to call agile. But regardless of that approach, your project management requires repetitive actions and it needs to do things incrementally. So think about it. Even in a waterfall project, most of you have started your plan, and before you were completely done with that plan, you began executing a little bit. Right? So now you're starting to iterate. So you had a plan that you can start doing a little bit, and then you iterate on the plan, and then you do a little bit more, and you iterate on the plan, and do a little bit more. And then even with the project, as you're going along, you're delivering incrementally valuable aspects of the project, right? So at first, it's just a project management plan that maybe might show a budget and a schedule, right? And then it starts to be like quality reports, and it starts to be status reports. But ultimately, we even deliver incrementally as well. Not even waterfall projects don't deliver everything at the end, right? There are some projects in waterfall, there's many I should say, where you're still delivering incrementally, right? So just understand that iterative and incremental is used both in agile and in waterfall approaches. Don't forget this term here. That in any approach, the project must be progressively elaborated. Progressive elaboration. Now, the idea of progressive elaboration, I'm gonna keep mentioning it, is that we start at the 10,000-foot view or the bird's eye foot view at an extremely high level. And then as more information comes in, we get granular. We get more and more into the weeds. That's the idea of progressive elaboration. That is a PMI term. Make sure you know that for your exam. Here's a pretty little picture of progressive elaboration. And you see, start, sort of with the blank slate. And we got a couple ideas of scope, schedule, budget, and we keep expanding. We keep expanding to eventually have a book. There it goes. Nothing more to show on that. Rolling wave planning. Rolling wave planning is a form of progressive elaboration, by the way. Right. And what this really says, right? Well, we see the definition: an iterative planning technique in which the work to be accomplished in the near term is planned in detail, while work further in the future is planned at a higher level. Okay. What that really means is think about Scrum methodology. And I've been telling you guys if we had a roadmap that has multiple releases, and each release has multiple sprints. And so what happens is, let's say you have 15 sprints over 3 releases, 5 sprints per release, right? Something nice and even like that. All right. There's no reason for me to begin planning sprint 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 in great detail. So plan maybe sprint 1 in great detail. I'll start thinking about sprint 2 while sprint run is rolling. Start planning out that. But I'm not going to, get to sprint 3 until I'm done with sprint 1 and I'm starting sprint 2 in great detail. And we'll keep rolling in that fashion, right? That's the idea of rolling wave planning. So that's a term from PMI you're going to want to know for the exam. That's a term that all of you have done rolling wave planning. Nobody just says, "Oh, I'm going to do rolling wave planning today." But, we'll say, "You know what? This is really important. Let me plan this now. Let's delay that." It's not necessary to get into the weeds with that thing right now, right? Now you know the term for that of what you're doing. It's called rolling wave planning. So it's used in both agile and waterfall projects. Again, it's a form of progressive elaboration where we decompose. That is another exam term that you're going to need to know. Decompose, breaking, like think when stuff decomposes, it breaks down, right? Stuff decomposing in the ground, it's breaking down, okay? So if we're going to decompose our project, then we're going to break it down into smaller, more manageable, more deliverable aspects, right? That is the idea of decompose. So when you see that term, that's what that means. So all of you also have been decomposing stuff all your life. You've been breaking stuff down into little pieces. Now you know what that term is for the exam. Right? So you got progressive elaboration, you got rolling wave planning, which is a form of progressive elaboration, and then you got decompose. So that was it for topic A. That was it for topic A. Now topic B. We want to plan and manage scope. So just going back some slides, right? Just going back. Let me go back to the beginning. Whoops. Went too far. Too far. Close your eyes for a second. Don't get dizzy. Close your eyes. I'll tell you when to open them up. All right. Determine the appropriate project methodology and methods. That's what we just did, right? So if I come back here, we see that we're going to determine the appropriate project methodology needs, then we're going to plan and manage scope. I want you to understand that while we're going to go in this linear fashion, let's plan and manage scope. That way we can get the activities and sequence them into the schedule and determine and get the schedule and then put a cost to those activities, add up all the materials and supplies and other contracts we have and get a budget. And then go and figure out the quality. How do we meet our requirements with consistency? Right? Even though we're going to go in this linear fashion, it doesn't necessarily happen. When you're starting the project, you're doing all of these things. So you might actually plan and manage your scope before you figure out what your methodology is going to be. You might know your schedule and your budget before you know the quality. You might have all of your procurement styled in before you even get to scope. So just keep that in mind that we're now starting the project. Although you're being presented this information in a linear fashion, even on your projects, if you think back to your past experience, you're kind of doing a lot of these things in tandem, right? They're running in parallel. You might not do them all every day, but in that course of the month, you kind of jumped back and you're, remember, incrementally building, iteratively doing the same things to get stuff right, even in a waterfall project, especially with your documents and what we're trying to achieve. So that's kind of the idea there, of what we're here. So we just started with the project methodology and the best methods and practices we ought to use. Let's look at scope now. Let's now look at scope. So let me jump to that slide. All right. So, whoops. All right. What we want to do is we want to get our requirements documentation or the specs. That's sometimes you like the specifications. Sometimes you'll hear that term, or that might be a term used like, but here I could see in your world that might be the term, like what are the specs, right? That in PMI's world they call that requirements documentation, right? And then there's the work performance reports. I told you about data becoming information, information becoming a report. So we'll dial into that again here. We use our traceability matrix. Most of you have something like this. You just weren't calling it a traceability matrix. So I'll show you what this looks like. I'll describe the scenarios when we use it. We get change requests and then a product backlog. So we're going to talk about that as well. Right. And then in some tools, we might use agile estimating. So we'll talk about those techniques that we might look at. I'll let you jump in, right? Because everything else, the backlog, the management plan was just an update. It's an update to it. So let's see what this looks like. So scope management, right? This includes both managing the product and project scope. And I want you to remember this, right? That the scope of the project will always be larger than a product itself. So if your project is to create a product, right, you can measure the scope of the product, the size of the product by its requirements. Look at all the different requirements that it's going to take to build a product. Now we know the scope of this product, right? But the scope of the project will be larger simply because there's going to be documentation that we have to do, testing that we have to perform. There's going to be training that we might need to deliver, right? So the scope of your project will always be larger than the scope of the product itself. But when we talk about scope management, then we're looking at both project and product scope. Let me open up the chat real quick to see what questions I may have. Okay, no questions. Just saying good morning. Great. All right. So there's 6 distinct processes when we talk about the 49 processes, right? We want to plan scope management. Anytime you see a plan blank management, it means we're going to get a blank management plan. So if we plan scope management, that means we're going to get a scope management plan. And this is the how. If you remember the other day, we had the golden circle or the inside out approach from Simon Sinek that has the why. And then we have the how. And after the how, we end up with the what. All right. If you guys remember that one there, and we have the what out here. All right. So if we have our golden circle, our inside out approach, and we know that the why comes from our charter. Why are we doing this? The business case, the business need, right? The what is going to be the 3 baselines: scope, schedule, cost. The how, that's our management plans. So this is going to say how it's going to act as our approach, our guide. It outlines how we will proceed. We'll look to collect requirements, and we'll talk about all the tools and techniques that you can use to gather and elicit requirements from your stakeholders. And then we take those requirements and we develop this very detailed document, an essay that if I were to read it, I should close my eyes and I can see what you're trying to build. I can see how you intend to build it, right? I can see what's in scope, what's not in scope, right? How you intend to do it and how you intend to get sign off. That's your scope statement, those 4 elements. And we'll talk about a work breakdown structure. Or when you create your work breakdown structure, you might end up creating a product backlog. All right. So don't forget that, you know, there's both agile and waterfall. So once we have our scope and we know what this project is, either we're going to have a work breakdown structure for a waterfall project or we're going to have a backlog for an agile project. Okay. Validate scope is where we get formal acceptance. All right. This is where we get sign off. You can think validation, sign off from the sponsor. We've done what we said we would do. And then you have control scope. All right. So, scope management plan, right? A component of the project management plan. Remember, we have our 12 subsidiary plans that come from this. And it describes how project scope will be defined, developed, monitored, controlled, and validated. So, in this case, right, it's the how. It's the how, if you remember. All right. It's the how. It acts as our guide. Right. It outlines our approach. It tells someone how we will proceed. That's an ugly approach right there. That means approach. All right. I hope you can read that. And then how we proceed. I'm going to keep saying these words because this is what you need to know for the exam at least. Right. These management plans outline our approach. They act as our guide. They say how we're going to proceed. Now, in a waterfall project, right, it drives how we're executing the project. So we're going to say this is how we'll create a scope statement. We'll use a template that the company already has, or I'm going to email out a sample and I'm going to get feedback from everybody. Then I'm going to say, this is what you did. Or I'm going to get everybody into a room and we're going to gather them all together. And then we will create what the scope looks like in one big, as one big happy family, right? Write this out. Whatever your process is and that you've been doing so far, you already know what you're doing. It's in your head. Get it out your head, get it on paper. That is the idea of these management plans, right? How will we get acceptance? So if our project was to paint this room, okay, and the scope of our project is to paint this room, okay, what's in scope? These four walls. What's out of scope? I'm not painting the ceiling. I'm not painting the window sill. I'm not painting the door sill. I'm not painting the floor. Okay. How will we do it? I will brush it. I will roll it. I'll spray it. Three different types of activities that would have three totally different schedules that will take three different types of resources that will get you to the same result. So we have to say, what's in scope? What are we doing? We're painting these four walls. What's out of scope? I'm not painting doors. I'm not painting window trim. I'm not painting ceiling. I'm not painting floors. How will we do it? We're going to spray it. And how will we get sign off? Somebody's going to walk into the room. They're going to put their hands on the wall and verify that it is in fact flat, matte, eggshell, satin, semi-gloss, or I'm going to have to submit a material data sheet that shows exactly what the color code is, right? And what the sheen is to the customer, right? So it these plans say how we intend to do. Well, I described the scope statement, right? So the process for developing that scope statement, if we get everybody into a room, and then a process for is somebody going to come and rub their hands along the wall, or not, we're going to have somebody just review the documentation of what we purchased, and that should be enough. So that's kind of the idea. It can be formal or informal, high level or detailed. It just depends. And you will see this from PMI in a lot of their language. All right. Depends. We can't say what you should do because it depends on your project. It can be formal or informal. You don't need a very detailed management plan if your project doesn't call for one. Remember that the idea of the art of maximizing the amount of work not done. So don't like, especially throughout this credential and the stuff that I'm going to teach you, don't think that it's necessary to implement everything for every project. Pick and choose. And there's a term for that. 5 points. Who remembers a term for how we dial our projects in to what it should be? How do we make it fit right?
Taylor?
Tailoring. Tailoring. You go to the tailor that gets they make it right. You don't want to have big print. You want to make it right. Sleeves, everything is right. We tailor our projects. The same thing. Remember that word? That's a PMI term. It's going to come up. It's going to come up. All right. So here's some tools. Use your expert judgment. You're an expert at project management. You're not an expert at the project. Go find those SMEs, those SMEs, those subject matter experts, those people that you know, internal and external. If you're starting a grocery store for the first time, then probably you want to go and speak to some folks who've done it before. Speak to those external experts, get their expert judgment. All right. If you're deploying in a known location or in a known like type of area, you will talk to the people in the field, the boots on the ground, and understand it, right? So expert judgment comes in, it's not just you, but it's everybody. There's the alternatives analysis and there's meetings. So I'm going to come back to the slide quickly because there's a requirements management plan, and I'm going to come back to that in a second. But there is what we call interviews. Here's collecting focus groups. I want to get to product analysis. Oh, where are we at? I'm going far, but just stay with me. Stay with me. Requirements, traceability, scope statement, product analysis. This is another tool and a technique. So when we create our scope management plan and we collect requirements, we define scope, we break down the work, we manage scope. When we do that, if our project is to create a product, then we have to do product analysis. If our project is not to create a product, then we do alternatives analysis. So we saw alternatives analysis with scope. Since we're talking about products, it took a while for us to get it, but I want to show this slide because it mixes together. So let's say we are in and out, right? I don't think all of you on this call have been to In and Out because some of you are not from California. So if you haven't had a chance to go to an In and Out, you get to drive through the drive-through. You see them put the potatoes in a little thing. They smash it down. You see those fresh potatoes coming out. They if you get to the right spot, well, let me say this: when you go to an In and Out, if the drive-through line is backed up, what happens? Who on this call has been to an In and Out and has gone to an In and Out when the drive-through is real backed up? What happens?
They send someone out to take orders.
They send someone out to take your order. Now, in this case, the project was process improvement. Studies show that if there's 6 people in line and you got to wait, the average person, it takes about 6 cars where you're like, I'm ready to back out and go somewhere else, right? That's why nowadays you see these fast food restaurants, the ordering window is way here and then the pickup window is way down there because it used to be close and there was a long line and then everybody's in the back like, dang, I haven't even ordered my food yet. What's taking so long? And then they shifted to moving that order thing back so there's more cars in front. So at least you're like, all right, they're making my food, right? They took my order. Well, that was the idea from In and Out. It was like, well, we can't have people backing out and leaving. Let's go get their commitment now. Let's send someone out and get their order. Now, if you go to the right In and Out, retro, they'll come out on roller skates. They'll come out retro and they'll come out, take your order and roller skates, right? But here's the point that I'm trying to make. That was alternatives analysis. There was no product there. That was alternatives analysis. What else can we do in order to get more customers to commit to our burgers when there's a long line, to our products, right? And so it's like, well, we can have a big old construction project and we can move our ordering line back, or we can simply send one out to take your order. Because you know what? Guess what? Once you're giving them the order, now you're relaxed and you're talking to the other person in the car. You're not worried. You're like, they're making my food. All right. Your food wasn't going to get made any quicker versus if they took your order 5 cars later or not. But now you feel comfortable. That's the alternatives analysis. But now let's say the project was to create the burger. That's where we do product analysis. That's where we would break down the product and we would see, what are the requirements of our customers, right? Do they like sesame seed buns or not? Do they like grilled cheese or not? Do they want fresh potatoes? Do they want salt? Do they want it to be curly, crinkly? Right? We look at systems engineering. Systems engineering is like, what's the whole system? Like, how do we set up an ordering? So, like with products, it's one thing to think about the product. And then when you think about, let's say, a software application, how does it fit in the system as a whole? So you can engineer the system. There's an analysis of the system. For those of you, especially Ali is doing SAP implementations, right? You got to do some sort of systems analysis because this is now a product that you're implementing in their environment, right? There's even value engineering. Now, here's an extreme example of value engineering. The idea is like, how can you optimize value in a project? So let's say you build homes, and if you guys have ever went into the attic of your home, and if you looked up in the attic, and you'll see the rafters out there, right? 6-inch wide piece of wood, right? Or we should call it they usually have a 2x6, so 2 inches wide, and then they have 6 inches tall, right there, right? 6 inches, and then some run 30, 40 feet, and you'll see them all in the attic, right? Well, tell you what if we on that 6 inches, what if we shaved in, half inch in and a half inch in the middle of that 6 inches? So now it looks like an I-beam. Imagine that, right? I just took a piece of wood and I shaved a little bit in the middle, right? If it's 6 inches up, I took the 4 inches out, left the inch on the top and the bottom. Now it looks like an I-beam. I've shaved out that wood, right? Structurally, the integrity is the same, still holds the same load, but now that beam weighs less. Now I can stack more of those beams into the truck and get it there in one delivery. So now it costs me less fuel. I can get more product in that location. Oh, and guess what? Maybe I can take those shavings and I can sell it to, I don't know, a park for wood chips, or somebody that uses like a huge, kiln or fire. Maybe they're making metal and they need it for fuel, right? That's an extreme example of value engineering, but being able to do more with less. So just remember that when you are looking at the scope of your project and you're saying, because all of you have done alternatives analysis. You just didn't call it that. You just didn't say, oh, team, we're going to do alternatives analysis today. But what you did do is say, well, what can we do different? You might have even said, what are the alternatives? What are the different things that we can do? What are different ways that we can get to the same endpoint, and what's going to be the best way for us? Right. So when you're creating a product, you must do product analysis. If you're not creating a product, then you must do alternatives analysis. So for the exam, those are the two things I want you to remember. There's product analysis, and now let me go all the way back, and we have all the way back now, and we have alternatives analysis. Now let's come back to that slide. Excuse me, one back. So that's right here. Okay, let's just use this. So that's right here. So you see the alternatives analysis. All right. So that's like, hey, what are the different things that we can do? That's called sending somebody out, right? The product analysis would be, hey, for our milkshake, what can we do? Should we add more sugar? Should we add more milk? Should we add more water? Should we increase the flavors? Should we decrease the amount of flavors? Right. So there's alternatives analysis, there's product analysis, and then obviously you can have meetings with folks. You can have meetings with folks to figure out how to create your scope management plan. All right. So now let's collect requirements. Now let's sit down. So now that we have a plan that says how we intend to do this whole thing, how we intend to collect requirements, how we intend to develop the scope, how we intend to get it signed off on. Now that we have that plan, let's go and do the work. So we're gonna collect requirements, right? And these requirements, and by the way, this type of activity is at this point, you're collecting requirements from everybody, right? And it doesn't matter if you're gonna meet them or not. You actually want to give everybody the opportunity to speak because they want to be heard, but you want to capture all their requirements because you want to be able to say what's out of scope. And you want to be able to say, oh, sorry, we're not going to do that because of X, Y, and Z. But if you never capture those requirements from people, they're going to be like, man, they never even thought about this. Or why didn't they do that? But if you're able to capture that, now you're able to say that it's out of scope and people will understand, oh, they're not doing it because of X, Y, Z. Right. So you'll capture all the requirements. And you got to think about in this management plan, right? Because now we're thinking about how we capture the requirements. See, we have a scope management plan, but we also have a requirements management plan. We need to have some plan that says how we will capture, analyze, and document those requirements. And so we'll talk about version control. How do we know when we've changed the formula? How do we know when we've changed the bandwidth of this particular satellite that we've deployed, right? How do we know what version is what? So we'll think about version control. We'll think about how we should prioritize certain requirements. Should it be based on risk? Should it be based on cost? Should it be based on time to complete? We'll think about all of those things, and that's what we'll end up using for our requirements traceability matrix. We're going to see that in a second, right? And that's right here, the traceability structure, stating which requirement attributes. The attributes, think of those as the column headers. What do we want to know about these requirements? All right. So when you start doing your project, you start thinking about the requirements that you need to know, and then you want to know what about those requirements. What are the attributes? We'll see that in a second. So now, what are requirements? What type of requirements would you want to be collecting from people? Well, first of all, just the act of there's project requirements and there's product requirements. Remember that there's everything that you need in order to meet or satisfy the project. And then there's product requirements, and this is everything that you need to satisfy the requirements of the product. So just remember there's two, and the scope of the project will always be larger than the product itself because the project will contain the product. But now when we talk about products, let's say I don't know, I'm going to use Salesforce. Salesforce just built a huge tower here about 5 years ago, 5, 6 years ago in San Francisco. So business requirements. We are going to have our location in the heart of downtown San Francisco so we can attract the best and the brightest talent. Right. We also want to have a building that we're going to be an anchor tenant, and we want to attract other people to lease space, right? So that's the business requirement. We need to be in a place that we can achieve that. That is downtown San Francisco. Then there's stakeholder requirements. Okay, excuse me, Mr. and Mrs. Construction people, do not start any construction work before 8 a.m. Don't be waking up people out of bed with all that noise. And don't be blocking up traffic when people trying to get to work. You can start after 8. And excuse me, this is the city and county of San Francisco. You guys need to be done at 4 p.m., right? Because people need to get out the city and get back home. So you have stakeholder requirements. Make sure your building is wrapped. We don't need dust flying out everywhere. Can you please have one way in and one way out so we can minimize the amount of dirt that's coming out of your project site, right? Stakeholder requirements, quality requirements. We probably should go and get the best engineering firm because we don't want our building leaning like that other building in San Francisco. I won't say the name. I will not say their name, but there's that other building. If you guys know in San Francisco, it's leaning. And if you live up at the top, you put a pencil and it just rolls down and there's all kinds of, lawsuits and they got to fix it and a lot of remediation work. You want to avoid that. So we got quality requirements for us. There's transition and readiness requirements. Okay, building's built. Now it's going to be turned over to the people, to operations. What are the requirements for transition? How do we make sure that people can safely occupy it? Have we done commissioning to this building? Have we tested all the water systems, the fire systems? Have we tested all of that? The alarms, right? Is it ready? Right? Then there's project requirements. We are a publicly traded company, so we need to be capturing how we're spending money. We need to be able to report that out, to our shareholders, right? So there's many different types of requirements. There's even the solution requirements, right? What's the solution of this building? Or what are the functional requirements? How must it function? Maybe I need to make sure that I have more than what's required in terms of ADA access and ramps. And maybe I need to make sure that, maybe the building has automatic, lights so that when people leave the room, we can conserve energy. It shuts down. What are the functional requirements? And what are the non-functional requirements? Right? What are these things that are required for it to be effective? What's the security? What do we need there? Support, all that type of stuff. So these are the different types of requirements that you may capture. And now we have both project and product scope. I mentioned this to you that the size of the project will always be larger than the product itself. So in a waterfall approach, we have the scope baseline. The scope baseline, which consists of the scope statement, the WBS, and the WBS dictionary. We're going to see all three of these coming up, exactly what they are, and we're going to deep dive. But I need you to remember for the exam, the scope baseline equals the WBS dictionary scope statement in no order, but it's these three items. You must remember that for your exam. All right, that's on the exam side. When we break down scope for an agile project, we get a backlog. Right, I've been mentioning that already. So we can measure the completement of our project scope against the plan. We can look at the plan and say, oh, here's how much scope we've completed. And we can measure the completement of our product against its requirements. Oh, here's how many requirements we've met. So remember, we measure products against requirements. We measure the project scope against the project management plan. All right. So scope is measured against the requirements. Whoa, what happened there? Project sc- project scope is measured against. I should come all the way over here. It's measured against the plan. The plan. All right. So how do we collect requirements? Again, use your expert judgment. Leverage those experts. I mentioned that earlier when we are talking about planning. You can. There's okay. Here goes. Remember, data gathering, data analysis, data representation. So what we'll do is we'll first go and we'll interview people. We'll interview our sponsor. We'll interview key stakeholders. Say, what do you guys need? What are your requirements? What are your solution requirements? And what do you expect? What constitutes success in your mind? You might go interview other, experts. You might have to interview outside folks. You might hold focus groups. Remember focus groups where you have two or more subject matter experts with the same domain knowledge. So you may get all the best and the brightest people in the room from the organization. You might hash it out that way. You might send out questionnaires and surveys, right? Whether it's an email or Survey Monkey. You might benchmark. Let me talk about benchmarking real quick. Benchmarking is like a goal, right? So when we benchmark, just remember, I know we're talking about collecting requirements and we're not talking about estimating, but I just need you to know now, since we're showing this now, benchmarking does not equal estimating. So the way we'll use benchmarking is we'll take some industry standard and we'll say something like this. We'll say, okay, I am Tesla and I want to build a very fast car. So I'm going to have a benchmark, a goal that my car needs to go 0 to 60 miles in 4 seconds or less. Right? That would be a benchmark. That would be a goal. Right. So that sometimes we'll use that to gather requirements. We'll say, okay, well, if this is what the industry standard is, what should our requirement be? And then maybe Elon Musk says, oh no, all right, if the benchmark is 4, then our requirement's gonna be 3 seconds. Who knows, right? But that's how benchmarking is actually used. It's used to set goals, and then you can either achieve or exceed those goals. Then, now that we've gathered all of this data, then we're going to do some analysis. This is PMI's favorite term. Double check, measure twice, cut once. That's analysis, right? So we'll go back and look at all of our documents to see, are there any requirements that we need? Are there any requirements missing? We'll go back and check that, right? We'll go back and look at everything that we've created. And then we might have voting. I want you guys to make a note. Voting, ranking and voting. When you do this with the team for PMI, they call this the nominal technique. That's going to be a term on your exam you'll need to know. The nominal technique. Nominal just means like number, nominal, ranking and voting, ranking and scoring. That's what the nominal technique is. So that's the term on exam I want you to know. And then don't let these, like, as we continue on, there's going to be a lot of these fancy terms like multi-criteria decision analysis. Let's break that down. Multi-criteria. Think about how we hire people, right? Multiple criteria. What's your experience? How much education do you have? How much money are you asking? When are you available? Who'd you work for? Like all these criteria, right? And then make a decision. Let's pick somebody. Let's pick a couple people. And then let's do some analysis. Let's go back in, then let's interview them. And after we interview them, like we screen resumes, then we interview them. Let's have them interview with the team. And then you know what? Because we're going to double check and measure twice and cut once. Now let's do a background check. Right? If we pick somebody, let's do a background check. Maybe we have to do a drug screen. We have to do all that stuff. And then if everything looks good, okay, let's bring you on board. That's the multi-criteria decision. Pick something, analysis. Make sure your choice was the right one. Right? So that's that word, multi-criteria decision analysis. Then now that we've gathered data, then we analyzed it, we made some decisions. Let's go represent that data. And remember, data representation is when we show it in a chart or a graph. So now we can use an affinity diagram. Remember, that's like the affinity diagram is akin to like your t-shirt sizes, right? You might have small, medium, large, extra large, right? All right. You might do that and use an affinity diagram. But it's used to group things. So let's say if you're creating an application, all the things that a read-only user might need, all the things that a regular user might need, all the things that an admin would need, all the things that a super admin would need, right? You can group those together. That'd be the same thing, create an affinity diagram for each of those. There's mind mapping. Mind mapping. Oh, I have some idea. And that idea gave me a few other ideas, right? And then each of those new ideas then turned around and spurred another couple of ideas, right? And oh, and by the way, this one, might have ended up turning out just one. And then that one had maybe 5 or 6 little ideas that went with it as well, right? And so that's a mind map. There's no structure to it. It just allows you to start getting your ideas out, seeing the connections, creating like a big spider web, which you may then turn around and create an affinity diagram and say, oh, interesting. All of these requirements sort of fit together, and these two sort of fit together, and maybe these three fit together, right? You might turn around and do an affinity diagram with it afterwards. Okay. So that's what we see there. Let me get some of this ink off the screen. Okay. So then we have the interpersonal and team skills. So while you're doing this as a project manager, while you're gathering data, because sometimes it's not just you have other people that are with you, you're facilitating the meeting, but you're getting stuff from folks. Then you're analyzing. Sometimes it's not just you're sitting with other people and you're analyzing. And then you're representing. And sometimes, again, it's not just you. Other people are helping you creating these charts and these diagrams. Well, you got to use your interpersonal and team skills. You got to be able to problem solve, and you got to be able to have meeting management. So here goes a nominal group technique, right? When we rank and we score as part of a whole group, right? observation and conversation. This is where you might just, if you've heard of a Gemba walk, any of those, none of you guys here in the healthcare world, but it's not also in the healthcare, in manufacturing, but in Lean Six Sigma, when we want to increase or have some sort of process improvement, we don't sit back in the office and just crunch numbers in the paper. We go to the site and we watch people how they work. We ask questions, we observe them, right? And we find out what's going on because those are the people that are closest to the work, right? That's an extreme example of observation and conversation. And in facilitation, I've been talking about that. It is your job as the PM, right? You may not be a project manager, but if you're managing the project for your company, as the PM, right, as the person that's gluing everything together, it is your job to facilitate. Now, what does this really mean? All right. If I'm in a large corporation, it's the idea that can I have folks in the room from IT, HR, finance, legal, and have them all understand what we're talking about? And have them all on the same page? Can I have two people at the whiteboard doing something and maybe I'm working with them there? I have a couple people who are back in this room. They're looking at some blueprints on the table. A couple people are in the back over there and they're having a group conversation. And while I'm at here at the whiteboard, I'm still listening, right? I'm focusing on these, but I hear something. I walk over to people with the blueprint. I'm like, oh, no, 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 no. They changed that. They changed that. We're actually doing this here. And while that's happening behind me, there's maybe a little, disagreement going on. And so I walk over there and I satisfy that disagreement. I make sure that I squash it. And then I go back to the people at the whiteboard. And in the end, I can get all of these groups speaking the same language, seeing the same vision. That is the art of facilitation as a project manager. And for everything that you do, that's kind of the idea. So that's facilitation. And then we'll use context diagrams. This is just a diagramming technique that identifies high level requirements. I will show you an example of a context diagram when we get to risk. Right? But a context diagram just says like, if you had scope, and then if you had schedule, right? And then if you had budget, right? Then a context diagram would show that certain things touch these, right? And certain other things, maybe touches this part and just touches time, right? But that's kind of like a context diagram. So don't overthink that one. It shows you the context of how these things are or requirements are matching up together. And then prototypes. This is all of you have done this, right? You might not have realized it, but if you drew a picture and said, hey, this is what it looks like on the back of a napkin, while it might not be formal storyboarding, that's what you were doing. And storyboarding is like, let's think of like when we create websites or we create books. We'll do a very black and white version, and we'll just show the elements and where it's at on the screen. And it's meant to like start dialogue in a conversation, right? We won't even put color to it, right? So that's storyboarding. You make a draft. All of you have made drafts of something, drafts of anything, right? Give it to somebody. Take a look. Tell me what you think. What should we add, change, or delete? Right. That's another way to elicit requirements from people. Right. The model. Right. Oh, if we're going to build the Salesforce Tower before it was built, I would bet a lot of money that at some point they had some little model toy on a desk. Right. Maybe like 10 by 10 inches, but like some little thing that showed what that tower would look like, and the park around it was some sort of like abstract drawing from a page, or from AutoCAD system that is now like a full, maybe a 3D printed, thing that you could look at, right? Think of that. Like these are other ways that we can elicit requirements, because now someone can sit back, look at the big picture, saying, maybe we should put a park here. Maybe we should add more greenery or have trees, right? Another way to elicit requirements from people. So these are all the ways that we can collect requirements from folks. All right. So now I'll cover these. I covered these here. All right. Let's quickly look at some of these. So interviews. Interviews is one way to do that, right? Where you can, just sit down with people informally or informally list your requirements from them. You can just talk to them. You can ask them, right? So other things that you can do, right? There's high level requirements in the charter. Remember, anytime you see the word high level, we're talking about the charter. Anytime you see the word high level on exam, we're talking about the charter. Now, as a PM, you verify all requirements that are determined and documented, and it gives you the foundation for writing the scope. That's the idea of collecting project requirements, because now you know what's out of scope by all of these requirements that you're not going to meet, right? By all these requirements you're not going to meet, then you can say, yep, these are out of scope, and here's why. Right? So that's what this also helps you with as well. Okay? No. Focus groups. I mentioned that, right? Two or more subject matter experts in the same room. Less structured, more information sharing because they are experts. You don't have to structure it so much. You just need to make sure that you moderate it, right? Because a lot of times really smart people will get in their own way, right? So just make sure that's it's moderated and you should be fine. Right? You can use questionnaires and surveys. Little pretty little picture of what that looks like. Benchmarking. I mentioned that this is a goal, right? This is not us estimating, but this is us finding some standard so that we can use it as a goal, right? We can identify best practices and either meet or exceed them. Then we go back and we analyze, we double check, we measure twice, and we cut once. Right? So you can see, you can go and look at these documents and you can say, oh, here's some stuff, some other requirements that we missed. Oh yeah, our marketing team needs us to submit this, right? That might see there's an example of a requirement that has like your stakeholders, the end users don't care that the marketing team, sent something out to the world, right? The sponsor's not thinking about that. That's a project requirement, right? So by going back and looking at all of these documentation, you can go back and say, "Oh, we missed this. Let's add this in." That's one way. That's the idea of analysis. Double check, measure twice, cut once. You can do the nominal technique and you can rank and vote. You can use the nominal technique and you can rank and vote. Right? Don't overthink this collective decision making process. You can use multi-criteria decision analysis. It goes that fancy term, right? Multiple criteria, pick something and then double check, measure twice, cut once. Or somebody gonna make the decision for everyone, right? Sometimes that's what it is. There's one person. It might be the PO. It might be that because that person's a technical expert. Whatever they're saying, we just kind of got to go with because they know the most about that, right? So that's that. The different ways that we can make decisions. And here, let me go back to this. This autocratic decision making, even though one team member makes a decision, you still do it as a group, by the way, right? I know it's one team member makes a decision, but we still would discuss things. It's almost like I want to hear what everybody has to say. I kind of already know what I want to go with, but I want to hear what all you have to say because one of you might change my mind, right? That's kind of the idea of the autocratic decision making. It's still a group effort, but one person makes that choice. So different types of voting. There's, unanimous, majority rules, plurality. That could be like, if there's multiple options, whatever received the largest number of votes, right? And then there's agile methods. There's the, remember the fist of five, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to show how much you agree, or yes, I'm either way, or nope, I'm in disagreement. Those are the different methods that you got. Now, other tools and techniques, right? We talked about observation and conversation, like going around the Gemba walks, going around and looking and seeing what's going on. You can have facilitated workshops where the PM might bring people in and you get all the stakeholders together and we can agree upon like what it is that we're trying to do. You can show the prototype, you can storyboard. These are our examples of providing some sort of you know, think about the demo at the end of our sprints, right? That's the idea. We're providing something that you can look and feel and touch, right? A prototype, right? Maybe I don't want to use a demo. I'm going to come back. The word that I want to use that's escaping me right now is prototypes. It's a prototype, all right? You can use these prototypes. That's the official term I want you to remember. You can go use a prototype for that, all right? So these are example. Oh, it was right there in front of my face. Prototype. All right. Now that we've analyzed the data, now here's what it looks like when we represent the data. So I showed you my funky picture of a mind map, and here's a more beautiful picture of it. All right, mind map, and then the affinity diagram. Right, you might have the small, medium, large, or you might say, "Oh, here these all are together, and those are together, and maybe these are together, and those are together." Right, but do some affinity diagram. Here's a context diagram. We got the university in the private sector. They're looking for funding from the industry that they say, hey, can you provide us with talent in this area? So we'll spin up, college of this, college of that. We'll add new courses. All right, but it just gives you the context of how it's happening between different stakeholder groups or different entities. So as you remember, business requirements, stakeholder, solution, project, transition requirements. All right. One of the things this just popped in my head, so I'm going to say it to you now. not part of the exam, but I just want to pay forward this to you as professional project managers. One of the things that was taught to me that really helps when I'm speaking to my stakeholders, especially when we're talking about requirements like this, is the fact that all of our project plans are built off assumptions and estimates, right? We do a lot of estimation and we have a lot of assumptions, and then we go make a plan, and then we assume that that plan should be the plan. But in reality, how many of you would feel 100% confident that this plan is going to go right based off someone's assumptions and estimations? So just keep that in mind, like just as you're presenting that to folks, assumptions and estimations. Now, let's jump to the second part here, which is the traceability matrix. And we talked about when we were planning requirements management, we're getting that requirements management plan, and we think about the attributes for those requirements. Well, if these are the requirements, then the attributes might be the business need, right? They have objectives, WS deliverables. We might have the test case. Who's the owner? What's the value? Right? What's the business value it's going to get? So these headers, these column headers, so to speak, these are attributes, like attributes of a person, right? These are the attributes of the requirements that we want to capture. And then the traceability matrix allows you to go back and take a requirement and trace it back to an owner, to a source, right? To some test case. So that's the idea of the traceability matrix. So I assume most of you have had something like this before. You've kept a spreadsheet, you've had the stuff that you're doing. You just didn't say, oh, I'm going to make a traceability matrix today. But now you know, okay, I've done this before, and here's the actual term for it. So some guidelines for collecting project requirements. Again, you guys can read this on your own, but you should review all the documents that you've created, charter, management plans, registers, and use those. Use the tools and techniques that you've seen so far to document those requirements. So now that we got this requirements documented, remember, we came up with a plan that says how we're going to do all this. Then we started capturing requirements from folks. Now we want to define the scope. We want to go ahead and get the scope from these people. So now that we've got all the requirements, everybody, we're going to create this scope statement that says what's in scope, what's out of scope, how we're going to do it, and how we'll get sign off. Right. And so in this place, we'll decide which requirements will be included. Now, although it doesn't say it, by deciding which requirements to be included, that means the ones that you're leaving out, that's your out of scope. All right. And so here we can use expert judgment, alternatives analysis. We've discussed that already. Multi criteria decision analysis. PMI, right? PMI's favorite word, analysis, double check, measure twice, cut once. You can use your facilitation skills that I described earlier, and you can perform product analysis when you're defining scope. All right, so I gave you guys an introduction to these already. Your scope statement, description of your project scope. This is the most detailed document. So for the exam, PMI will give you a question. I'll look something like this. They'll say, you are project manager for XYZ company. The project that you are performing is going to impact a key stake. Oh, it'll say, you are project manager for XYZ company. A new executive has joined the organization, and your project impacts his or her department greatly. The new executive calls a meeting to understand what the project is about and what they will be getting from it. Which of the following documents would you likely provide? A, project charter. B, project management plan. C, scope statement. D, requirements documentation. If an executive asks you for something, what do you guys can give them? Charter, project management plan, scope statement, or the requirements? Anyone? Type it in, say it. I'm curious. This is an actual question for you.
Scope statement.
Why the scope statement, Mohammed? Because we're on it, huh? You're like, well, if he's pausing here, this must be the answer. This must be the right one, right? So here's what I'm highlighting. Here's what I'm highlighting. But here I don't know so much because in government it's a little bit different. But Chris, Shaheen, Ali, oftentimes when we work with executives, the idea or the culture of business says that we need to provide them with high level information. Give them a dashboard. They don't want to be in the weeds, so to speak. All right. For the exam, that couldn't be further from the truth. All right. For the exam, she needs a scope statement. All right. This new executive that's coming on, she needs a scope statement. Why? The charter's too high level. It's not going to give her enough information. Just going to say what the goal of the project is and how much money we intend to spend, how long we should get it done by, and what the general goals or objectives are, right? That's what the charter is going to say. It's going to say like what, so it's too high level. The project management plan is going to say how you intend to do stuff, and it's going to have the scope baseline in there, which includes the scope statement, but it would be so much information. Like she's not really caring about how you intend to develop a scope statement, how you intend to do make or buy analysis, right? She's not interested in that. She doesn't need requirements documentation because she's just gonna be looking at a thing of specs. And that's not going to make any sense. But the scope statement is going to tell her what it is, what it isn't, how it'll be done, and how somebody will accept it. She'll be able to read it like an essay, close her eyes, see the project. That's the idea of the scope statement. So, those of you now that you're writing your scope statements, oftentimes you write what's in scope and what's out of scope. You need to add the two other elements: how we do the work and how we get sign off, right? So, the work required to create the product, to create the deliverables, here's what's in scope, right? Exclusions, here's what's out of scope. Acceptance criteria, here's how we get sign off. And then what we don't have here, it doesn't say it explicitly, but by identifying the constraints and the assumptions and how we're just in the deliverable, that will tell us, these two things will tell us how we intend to do the work. Right? So if we go back to the room, if I'm constrained by time, I don't have enough time to brush it. I don't have enough time to roll it. I got to spray it. If I'm constrained by I don't have any ventilation, maybe I can't spray, and maybe I'm now going to have to roll or brush, right? So your scope statement will say what's in, what's out, how we're doing it, how we'll get sign off. Aye, aye, aye. All right. We talked about product analysis because when you're creating your scope statement, right, there's alternatives analysis. So if your project is to say, I'm going to uh, we want to get off of our on-prem email server, right? And we want to use something different. Well, alternatives analysis, it's not a product analysis. You use alternatives analysis. You say, okay, go to Office 365 in the cloud. Maybe use Google, right? You might use something like that. But if our project is to create a product, then we got to go do product analysis. So that's what we talked about here earlier. Here's some guidelines that you can review on your own time. Here's the WBS. So now, if this is our project, this is a Lean Six Sigma project: define, measure, analyze, improve, and control, right? So we have a DMAIC project here. This could be a DMA DV, design and verify at the end, right? In this case, it's improve and control. Well, we will break that down to, well, we got to define current state. We've got to then define current state and future state. And then we got to measure the gap so that we can then make a plan, and that we can go on and make some changes to the processes, and then keep those changes going. And in order to define out current state and future state, here's what we got to do: current state, future state, right? In order to measure, right? So you just keep breaking it down. This is your standard WBS. Standard WBS. Right? If this were to be a party, you might have food, you might have drink, you might have venue, you might have entertainment. Under food, you might have meat, vegetarian, vegan. Under meat, you might have chicken, pork, beef, right? So on and so forth. So that's the idea of a WBS. Don't overthink that. Now, your WBS dictionary. Your WBS dictionary. This is a document that describes that particular aspect, right? There might be a code of accounts. Now, this code of account, that's what we see here, this numbering scheme. This numbering scheme is your code of accounts. Now, the PM decides what that number scheme is going to be. This could be Roman numeral 1, and this could be Roman numeral 1A, B, C, so on and so forth, D, E. And this could be 1, D, and then the number 1. And this could be Roman numeral 1, D, and then the number 2. And if you had something that came under this, right, this could be 2.A and 2.B. Or it could be what we see here, straight numbers. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, right? Keep going on like that. Your WBS can be uh, 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 It doesn't have to, let me say it like this. It does not have to be a visual diagram like what we see here. It is totally fine to have what looks like this and just have, sort of a hierarchical view, right? But the idea is that we just want to decompose. There goes that word again. We want to break this down into its smallest components. Now, here's the poor man's version for doing this with your teams, right? The quick and easy way, or the best way to explain it, is when you get to verbs, you've done too much, right? So if I come back to my WBS here, where I had, let's say, food and drink and invitations, venue, then it might be that I say, okay, maybe drink would be alcohol, non-alcohol. Okay. And then maybe in alcohol might be wine, beer, and spirits, right? Maybe even in wine, we might go sparkling, red, and white. Okay. And then when I get to red, it might be Cabernet, Pinot, Merlot. And then when I get to Pinot, it might be order boxes of Pinot. Oh, okay. We've got to a verb. That's too much. That's an action. That's an activity that belongs in the schedule. We need to come back up to the WBS level, right? So that's kind of the easiest way to do this, is to keep breaking down so you can no longer use nouns and you must use verbs. You know that you've broken it down to the lowest level. Mo, I saw your hand up.
Yes, I don't think I completely understand the representations of these numbers with a pattern of them. If you go back to a couple more pages,
This one here.
yes.
Okay. So this is just saying in the value management system project, there are 4 things that's needed. You need to assess the needs, you need to develop standards, you need to engineer the system, and you need project management. But it just so happens that in the needs assessment, right, of these 4 things, the needs assessment has 4 of its own. It requires a system audit, it requires documentation, and it requires alternatives and systems requirements. But it also happens that the system audit has 2 other pieces that you can break down to. You need to identify the components and then analyze them. And the requirements, you need to, assess the gaps and then identify any changes that are needed, right? And so it kind of breaks it down, down, down. So let me change this example to I'm going to use a boxing example for you, right? So if this here is just boxing, right? Then it might be that, oh, one part of it is that you need to learn how to jump rope. One part of it might need to be that you need to learn how to shadow box. One part of it might be that you need to learn how to hit the heavy bag, right? And then double M bag, speed bag, so on and so forth. But it could just so be that in the jump rope, there is the single jump, right? And then there's the double jump. And then there's the crossovers, right? And it just so that in the single jump, there's 1 foot and there's 2 feet, right? In a double jump, there's 1 feet and there's 2 feet, right? So on and so forth. So it's just a way for us to keep breaking and breaking and breaking it down. Does that make sense?
Much more sense. Thank you so much.
Okay. And so now I'm going to talk about the WBS and in its components, right? Because, well, before I get there, let me just stop here and say this, because we talked about the WBS dictionary, and this dictionary will talk about that particular deliverable. So if we talked about 1.3, the WBS dictionary would have all this information about it. All right. Is it a milestone? Who's responsible to do it? What's the acceptance criteria? How much does it cost? It might have any, all, or none of this, but the WBS dictionary will describe this. So if you remember the scope baseline, right? If you give me a scope statement, if you give me a very detailed document that describes what the project is, what it isn't, how we're doing it, how we're going to get sign off, then you turn around and you give me a picture of what this project is going to look like. Then you turn around and you give me a document that describes the picture. I should have a very good idea. I should have a baseline of the project. I have a document I can read. I have a picture I can view. I have let's call it a legend or an explanation of that picture. If I have those 3 items, I have a very good idea of the project. I have a baseline. WBS, WBS dictionary, scope statement. Do not forget that. That will be a question on exam. What's the scope baseline? So now I have a baseline of what this project is. So now let's talk about the WBS specifically, right? Because we have these control accounts, We have planning packages, code of accounts, work packages. Let's talk about what these. So let's start with the code of accounts. I'm gonna start here. This is the numbering system. So here's a WBS right here. Here's another WBS. Sorry. Here's another WBS right here. And this numbering system that I mentioned to you earlier that can be Roman numerals, right? That's your code of accounts. What you saw here, code of accounts, 11111111111, right? Again, the PM decides what it should be, and it can be anything. It can be Roman numeral 1, letter A, right? Number 1, and then you could have I, right? That it just depends on how you want to do it, all right? So that's the code of accounts. That's where that comes from. Then we also have off my screen here. Then we also have control accounts. Now, control account is just, well, the definition, a management control point or scope, budget, actual cost, and schedule are integrated and compared to earned value performance measurement. Okay, that's a mouthful. And there's a lot of text on this screen. Control accounts are associated with different work packages. The work packages are assigned to control account. Control accounts can contain one or more work package, right? Okay, here's the bottom line. Let me show you this picture here. What a control account is that we want to dial into the aspect of the project somehow, right? So if we see here, we have some business intelligence project and we need to do some analysis, and then there's a design, and I need to mock it up, got to build, test, train, and deploy, right? Well, it could be that we're going to do the analysis in-house. We're going to do the design of this database in-house, but the build is going to be done outhouse. So for the design, I can place a control account on design because I don't need to worry about the database, the UI, and the reports. We're doing it all in-house. On the build, I'm going to place a control account at each of these because I'm outsourcing this to a company, right? We need an Oracle database. I don't have SQL Server folks here. We don't have any UX, UI folks on staff. So I got to outsource that as well. And perhaps our company's doing it, but a different department. So they're billing me. They're charging back. So I'm going to place a control account here so that way I can deep dive into this specific aspect of the project. Now, just note, you do not have to have a control account, right? They're not needed. But if you decide to, then anywhere you place a control account, one level below will also be known as a planning package. Let's look at that. A planning package. A planning package is a WBS component below the control account with known work content but without detailed schedule activities. Okay, so if I come back to any of these pictures, all right, and now I'm going to erase my ink. Okay, now you see here they put the CA, CA1, CA2. These are the control accounts, right? Right. So now control account here. If I place a control account here, that means that these two work packages that are still work packages are also known as planning packages. Right? They're still work packages. The lowest level of your WBS in any section is considered to be a work package. But simply because we decided to have a control account here, this is also known as a planning package. Now we place the control account way up here. And now these are also known as planning packages, right? Control account here, you see the planning package. So anywhere you place a control account, the level below it will be known as a planning package. That's all. It's just standard language that you need to know, especially for the exam. You place a control account, level below will be known as a planning package. All right, so it's a planning package. We talked about control accounts, talked about code of accounts, and then again, the work package is the lowest level of your WBS. All right, so if we're looking at here, work package, work package, work package, these are all your work packages. All right. If I'm looking at, let's say, this one, all right, work package, work package, work package, my lowest level. Okay. And then if I'm looking at, say, this one here, work packages, work packages, work packages, work packages, right? The lowest level is just known as work packages, right? So that's the terminology you need to know. But once again, let me say it again. If you give me this document that I can read, know what's in, what's out, how we get it signed off, how we do the work, then you give me a picture, a WBS, and then you give me a document that describes it, you've just given me a baseline. I now have a baseline what this project is about. I know it. I don't even have to know anything technical. I cannot be part of your project. I could never have heard of it before. But if you gave me these 3 things, I would know exactly what your project is about. Right? That is your scope baseline. Some guidelines to creating it. Yeah, review your plan. Your plan is going to tell you how to do it. Review the scope statement. All right. Your WBS should match the scope statement. Right? You shouldn't, nothing in your WBS should be in what's out of scope. Review your requirements documentation. All the requirements that you're not going to meet should meet out of scope, and nothing in your WS should be there, right? So again, these are guidelines, but it takes you all the way through. Review your EEFs, review your OPAs, use tools and techniques, include notes, document the baseline, right? These are just guidelines. So now, if your project is not a waterfall project, but it is an agile project, well, then we're gonna have a backlog. We're gonna have a backlog, a list of the expected work. Now, all of you have kept the backlog, regardless if you're doing agile or not, even in your lives. You just didn't say I'm gonna have a backlog, but you've had backlogs, academic backlogs, right? When you were in school, or even now, and you're like, okay, I need to get my PMP. What other credentials do I need to get? Like, you have a personal backlog of your life. You might have a backlog in your relationship, whether it's with your kids, your family, your significant other, of things that you want to work on to better that relationship. You might have a list of stuff that you need to do personally for your project, your own backlog as a PM. But ultimately, all the backlog is, it's a list of items to be done. It's a list of items that people need. That's all a backlog is. All right. So it may change throughout the project because we'll reprioritize based on risk or business value, time to complete, or cost to complete. As we groom and refine the backlog, right, you'll add more. And again, as you reprioritize, some things go above the fold. Remember, we'll have a fold, maximizing the amount of work not done. You may remove items as work is completed. And then when we choose to do a sprint, so like, okay, these are the highest highest priority items. This is what's going to go in. The team says, okay, now this becomes the backlog for the sprint. All right. This could be sprint 3. And now that's the backlog for sprint 3. All right. So you have a regular backlog. And then every time you have an iteration, a sprint, a time box period, well, you'll take those items and then you have a backlog just for that moment in time. I told you I would tell you about user stories. Here they go. As a blank, I want to blank so that I can blank. As a project management instructor, I want a telepresent option so that I can still teach folks even being socially distanced with COVID. So you write these user stories in the form of the person that needs it. As an attendee of the PMP class, I want access to a portal so that I can study when I'm not in the live course. Right? So we'll write these user stories that are from the point of view or the focus of that end user, that person that we're meeting the requirement for. And we'll use them like this. Now, I'll later on I'll tell you about these story points, how we estimate story points and get into relative estimating. Right? So we're not talking about estimating that. We're just talking simply about creating scope. And since we're not doing a WBS, we have a backlog, and the backlog is comprised of product backlog items, PBIs. Oh, that's a funky B. That PMI is going to talk about, and those product backlog items equal user stories. All right. So this is the idea of how they're written. And it's just told from the user's point of view. So for the exam, that's what you would remember. In the practical application, now you know it. But for the exam, specifically for the exam, user stories are written from the user's point of view. Makes sense, right? And then finally, we'd make a plan on how we're going to manage scope, a plan on how we're going to manage requirements. Then we go and we collect those requirements and we put them in requirements documentation. Then we create a traceability matrix so that we may trace those requirements back to an owner, a source, a test case, acceptance criteria. Then we'll take all those requirements and we'll develop them into a scope statement. What we're doing, what we're not doing, how we're doing it, and how somebody will sign off on it. Then we'll take that document and we'll break it down into work packages, or we'll break it down into a product backlog. And now that we have that, we can do the work. And as we're doing the work, then we have to control and validate scope, meaning that we have to keep the scope growing in degree and variation from its original plan. And then we also have to validate it. We have to get stuff signed off on. So we have these terms, definition of done. Right? These are all agile terms here, by the way. Well, excuse me. These four are agile terms, right? Those four are agile terms, and these three are both, right? Because you validate scope, variance analysis, trend analysis. Let me talk about all three. Definition of done, a checklist that says, hey, we've met everything. So if I'm the electrician and I'm working in your kitchen, you're getting your kitchen remodeled. You have carpenters in there, hanging cabinets. You have tilers, putting a new floor in. And I'm the electrician, and I've installed a new receptacle, put a new faceplate on it, and you got the appliance guy in there, and he's putting in your stove, he's putting in your refrigerator. Well, he might come to the house, he or she, build the refrigerator, put it together, you know, plug it in, great. Your requirements are met. But the definition of done says that no, that person better then plug in the water, make sure water comes out, make sure that the ice is going to be made, and now they can go. Right. And then if I'm the electrician, right, my definition of done isn't just that I had the receptacle and that, I turned it in, and that I put the faceplate on. It's that I went back, I turned the power on, I plugged some devices into it, and I validated that it's going to work. So your definition of done talks about all the additional steps that's necessary to be met so that it's ready for customer use. Not that you just met the requirements, right? But that it's ready. You got definition of ready, another checklist that has all the information that says, hey, so it's almost like, okay, ready to start, started, ready to test, tested, ready for acceptance, accepted, right? You may have some requirements that says, oh, here's where you need to be in order to be at one specific spot or not, right? And then you got validate scope, variance analysis, trend analysis, and that's what we see here, right? Validate scope, where we get sign off from our folks who are paying us to do the job or have, said, hey, you be my PM. You got variance analysis, the difference between where you're at, where you should be. And then trend analysis. Don't overthink that. It's trending. What's the line doing? Is it going up or is it going down? We're going to finish ahead of schedule or behind schedule. We're going to finish over budget or under budget, right? Don't overthink trend analysis. Just what's the line doing?
Quick question.
Yes.
Does the test, will it distinguish at all, like, what type of methodology you're using for these different things? Like a couple of times you said this is like agile or this is predictive or waterfall. Will the test ask you questions that might say you're doing this, blah, 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 and then the answer could be it's a waterfall or it's a predictive or, hybrid?
Sure. Sure. Yes. I could see a question like that. I could see a question where it says, you're project manager for XYZ company. You and your team have just completed going through the product backlog to determine which items will be completed in the current time box period. Um, uh, which of the following project methodologies are you using? A, waterfall. B, agile. C, hybrid. D, nothing. Right. So you might get a question. So they're going to test your understanding, your knowledge of just, what methodology would be in use. And then other times they're going to ask you questions, but they're not going to tell you. They're going to describe that you're in that scenario. They're not going to say that you're in an agile or waterfall project, but they will be very explicit about what you're doing. That will let you know. They'll give you clues. And one other thing about PMI, about this exam, gotta be very careful about how I say this. How about I tell you guys that at the break, right? This is being broadcast to the world. I'm gonna give you that secret at the break. And I have one other little secret for you, but I'm gonna save that in house. We'll save that for us. I will tell you that I need to stop all my streaming first. But I'll give you that one, right? So that's what we got there. But any other questions first before I get to that from anyone else? Hey, Christina.
Hey, can you just remind me, oh, sorry, someone told me what WBS stands for. I couldn't remember. Work breakdown checklist.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
got it.
Work breakdown structure.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think this is going to be a good time for us to take a break. So 1 second here. Let's now let's now come back. So I have 10:30. We'll be back at 10:45 Pacific. Take a 15-minute break right now. So I just need to put this here. All right, we just need to show this here. All right. Let's start the show again. Mm, okay. Oh, gotta get Zoom back up. I need to share, or else you guys can't see what I see. All right, so just confirm for me. You can hear my voice, see the screen.
Yep. Good to go.
Thank you. Hope you enjoyed the break so far. All right, I just need to stand a little bit, right? And I think for this section, I'm gonna need to be up. Probably get my easel board. I got my easel board ready for you guys. All right, so now on to plan and manage schedules. We're gonna do some critical path today, folks. We got a critical path coming up. The good news is that PMI doesn't have as many critical path questions as they used to, but you still need to know how to do it. So we're still gonna roll with it right now. Um, let's that off. All right. So here we go. We're in topic C, right? So we did plan and manage a scope. Now we're going to plan and manage the schedule. And how are we going to do that? All right. So what we're looking at here is look at these deliverables. We got to estimate how long the activities are going to take. We got to come up with that project schedule. We then need to estimate those tasks. We need to estimate the stories. All right, so we'll talk about relative estimating when we get to that point. There are feature estimates that we've got to go on and do. And so I'll talk to you guys about that. Negotiations, the product backlog, all of these things that you see there. These are all the deliverables that we intend to achieve. And it doesn't end there, right? We have these tools and techniques. It's a lot. This next section is going to be a lot, right? Because we're going to talk about sprint planning. We're going to talk about the charts that we use, the burn up and the burn down, the cumulative flow diagrams, velocity. That's all in agile, and even in the relative estimating, affinity estimating. Now, right here where you see the estimating techniques, analogous, parametric, bottom up, these estimating techniques are the same estimating techniques that we will see when we get to cost. And so when we get there, we'll deep dive into these estimating techniques, including 3-point estimates. I'm not seeing them on there. So there's 3-point estimates as well. So we'll briefly touch them now, but we're going to spend most of our time talking about a lot of the agile estimating. Then when we get to cost, we'll talk about these estimating techniques. And I'll remember to remind you guys that, hey, we use these same techniques for time as we do for money, right? So here we are in schedule management. And the idea here is that we want to get a plan. We see that with plan schedule management that tells us the how. We want to then define the activity. So we want to take that work breakdown structure and we want to further, decompose them. That's a PMI term into discrete activities that we can then put into its proper order. That's a sequencing that you see there that we then can estimate how long it's going to take based on the resource that we're going to use. Then we can develop that schedule. And that's where we're going to see critical path. And then beyond that, controlling the schedule, there's different methods to do that. And we'll see a little bit of that even with earned value management. We'll see how we can control the schedule because that's where we take schedule, scope, budget, and we make them sort of interchangeable. So the plan, the schedule management plan, right? This is our how, the component of the project management plan that establishes the criteria and the activities for developing, monitoring, and controlling the schedule. Question from someone? Oh, see, I'm sorry. I thought I had a question. All right. So again, it's a how, and we can see here how the activities will be defined and progressively elaborated. I should use my trackpad, might make a better line there. Identifies the methods and the tools that we're going to use. Are we going to use Power? Are we going to use maybe an Excel spreadsheet to manage the schedule? Are we going to use some software to do it? Right? What's the criteria for developing, executing, and controlling that schedule? And how accurate do our estimates need to be? All of this will be in a plan, right? If we're working with the organization, one organization, your estimates might need to be accurate down to the minute. For another organization, it might be to the hour. For another one, it might be to the day. So you can see how if you create a project management plan, as I told you earlier, and it's sort of your style. So it's like get it out your head, get it on paper. Then you just make little tweaks for each project. Oh, this company, they want to track down to the minute. Oh, that company, they want to track down to the day. And then you just make little tweaks. But the idea is that how you will do this, your guide, your approach, it all exists in this plan. All right. So that's what we see there. Even your thresholds. When do we need to wave the white flag? We're, ahead or behind schedule. All that stuff there is in your plan. Now, benchmarks in historical data. Remember, I told you benchmarking is not estimation, but it's a way for us to set a goal, a standard, a way for us to compare, right? It's the comparison, right, of project schedules to a schedule for a similar project, right? And we'll talk about that analogous estimating. We're going to talk about that, right? This project was like that. It took us so long to do this project, and this project is like this, so it will take us that long to do this, right? That's where we use these benchmarks to help us, and it's very useful. Right in the very beginning, kind of helps us to assess: is this even feasible? Right? Last time it took us, 4 months. We don't have but two. It's not feasible to do it that way, right? So that's what those items help us with. That historical data, these, by the way, are considered OPAs, organizational process assets, right? That historical data would be an asset that the company has. So the more projects you do, the more information you have stored, the more that you can go and pull from that detailed information to help you understand how you should do it next time, right? So it's just all about having a good starting point. That's what this whole slide is just saying that. Now, if we're an agile or adaptive, meaning some sort of hybrid, then you might develop a total project timeline. In this case, time might be fixed, right? Cost may be variable, and then the scope is the one thing that we're trying to control. I remember I told you in your triple constraints, there's always like a control, a variable one, and a fixed one. Well, in this sense, all the activities are scheduled iteratively, meaning we just going to do 2 week sprints. So if we do a 2 week sprint with a team and we know how much a team costs us in a 40-hour week, right, based on their salary, well, then costs are pretty much fixed every week. We know what that costs are. And if our sprint is 1, 2, or 3 weeks, then we just multiply that number, that weekly cost by 1, 2, or 3. And we know our cost per sprint. So in that sense, we don't like costs don't become a big deal in agile. Now it becomes it's really the scope, because if we want to achieve it in so many sprints, right? We have so much money and it's going to cost us so much per sprint. That means we have so many sprints done. How much of the scope can we get within this time? Right. So that's the idea there. So there's two main iterative approaches, meaning we're doing the same processes over and over until we get it right. There's the iterative scheduling with the backlog, and then there's on-demand scheduling. That's the Kanban board that you've been seeing, right? On demand. You might have heard that term just in time from the Toyota production system, right? Just in time. So we'll talk about that in a second. But that's what the on-demand scheduling is. Just think of your Kanban board. So now when you use a backlog, you are progressively elaborating, because as more information comes in, we're going to add more and more detail. We're going to get more and more granular. It is a rolling wave technique because, well, we're not going to focus on the entire backlog. We're just going to focus on those items that have the highest value that we're doing right now, right? We're not going to focus on the full spot, just the ones that have the most value what we're working on. So we'll define those requirements in the user story. We'll prioritize them, right? And then based on priority and time box, again with your based on your sprint. Oh, that was a bad line, but that's okay. We can fix it over time, right? If this is our backlog, right? It may be that this is our line. Let's see if I can copy that. Almost. It may be that we're gonna do this. That becomes our sprint backlog, right? So there goes our backlog based on priority and our time box, so to speak. In 2 weeks, this is what we can do. Okay. And then later on, we'll add more stories as more information comes in. That's rolling wave planning. That's progressive elaboration. That's iterative scheduling. These three terms, kind of, at least for the exam sake, trying to combine these three. Okay. Rolling wave planning, progressive elaboration, they're iterative scheduling techniques. And what they're really saying is that we're going to keep adding, we're going to construct it later. So we deliver this business value early, this section here, and then we do it incrementally, because in the next stage, here's the next increment. Here's the next increment, right? We'll keep delivering in increments, and the increments aren't always equal. You can see the sizes of these boxes, but either way, I'm going to give you this value, then that value, then that value. And as I continue to give you value, then I'm going to keep adding more and more that we learned. One of the things, just to also kind of close the door for some of you guys that haven't used this before and like, man, how does this really work? One of the really things in one of the things that we discount in terms of value is that, well, when we prioritize this thing and we talk about how is it prioritized, are we going to do the most expensive stuff first, the longest stuff first? One of the things that we can do is we can do the riskiest stuff first. And if we do the riskiest stuff first and we're able to achieve it, great. We know we're going to be able to do the project. But if we start with the riskiest stuff and we're not able to achieve it, great. We didn't spend money and time building all this stuff only to get to that point and then not be able to finish the project. So even that gives customer value, the ability to say, nope, let's cut our losses as short as possible, right? So just keep that in mind, like that the whole idea of a backlog and then iterative, meaning we keep adding, we keep doing processes that are adding, right? Remaining stories are added, and then it's a rolling wave technique. It's a form of progressive elaboration. On-demand scheduling is the idea of the Kanban board. Kanban or Kanban just depends on, who you talk to and how they say it, but you have sort of like your to do, you have your in progress or doing. I'm just going to write it in right there. And then you have your done, you're finished, you're complete. Okay. And then oftentimes you have something down here that looks like rush, emergency, priority. Okay. Don't forget your whip limits. We'll have those numbers in parentheses, right? Once we know the capacity of the team, we never want to allow them to do more than they can at any given moment. So no more than 2 there, no more than 1 here. We'd have all of our items that we need to get done, and then all the items that have been completed. All right, so this is your Kanban board. The idea of it being a pull technique from the queue is the idea that we don't push work on the people. Folks are doing their job, and when they finish and they drag this into the done section, okay, now I can pull the next most valuable, highest priority item onto the list and pull it into play. Right. So that's the idea. It is based off the Kanban and lean methodologies. Lean, and Toyota made that like Lean Six Sigma popular. Motorola made regular Six Sigma popular, but it's based on that like sort of Toyota production system, just in time scheduling. So that's the idea of the on demand, right? So I'm trying to tie some of these things that you may have heard together in your life to help you relate to this and remember this on demand scheduling, like that just in time, and the idea of pulling work from a queue, right? This is all available. So as soon as I finish, I pull the next thing in. I'm not trying to work on 4, 5, 6 different things at the same time, multitask, context switching. It's going to take me longer to do it. Do one thing, get it done, then work on the next. That is the idea here. And then having our whip limits, that 2 and that 1 parentheses, that's how we level out the work of the team members. That's how we assure that nobody's doing more than they should be, right? No one's carrying too much weight, and we can sustain that indefinite pace. All right, I mentioned that earlier that Agile likes that indefinite pace. We don't like people with doing heroics. We just want you to work the best way that you know how, and that you can sustain that, for the course of years. That's what we want. Right now, for this particular item, it does work best when activities can be divided into equal amounts, meaning it doesn't work well if this activity number 3 right here is dependent on activity 4 here. And so I can't really complete 3 until I either start, or I can't finish 3, until I finish 4, right? It doesn't work well when you have those kind of cross dependencies like that. But if you don't, then great. And when it says it can be divided into equal amounts, it just means that, like, again, the dependencies, because it could be that this task here is 5 days, this task here is 9 days, this task here is 7 days. But it's not good when you have this task here is 40 days, this one's 3, right? So when it's really, really off, no good. But if you can kind of get them into an even amount, it does not need to be exactly equal. But if you can get them into amounts that make sense, in a grouping, then you can use a Kanban board. Then it makes a lot of sense. Some guidelines to developing your plan for your how. Well, review the project management plan, review the charter. Charter has high level information, so your schedule should match when that's happening. Review the things that are out of your control, EES. Review your company policies and procedures. Use your tools and techniques that you've been taught. Meet with people. Document the schedule management plan. Right? That's how you would do that. So now we got the plan on how we're going to do it. We got the plan on how we'll define, how we'll sequence, how we'll develop the schedule, how we'll get it accepted, how we'll control. Now that we have that plan, the how, now let's go on to the work, right? So the work here is defining the activity. So if you remember that work breakdown structure, the bottom level, the work packages, we want to further decompose or break those down into distinct, activities that we can estimate, right? We can figure out how long it's going to take. So for an exam, the term activities and tasks might be used interchangeably. So just note that activities, task kind of mean the same thing, something to do. All right. A work package is the lowest level. And from work packages, we can decompose those into tasks or activities. All right, so that's just the definition there. We define activities. Now, in Agile, right now we're going to have Agile for a second, right? So that's just, define your activities, and it's just simple as that in Waterfall, and then we can sequence them, we can put them in order. Now, when we're talking about Agile, we have to think about the activities that we're doing, and we have to group them together because it's easier to deliver value in increments that make sense for a user. So we group them together by feature. So in this sense, like I'll go back to the cell phone example for building a cell phone. Then let's do all the work that it takes to do the camera, and then let's build in the next feature of being able to move photos via Bluetooth, and then let's add the next feature of being able to do Wi-Fi direct and connect with another phone and move files that way, right? But we'll group them into features that way, and so that way we can estimate the capability. So if we're delivering the product, one way for us to know how we're doing on the road to building that product is what features have been completed. What can the product now do that it couldn't do before the last increment? Oh, now I can transfer files via Bluetooth. Oh, now I can do Wi-Fi direct. Oh, now I have removable storage. So it also allows you by grouping by feature allows you to then create a schedule on that roadmap to completing your project. Right? So that's the idea there. So if you don't want to do your typical activities and you want to kind of have, a little roadmap view that sort of shows where you're going over time, right? And this could be like in year 4, year 3, year 2, and then you have year 1. And year 1 again could be comprised of just 3 releases, right? Release 1, release 2, and release 3. And each of those could be comprised of a number of sprints. Okay. As we do it in features, and we can see on the roadmap towards success of each release, here's the next sets of features and functionality that you will be able to have as a user. Right. So we can measure progress based on that. So that's what that looks like. And then there's Epic. So we talked about user story, like as a blank, I want to blank so that I can blank, right? That user story idea. Well, an epic is just a very large collection of user stories. So the epic might be paint the room, right? And then the user stories that come from painting the room might be as a PMP instructor, I want a room with neutral background colors so that my students have an easier time seeing the screen. I want to have doors of a certain size. So now I have a bunch of user stories. I want to have a window so that I may have natural light come in, right? Um, I want to have a rack so that I may hang curtains up. All these things, right? All of those go into the epic paint room or remodel room or set up the room, right? So that's what an epic is. It's just a very large collection of user stories, usually described as a short phrase, and it groups the related functionality together to deliver business value, right? So that sentence right there would make you think that, oh, I wonder if a feature and an epic are the same thing. No, epics are responsible for producing some sort of major deliverable, right? Right. That may include some features. So the deliverable gives you the. Now let's look at the example they have here. Scheduling aligned to features ensures associated work is coordinated. It ensures that estimating features offer visibility to blocks of functionality and that progress can be measured. Okay. I don't like that explanation, so I'm going to give you mine here, right? So here's the idea: is that if we have an epic and the epic says paint room, right? And we have all these user stories. As an instructor, I am in a room with a neutral color so that students have an easier time, yada, yada, yada. Okay. There might be one feature that says, oh, it features semi-gloss or high gloss paint, so when his kids come in the office and they draw on the walls, you can wash it easily. One feature might be natural light coming into the room, right? So just that feature is not necessarily a user story, and it's not an epic, right? So an epic is a big deliverable. The user stories would need to be completed in order to achieve the deliverable, and then we might group those deliverables by feature. So that's the distinction between those three.
Would these be considered backlog product or backlogs?
Yep.
Another way of saying it.
Yep. These are all, well, within your backlog, you will have epics. Let's look at it like this. So if
Gotcha.
you, yep,
It's more. I got you. More.
yep.
More. I guess more definition of it.
Mhm.
Like a, okay.
So it's like this, and we might say, okay, this here, I should change my pen color here, just to really, really. If I take 30 seconds, it's really because other people probably have the same questions. Let me come down here. What's happening? There we go. All right, let's erase that, and then let's change our pen color real quick to black. Okay, so now it could be that this is feature one, this is feature two, and this is feature three. Okay, so now that we have, ooh, let's go back there. Where's the slide? Where did we go? Feature one, two, three. Okay, and so now it could also be that this particular one here is an epic. So you're going to have like 7 more user stories. It could be that these two are epics. So these are going to have more user stories with them as well, right? And all these at the bottom could be epics as well. These could all be epics, right? And all of these are contained within one backlog. So in one backlog, you can have epics and user stories, and then you can group them by feature, right? And this would be like feature one, this would be feature two, so on and so forth. All right. So just know that the backlog is everything. And then just how we group it. Maybe color code it, maybe section it off. That's how we then are able to have a distinction for user stories, for epics, for features. Okay. All right. So milestones, significance, points, and times. I've been drawing my little roadmap like this and been breaking these into features or excuse me, releases. Like these could each be a release, and these releases can just represent major milestones. So what I'm doing right now is I'm basically showing you how agile and waterfall can be used. A lot of this stuff is just how are we going to manage the project? It doesn't matter if you do it agile or if you do it waterfall, you're going to reach the same goal. So look at your project. This is what lesson 1 was about. Understand the type of project that it is, your organization, the people, and then determine your methodology, your approach. But either way, a milestone's a milestone, right? Some significant point in time. Significant point in time. With some guidelines to developing the activities. You guys can read this on your own. There's some guidelines. All right, so now that we've defined all these activities, we need to put them in order. So we need to sequence them. And once we've identified the milestones and activities, now you got to put them in order. All right, and that's in plain terms. That's what this is. It's just putting it in order. Right now, you might do this over as you get changes in your project, as you learn more about the activities, which means that you will iterate. Even if it's a waterfall project, you're still going to iterate on building that schedule. All right, so just helping you also understand the terms and what that means. Right, and then consider both the dependency of the work and the relationships. We're going to talk about both of those dependencies and relationships. So we have dependencies, and then we have relationships that are here. Right. So let's start with the dependencies. Come back and let's look at the dependencies. So a dependency, a condition that exists between two project activities. One is dependent on the other, right? Indicates a start or a finish. And they determine the precedence. So let's just jump to the next slide because they give you the examples. Oh, designing room layout. Architect needs to assess functionality. Assessment cannot start until workers finish framing walls, right? You kind of know that. I gave you some earlier. Like you can't frame the building until you pour the foundation. You can't put the roof on until it's framed up. You can't install an operating system without a bare metal machine. You can't install an application without an operating system, so on and so forth, right? Okay. 4 types of dependencies that you need to know for the exam. You should know these in project management. I'm going to explain them, but then for the exam, you need to memorize these. All right. So we have mandatory, discretionary, external, internal. A mandatory dependency is something that like it's contractually obligated. It's inherent. I've already said like you can't frame till you have a foundation. You can't have a OS without a metal machine. You can't have an application without an OS. Like it's just mandatory. Man, there's nothing you can do. It's just a mandatory dependency. You have to do this before you can do the next step. Right. So that's pretty straightforward. Don't overthink that. Discretionary is one that it depends on how you want to do it. Right. My best example of this is some of you, okay, some of you put on your socks, then you put your pants on, then you put your shoes on. Some of you put on your pants, then you put your socks on, then you put your shoes on. Then there are those, like my grandfather, he puts his socks on, he puts his shoes on, then he slides his pants over his shoes as if, like, at some point, his pants aren't going to get wrinkled, but in that moment, it has to look good. And then he also has to do a little, and then he's ready to go, right? That's it. That's his discretion. That's how he likes to do it. So that's what you got to remember for discretionary. It's like discretionary just depends. So this is almost like, should we meet before training or after training? Should we write the report prior to the meeting or after the meeting, right? It's discretionary. It just depends how do you want to do it? Okay. Then there's external dependencies. These are dependencies that they may be contractually required. They may be, usually these are regulations. These usually there's government regulations. It's almost like they're not mandatory for the project, but if you don't do it, you can't really move forward. So this would be like FDA approval. Moderna, Pfizer, Johnson and Johnson, they don't need FDA approval. It is not mandatory to have FDA approval in order to create a vaccine or a drug that people can use. It's mandatory if you want to sell your product in the United States. But if I'm selling outside of the United States, I give a damn about FDA. Okay. That's an external dependency. We must meet that. It's just like if I'm creating a house, if I'm building some building, I don't need the city building inspector. It is not a mandatory dependency in order for me to finish the building, but it may be that it's an external dependency if I want my building to be commissioned and allow citizens to occupy the building, right? But I don't really need it. And besides, the permits that I need in San Francisco will be very much different from the permits that I need in Oakland, California, right? So even then, they're external. They're not mandatory to the project. They're just external because I have to adhere to some government body or some regulation. So the exam usually gives those type of examples for the external dependencies. And then the internal dependencies are just like it's on the team. It's just like, whatever we want to do. All right. So don't overthink that one either. There's no real explanation. It just depends on what's in the team's control and what they want to do. So you got mandatory, discretionary, external, and internal. One thing I will tell you for those of you taking the exam for mandatory dependencies, these usually let me go back to red. See, red is that universal color that always goes over everything. So these mandatory dependencies typically will have, oh, now I'm drawing an R for red, will typically have a finish to start relationship. We're going to look at relationships next. And I shouldn't say typically. For the exam, they will always have finish to start. Mandatory dependencies will always have finish to start relationships. So let's look at the relationships. All right. So precedence relationship, a logical dependency using the precedence diagramming method or PDM. Right. On the exam, PMI is not going to use acronyms, but in your studies, in your books and everything, they will. So I'm going to give you all these acronyms, but at least be okay that when you take the exam, it will spell everything out. Right? You won't see PDM, you won't see, EEFs. They'll actually spell it out. All right, so this is just the relationship that describes the sequence in which an activity can be carried out. So lots of text on this slide. Let's use the picture to describe it. Let me describe it using the picture. So we have the finish to start. I want you to make a note that this is the most common. Finish to start is the most common method. All right. And I want you to make a note that start to finish is the least common method. Okay. So make a note that finish to start is the most common, start to finish is least common. So let me describe each. Finish to start. All right. Activity A must finish in order for activity B to start. And you want to kind of say this to yourself, like even when you're taking an exam. Activity A must finish in order for activity B to start, right? Um, uh, we must finish pouring the foundation in order to start framing the building. Pretty straightforward, right? So you can see those mandatory dependencies typically have finish to start relationships. Okay. Then you have start to start and finish to finish. Let me describe start to start. Start to start would be something like uh, once the author begins writing the first chapter of the book, the editor can begin editing that chapter, right? The editor doesn't need to wait until the author's finished with the entire book. As soon as the author is done with like a chapter, even a paragraph or a page, editor can start editing, right? That's your start to start. Once you start, then I can start. Then you have finish to finish. This is like activity A must finish in order for activity B to finish. So in this case, I can start B at the same time that I start A. I just can't finish B until A's finished. I can't finish that until A's finished, right? And so an example of that might be um uh I might complete testing, but testing isn't finished until you've submitted the report. Right? So that's like a finish to finish. I might be doing the actual testing. You might be analyzing the results and you're creating a report, but we're not done until the report's been submitted. So I can't finish until you finish, type deal, right? And then you have start to finish. This is the least common. Um, if you're in the military on the post, if you're an officer on the beat, if you're a nurse in the ER room, when you sign up for the job, you know that your job has a start to finish relationship, meaning that I cannot finish my shift activity. So in this case, activity A cannot finish until activity B starts, right? Finish to start says activity B cannot start. In order for activity B to start, activity A must finish. And this one, in order for activity A to finish, activity B must start. So I can't finish my shift until someone relieves me. If I'm in the ER, if I'm on post, if I'm a cop on the beat, right? And I know that I might have to work a double on any given day. I might have to work a triple on any given day if two people who are scheduled after me do not show up for whatever reason. That's the best example of your start to finish relationship. One activity cannot finish until you start the next one. Right. So that's the least common, but it happens and it's out there. It's very viable. So know those four relationships as well. And in your, for those of you who aren't taking an exam and you're kind of using this and you're thinking about how this may work for you, likely when you're first, let's say, starting a business or you're first creating a plan, these are some of the things that you want to think about at a high level where you want to go this level. Or if your project is so detailed, like construction projects are like this, where you really have to think about the relationships between the activities. That's where you want to go deep and you want to be able to implement this into your plan. Right. This is not something you always have to do. Most of the time you can just get away with everything being a finish to start relationship. All right. So again, when we talk about tailoring our projects, you don't always go this deep. Some guidelines to sequencing your activities. Review your plan because this is how. Review the list of activities. Review the charter and the scope statement. Right? Use technology if you can. Right, these things are there, so you guys can read those on your own time. But now that we have come up with a plan, we define activities. We put them in order. We sequence them out. Right, we figured out the dependencies and relationships. I'm like, okay, here's our order of events. Here's all the activities from beginning to end. I now see the flow. Now it's time to estimate how long each one will take. So in this case, now we're going to look to find the estimates. And here's just some terminology. We can estimate how long something's going to take, the elapsed time, the how long it took from the moment something started till it finished, the effort, the number of labor units, and then the duration. So it might look something like this, right? Because duration is a function of effort. What do I mean by that? I can estimate an activity to take 3 days. Okay. And I can, or let's say I can estimate an activity to take 30, to take 24 hours, 24 hours of effort. Okay. 24 hours of effort. Okay. Now, I can start on a Thursday evening. I get 4 hours in. I can then work 8 hours on Friday. And then I have Saturday, Sunday, nothing's happening. And then Monday, I work another full 8 hours and I finish up on Tuesday. So now I have Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I have an effort of 24 hours that span a duration of 7 days or 6 days in this case. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, 5 days. I'm off. Somehow I'm off. From Thursday to Tuesday. Okay. So effort is a function of duration. We measure effort in labor units, 24 hours of effort. We measure duration in work periods, 5 days. In this case, it would be 4 days of work. Monday, you have Thursday, you have Friday, you have Monday, you have Tuesday. 4 days. All right. In that elapsed time, if we look at this elapsed time, then in that elapsed time, the actual calendar time required for activities start to finish, right? If we have 24 hours here, if this was 4 days, the elapsed time here was 6 days. So these are just different ways that we measure time on the project. That's all this terminology is wanting you to see. It's like, hey, sometimes on your project, you're going to estimate, but sometimes you're just going to look at effort. Sometimes you're going to look at duration. Sometimes you look at both. And sometimes you'll also even look at the elapsed time. 6 days, 6 days here, duration of 4 business days, effort of 24 hours. So some more guidelines for you to review. So now we came up with a plan. We decomposed work packages into activities that we put into order. We sequenced them based on their dependencies and their relationships. That we then estimated the effort and we figured out the duration. Now that we have all that data, now we can go build the schedule. Right? So in a waterfall project, you can see how there's a lot of work that it takes to build the schedule. It's usually like the biggest things that we do as PMs in the waterfall world. We break down scope, we develop schedules. Oftentimes the budgets, the numbers are given to us, or we're just adding up and we're aggregating. But a lot of the work is in breaking down the scope, making sure we have all the requirements, creating documents that allows us to track to make sure everything was done in the right way, and then building out the schedule that says, here's when we start, here's when we finish, here's a sequence of activities that will happen along the way. This is where all the work happens, right? And so when we this process right here is somewhat of a beast. I think what I want to do is I want to give you guys a break before we come back here, right? Because this one I think is going to take us quite a bit. Yeah, this is going to take us some time to get into. So let's before we get to the schedule, let me see if there's any questions from anyone right now. Okay, let's take a 10-minute break. 11:28, call it 11:40. We'll give you guys 12 minutes. We're ahead today. Took a 12-minute break. Let's come back at 11:40, and then I really need you to dial in because I'm going to teach you critical path here. I'm going to get my easel board set up and everything, and I really need you to dial into this aspect of it. So let's take a break. Give your eyes a break from the screen. Go, walk around, get something to drink. We'll see you back at 11:40.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. So let's jump in. We're now at the project schedule. We're at the project schedule. So the idea here is that we're going to take all of that scheduled data that we just gathered, meaning the activities and then the attributes of those activities. Those attributes being the relationships, finish to start, finish to finish, start to start, start to finish. The dependencies, mandatory, discretionary, internal, external. We're going to take, you're right, the duration estimates. We're going to take all of that data and we're going to use it to create the schedule. All right. So in a waterfall project, you can only do this part after you sequence your activities and then the estimates have been completed. Without it, you can't really create a schedule per se. All right. So it includes the start and finishing activities. Right. The very first one, very last activity. All right. In order for you to have a schedule, should have some planned dates, be able to coordinate activities to form a master plan if you have multiple um, things going on. This is popular in construction. In construction projects, they'll have there's a schedule for the electricians, and a schedule for the plumbers, a schedule for the what we call MEP. So this is like the HVAC, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, right? All just a schedule for all those. Schedule for concrete finishes, and then there's going to be one master schedule that takes all of those, different entities and puts it together into one nice coordinated view. That's what that master schedule. That's what they mean by that on the slide there. All right, and this goes back to our conversation. Sorry, don't. Oh boy, what's happening here? Close your eyes. I don't know. My mouse is going crazy. All right, come back here. Okay, sorry about that. All right, so and it includes the idea that we were talking about earlier. I shouldn't say includes. It is a separate document. It is not part of the schedule management plan. Remember I showed you that earlier. You have your project management plan that is comprised of those subsidiary plans that say how we're going to do stuff, and then it has the three baselines. We just saw the scope baseline. We're going to see the schedule baseline now, and then later we'll see the cost baseline. So those three baselines in the subsidiary plans become the project management plan. Everything else is a project document. All right, and so that's what we see here. It is not part of your schedule management plan. Okay. So, how can you show your schedule? Right? How can we remember we gather data, we analyze data, then we present data. How can we present this data? Well, we can use a Gantt chart, we can use milestone charts, we can have an activity list or a schedule network diagram. Let's look at all of them. So, here is your Gantt chart. In the Gantt chart, Henry Gantt, person that came up with this, but it's sort of like how you see these lines here. That's just what a Gantt chart is. Anytime you see a project and it has it's like a bar chart, right? It's a horizontal bar chart. And the activity, the durations of those are shown. And so you can see when stuff overlaps, when it starts, when it finishes, how far you have to go. All right. It's probably one of the most popular schedule views that's out there for project management. Then you have the milestone chart, the summary level view. Right. This is still used, maybe not as popular as the Gantt chart, but it's still definitely usable. And it's very useful for a high level, senior management. They might not be interested in the fine details, but they want to know when one deliverable, are we making progress to the next big thing? All right. You can have an activity list with dates. This is very common, very popular. Good old Excel spreadsheet. Everybody's got a license, right? Not everybody has a license for Microsoft Project or Primavera P6. So very, very, very easy to do. So just have a list, and you have all of your activities there as well. You don't have to have anything fancy. You can use this. Then, not as popular is the schedule network diagram. Right? The schedule network diagram. And so this is where it gives start and finish dates. And so you see early start ES, EF. And I'm going to need to take my time to explain this one. So I'm going to change. I'm going to show you guys critical path one. Excuse me real quick. Then determining and then there. Okay. So based on how we do it there, here's how I want to start. Okay. So this is a network schedule diagram. It shows 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 activities. Okay. Each of these activities has a finish to start relationship, mandatory dependencies. The exam is going to make that very easy for you guys, right? They're not going to they're not going to they're not going to give you, start to start and finish to finish and give you some crazy diagram. This is what you're going to get. Okay? So, what we see here, the ES and the EF represent early start and early finish, right? They determine how early we can start a project, the earliest day, and they also determine the earliest day that we can finish. Okay. Then you have LS and LF. That shows the latest day that we can start an activity and the latest day that we can finish the activity. The DU stands for the duration. How long is this activity going to take? And then you have the names of the activities. Now, if you have a WBS, because not everybody has a WBS, then you have that WBS number there. That's what that 432, 434, 424, 425. Oftentimes, we actually will reserve this space and we'll put our float in this box, right? We'll put float in here. We're going to talk about float in a second, but that's often how you'll actually see this. You'll have float there, not that number. Ooh, my mouse is touchy right now. Okay, so what does this really mean? Well, regardless of what we have here, if I had 100 more boxes in this first row, this first column, all activities would begin on the day one. They'd all start on the first day. Okay, all of them start on the first day. So you put all activities with an early start of one, and then what you simply do is you say, okay, this is going to take 10 days. So we put a 10 there. So what we're seeing here, we're seeing day um a one methodology where we start on a day and then we add a day. So I'm going to come back to that, right? Because we also have come here. Now, how do you find the critical path? What you do when you're finding a critical path, the critical path represents the longest chain of activities, the least amount of float, normally zero. I want you to add that, right? It's almost like the definition is three parts. It's the longest chain of activities or the longest path. They're saying the longest path. Like I like to call it a chain, right? So longest path is the longest chain, right? With the least amount of float, that's number two. So one, two, and then I need you to add for number three. Well, that's an ugly three. We'll do that. I need you to add normally zero. And here's what I mean by that. When you first do your critical path, you better get zero, right? The critical path is not static, it is very dynamic. The second you start running a project, right, things happen. Your critical path is down here. But if I get a delay of longer than a week or two here, my critical path is going to switch and it'll jump up there, right? So the critical path is not static, it's dynamic. However, when you first do it, because we set, if I go here to the example, because we set the late finish equal to the early finish, and then we work backwards to find this numbers, you better get a path that has zero or else your math is wrong. Okay. So now I'm going to come back to that. Let's talk about this. There is both 1 day and 0 day method for calculating the critical path. Notice how we start on day zero here, and then we go to day 10, and then we start on day 10, and then we finish on day 25, and we start on day 25, finish on day 29, versus here is day one. Yeah. Here is day one methodology where we start on day one and we finish on day 10. Then we start on day 11 and we finish on day 25. We start on day 26 and we finish day 29, right? I'm going to teach you 0 day first so you understand the concept. Then I'll teach you day one. All right, so I'm gonna skip that slide and I'm gonna go ahead a couple slides. All right. And now let's do this work to figure out the critical path. So I told you how you find the early start and the early finish. So what we do first is we work and we do all the top numbers. We find the earliest day that we can start and finish all the activities. We do that first. Once we figure that out, then we work backwards. Oops. Then we work backwards and we set the late finish equals to the early finish and we find all the latest days that we can start and finish our project. Okay. And so now what you see here is, let me back this up, get that out of here. All right. So if we look at our activities, we want to find the activities that have the longest path or the longest duration. And that activity will then be the critical path. So if we look at these activities, because this activity starts on day 49 and ends on day 61, but this activity ends on day 50, and activity H cannot start until both E and G are done. Well, I got to wait until day 61 is done so I can start here. This now becomes my critical path. All right. That's why that is the critical path. So let's see what that looks like. Well, 0 plus 10 is 10. And then we put a 10 here. We do 10 plus 15 is 25. And then activity B is a predecessor to activities C and F, or activities C and F are successor activities to B. Right? So we put our 25, both numbers there. And then we do 25 plus 4 is 29. We do 25 plus 16 is 41. All right, we carry over our 29. We do the forward pass and we carry it over. Early start plus duration. 29 plus 8 equals 37. Forward pass. Early start plus duration. 37 plus 13 equals 50. And then we got here 25 plus 16 is 41. Forward pass, but we had a little delay of 8 days. So we can't start until day 9. All right. And then early start plus duration, 61. Okay. Now, when we do the forward pass, we have to take the bigger number. In this case, 61 is bigger than 50. And since activity H can start, so they're both done, we take 61. And then we do early start plus duration of 5, 66. Anybody not follow me so far? I will go back, but I want to make sure we're all on the same page. Okay. So now I will set my late finish equal to my early finish. Right. So these could be activities. Find location, order materials, start deploying, right? You have all these things here, right? Now that we've gotten to the last activity, let's set the late finish equal to the early finish, and now we will work backwards. So we'll do late finish minus duration. Now we do the backwards pass. We pass at 61. Late finish minus duration, 61 minus 13, 48. We do the backwards pass. 48 minus 8 is 40. We do the backwards pass. 40 minus 40 is 36. Then we come here. 61 minus 12 is 49. We do the backwards pass. Remember, we got to subtract this 8. Right? They're telling us the 8. We have a finish to start delay of 8. So we get a 41. And 41 minus 16 is 25. Okay, now that we're going to do the backwards pass, since C and F are successors to B, B is a predecessor to C and F, we're going to take the smaller number and we're going to pass. So when we were doing the forward pass, we took the bigger number. When we do the backwards pass, we take the smaller number. We take the 25. 25 minus 15 is 10. 10 minus, and then we do the backwards pass here. 10. 10 minus 10 is 0. Okay? So when doing the forward pass, we take the bigger number. When doing the backwards pass, take the smaller number. Now that we have this, now that we have the earliest that we can start and finish, and the latest that we can start and finish, now we want to find the float. And float, you might hear some people call this buffer time, but it's the amount of time that you can delay one activity without delaying the project, without delaying the next activity, right? So what we do is we subtract the late start from the late finish, or the late finish from the early finish. Excuse me. Say that again. What we do is we subtract the late start from the early start, or the late finish from the early finish. It doesn't matter. Whatever number you choose, you're going to get both. 10 minus 10, 0. 0 minus 0 is 0. So if we follow this through, we get 0, 41 minus 41, 61 minus 61, 66 minus 66. Here we get 40 minus 29, 11 days. 48 minus 37, 11 days. 61 minus 50, 11 days. So that means that I have 11 days to play around with activity E before I will delay the beginning of activity H, right? Because activity G is not going to finish until day 61. But just to highlight how the critical path is not static, is that once we run the project, if I get a delay of, say, 15 days, and this is going to end on day 66, now I'm going to get a float of 5 down here, and my critical path will jump. All right. So just so you know, critical path is not static, except when you do it on paper the very first time. Okay. So we see the paths A, B, C, D, E, H, and it has 11 days of float, a duration of 55 days. And then we see A, B, F, G, H, right? 0 days of float and a duration of 66 days. So longest chain of activities. You see that? Least amount of float, normally 0. Remember that for your three definitions. Longest chain of activities, least amount of float, normally 0. Okay. So you see the critical activities, that's our critical path. Now, what does the critical path really mean? Like, I'd be okay, we know the critical path. There it is. So now we know. Well, what it really means is that I better put all of my energy and effort, all of my attention, all of my best resources. I better have very good backup plans for these activities because any delay that I get here, I'm going to delay the finish time of my project. I get a delay of a day here, we're going to end on day 67. I get a 3-day delay here, we're going to end on day 69. We get a 5-day delay here, we're going to end on day 71. Doesn't matter. Any delay we get here, it's going to delay the project. So that's what the critical path is. So now, if you guys think back, you've probably heard a lot of people tell you, hey, that's on the critical path. It's on the critical path. Now, when somebody comes back to you and say, this is on the critical path, now you can say, oh, really? Show me your critical path. Because a lot of people throw that term out there, but they don't, we don't, they don't really do the critical path, right? So that's what that is. Now, float. As we're looking at float between these, there's total float, there's free float, and there's project float. So let's look at this. Total float is shared on a path. All right. It's the total amount of time that an activity can be delayed without delaying the project finish date or violating a schedule constraint. Remember that this total float is shared on a path. Make a note somewhere. Shared on a path. Shared on, I'm just going to, on A, I'm going to leave it out, but shared on a path. All right. Remember that. So let me highlight that. Let me come back here. If I look at activities A, B, C, D, E, H, I have a total float of 11 days. Right? It takes 55 days for that path to happen. It takes 66 days for this path to happen. So I have 11 days. Now, what I don't have is 11 days on activity C, 11 days on activity D, and 11 days on activity E because that will be 33 days. So this float is shared along a path. So I either use up all 11 days here, or I go 10 and 1, or I go 9, 1, 1, or maybe 9, 0, 2, or maybe 0, 2, 9. Who knows? But I only have 11 days. Let me highlight that. If for some reason I get a delay of 11 days on activity C, and now I don't complete until day 40, and I look to start activity D, and I get a day of 11 days again, I will finish on day 59. And then I get to activity E, and I get a delay of 11 days again. Now I'm going to finish on day, this would be 73. If I did that right? 59, 11, 70. Yeah, because we're adding, we keep adding. 59 might be a little bit more. But the idea here is that I can't, and if that's the case, this will become my critical path and I'll have float here. So I don't have 11 days on each of these. I have 11 days in this path. That's the first one. So that's total float. Then there's free float. Free float is the amount of time one activity can be delayed without delaying the next activity. Okay, so if I look at it, right, free float is the amount of time between each activity, right? So the way you find free float, you take the early start. You're going to need to note this formula, those of you taking the exam. You take the early start of the successor activity minus the early finish of a predecessor activity. Oh my gosh. That says predecessor, believe it or not, and that says successor, believe it or not. Okay. So activity E is a successor activity to D. Activity D is a predecessor to activity E. So therefore, I'm going to take the early start, 37, minus the early finish of the predecessor activity. So minus 37, and that's going to equal my free float. Okay. Now, what does that mean? That means if I delay activity D by a day, I'm going to delay activity E by a day. If I delay activity F by a day, I will not delay activity G by a day. All right. Because I see my 49 minus 41. I have float between these two activities. All right. So that's the idea between free float and total float. Total float shared on a path. Free float is the amount of time you can delay one activity without delaying the next. And then there's project float. Project float is just the amount of time you have from your very last activity to whatever the deadline is, whatever due date you sent. Right. So if management says, hey, can you get this done in 70 days? And I'm showing an early finish or late finish of 66, that means I have 4 days of project float. Now, you can have negative float. If management says, hey, can you guys get this done in 60 days? I'll come back and be like, no, we have a -6. We have -6 days of float. That's what it would be. You're going to finish 6 days behind schedule. So your float can be negative, at least with project, right? It can be negative. So that's 0 day. Now, let me show you day one, right? If we go to doing day one methodology, the difference is that instead of starting on day 0, we start on day one. So let me show you this other one again. Notice how here we started on day 0. And as we did the forward pass, we just passed 10 to 10, 25 to 25, 29 to 29, so on and so forth. When we do day one methodology, right, instead of just doing early start plus duration, right, we have to do, we have to do early start plus duration -1. So start at 8 a.m. on day 1, and I finish at 5 p.m. on day 10. 1 plus 10 is 11, minus 1 is 10. All right, early start plus duration -1 when we do day one methodology. Then, when I do the forward pass, I don't just pass the number, I do the biggest number plus 1. In this case, there's only one activity, so the biggest number is 10. So we're going to start at 11 on day 11 because we finished at 5 p.m. on day 10. Now work's going to start at 8 a.m. on day 11. Then early start plus duration -1. 11 plus 15 is 26, -1 is 25. Now that work finished at 5 p.m. on day 25, when we do the forward pass, we add a 1, starts 8 a.m. on day 26, 8 a.m. on day 26, and we keep going, so on and so forth. Same thing here. We take the bigger number plus 1 because work's going to start at 8 a.m. on the next day. We still get 66. And now when we're going backwards, we set the late finish equals to the early finish. We take late finish minus duration plus 1. So 66 minus 5, 61 plus 1, 62. Earlier, we took early start plus duration -1. Now we're doing late finish minus duration +1. We're just doing opposite. And then when we do the backwards pass, we take the smaller number. Well, there's only one activity here, so this is the only number. And we subtract 1. Right? We added 1 in the forward pass. Now we subtract 1 on a backward pass with day one methodology because work finished at 5 p.m. on the previous day. Then we do late finish minus duration +1, late finish minus duration +1, late finish minus duration +1. We do that for both sides. And when we're done, we take the smaller number and we do the backwards pass, but don't forget to subtract 1 with day one methodology. Then late finish minus duration +1, backwards pass, late finish minus duration +1. So that's the only difference between day 0 and day one methodology is that in day 0, you start on day 0. And when you do the forward pass, you don't add, you just carry the number over. On day one methodology, you start on day 1. And when you do the forward pass, you add 1. When you do the backwards pass, you subtract 1. All the same. Gets you to the same endpoint. And you might say, well, why would I do that if day 0 methodology is much easier and it's going to get me to the same point? And my answer would be, well, you should do day 0 methodology for the exam. And then for your actual projects, you should use day 1 methodology because more than likely you're finishing work at one day and then you're going to start on the next calendar day. All right. So that would be my answer. But there is no answer for why, if one's better than the next. That's just my own thought. All right. So that's critical path and that's float. Let me stop there first and see if there's any questions. Okay. So we already talked about float, late finish minus early start, late start minus early start. It's how we calculate the float. Now in Agile, if you make a schedule from the Agile release plan, well, You talk about, remember we talked about the product vision, driving the roadmap, and then that roadmap, driving a release plan, and in that release plan, having several sprints or iterations or time box period. And in that sprint or that iteration or that time box period, having a number of user stories that it would complete. All right. So you just kind of break it down in the same level. Instead of having work breakdown structure, sequencing activities, we just sort of make a roadmap and we have an initial plan. Right. So how do we now control the schedule? How do we look at the ongoing progress? Where if you're in a waterfall or a predictive project, you would measure your progress according to the schedule. You would look at the baseline and then you would say, are we where we think we should be? Right. So most of you, that's how you're doing your projects today. You planned it out, you had a schedule, this is the day it's supposed to happen. And are we there? Are we ahead? Are we behind? Do we think we can make up? All right. Nothing to add there. In Agile, we compare the total amount of work delivered minus, right, accepted, delivered and accepted, because you can do work, but it might not get accepted. So that's important. Let me highlight that again. Delivered and accepted. And then what we do is we compare that to the amount estimated for that time period. So what does that really mean? Well, if you estimated to do 100 items, but you only did 80, then that means you're at an 80% clip, or that's what your velocity is at that moment. You're at an 80. And if the next project you do 85 and the next project you do 75, if I add up those three and divide by 3, your velocity is still 80. So by knowing how fast you're working and with that consistent pace of, and I look at the remaining story points, I can just make an easy guess. It's going to take them so many. If I have 400 more story points and you're doing 80 points at a time, okay, I know you're going to get this done in 5 sprints. Right? So that's how we evaluate progress there. There's a little, it's not as simple as that in the practical application. For the exam, it is. There's a little more that goes into it. But for the at this point, that's what you need to know. We're actually going to touch on more of that later. Now, when you create your schedule, it's not rosy, it's not perfect. You might need a resource 20 hours in one day, and you might only need another resource 2 hours in that day. So now you got these peaks and valleys within your schedule. So how do we do that? Well, we use optimization techniques. Resource, things that we need, people, materials, supplies. Optimization, what's the most efficient and effective method? And then a technique, something to do that. So there's 2 here. There's smoothing and there's leveling. So the one thing that I want you to remember, all right? All right, we have smoothing and leveling. And so let's look at them now. Smoothing. Smoothing cares about the completion date. All right. It cares about this completion date. It will not change it. It will not push it out. All right. So for the exam, that's what you need to remember. And leveling does not care about the schedule. It will delay the project. For the exam, that's what you need to know, like the distinction. I'm going to describe these 2 right now, but just for those of you taking an exam, you got to remember smoothing cares about that hard deadline. Leveling does not. So let me draw a picture of what this looks like. So you may have a resource, that's working so many hours, and if we have this little chart, it might look something like this, right? And then maybe there's a big one here, right? We might have some other periods that are like this. You might have one more big one more really big one, and then maybe 2 more small ones. Okay. So and then let's say that this line here, if I take this line and I draw it all the way across in the second one. Let's say this is an 8-hour day. Okay? 8-hour days. All right. So in this example, now let me change my pen color. Smoothing cares about this hard deadline. What smoothing says is, all right, these peaks and valleys that are here, is there any way to maybe some of those discretionary activities that don't have mandatory dependencies and finish or start relationships? Can we do some of those in parallel, or can we do it earlier? And can we smooth out these peaks and valleys? And then can we maybe do some of this work and this work up here? Can we do it earlier? If not, all good. When we get to this period right here, this resource is going to have to work, overtime, or you might have to have 3 rolling 8-hour shifts. Who knows? So that's what smoothing says. Usually, this is a scenario like testing. You do all this building, 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 and then the tester needs to come in and they got to do all this work, right? So we'll look to smooth out. Now, leveling Leveling says, oh, maybe in this case, we have union labor and we cannot work more than 8 hours. And oh, by the way, we have minimums. So what leveling says is that first we will draw this line, right? We'll draw this line at eight, and then we'll take all this time, anything that's above the fold, all these hours that we see here and all these hours that we see here, we will look to level up. We will look to add time to each of these. And then once we've exhausted the ability to bring all of these activities up to the level, whatever remaining time we have, we'll start to put more periods out. All right. We'll start to add that remaining time on the back end. Okay. So we'll chop it all down and we'll level it out. Right. So leveling is when you have this level line and you add it back. Smoothing is where you kind of, you try to do some of those activities beforehand. Right. Leveling will push out the deadline. It does not care. Smoothing will not. It does care. Okay. So those are your resource optimization techniques. Then we have schedule compression techniques. So if I can smooth or level the resources based on how they're working, then I need to be able to compress my schedule. All right. Oftentimes, management might say, "Hey, can you get it done in 60 days?" We're showing 66. We now need to go back and do some crashing or some fast tracking. So, what you need to know about crashing: crashing will increase your cost. All right. Crashing is going to cost you money, right? Crashing will not increase your risk, right? Doesn't always provide a does not always provide a viable alternative and may result in increased risk and or cost. It's really here. I don't like the statement like crashing the schedule. Well, we can say risk, but right now it will it will not increase your risk, it'll increase your cost. Fast tracking will not increase your cost, but it will increase your risk. So for those of you taking the exam, that's what you need to know. Let me describe these now. So remember, crashing will increase your cost, won't increase your risk. Fast tracking will increase your risk, won't increase your cost. Let me describe what that looks like. So let's say I'm gonna take this pen, little Sharpie. I got this Sharpie, okay? So looks like I have a body of a pen, there's a felt tip in there, and there's a cap. And maybe we work for a company and we manufacture pens. We manufacture these Sharpies, right? So we make a mold for the body and then we pour a compound into the mold and we get the pen body. We make a mold for the cap. We pour a compound into the mold and then we have the pen cap and then we put the felt in. And so then we test the felt, the we test the cap to the body. It works. Okay, great. Now we're going to mass produce all the bodies. We're gonna make 1,000,000 bodies. Then we're gonna take the cap and we're gonna test the bodies again. Okay, great. Then we're gonna mass produce the caps. We're gonna test those caps to the pin body. Okay, great. Then we'll put in all the felt and that's our manufacturing process, and that's what we do. Okay. So now, if we need to crash the schedule, what it means is that okay, if I need to get this done, in half the time, then I better add resources. So instead of having one production line that's going to do 1,000,000 units, I might have two production lines running at the same time making 500,000 units. Or I might have four production lines running at the same time doing 250,000 units. I'll get them much sooner. It's going to cost me more money because, well, in the production, the longer your run is, the more cost saving. So if I have to have four production lines going and we're only going to do 250,000, that's going to cost me more money. I'm using more resources in that moment. All right. But it's not going to increase my risk because I'm still going to make those bodies. Then I'm going to test the caps. Everything is going to work well. Then I'm going to have four production lines to make my caps. And then I'll put the felt in and everything is good. Right. So it's going to cost me more money, but it's not going to increase my risk. Now, fast tracking, on the other hand, says that, well, if you made the body and you made the cap and you fit the body to the cap and it works, why not just make, and you have four production lines, why not just have two production lines of bodies, pen bodies, and two production lines of pen caps going on at the same time? Let's do them in parallel. What are you waiting for? What's the problem? It's a problem, right? And then you might turn around and say, well, last time we did a project like this, we made the body, we made the cap, we tested the pen, the cap to the body. All was good. When we came back 24 hours later, the cap had shrunk by only 2 hundredths of a millimeter. However, it provided a poor experience for the consumer because every time they opened and closed the cap, it was too hard to push close and it was too hard to open. So now that we know within 24 hours that our compound will shrink a little bit, we need to go back and we need to make the new caps. So this time, if we go and make all the bodies and we make all the caps at the same time, we are running the risk of either having to A, rework, go back and make new caps, or even worse, B, scrap all the old caps, and then make new ones. Right? So that's the idea. It's not going to cost us any more money because we were already going to do a run of bodies. We were already going to do a run of pins. We're just now doing them in parallel. We're doing them in order. We're doing them out, excuse me, we're doing them out of order, out of sequence. That's where we're increasing the risk. It may not happen, but if it does, now that risk, is going to cost you money. Crashing, on the other hand, says that nope, you still do all of your stuff in order. You just add more resources so you can do it faster. So it doesn't increase your risk, but it does increase your cost. All right. So that's the difference between fast tracking and crashing on your projects. Now, by the way, because you can only to compress your schedule, right? If we go back to the critical path, we can only compress the critical path, right? It's the only way. That means that fast tracking is only a schedule compression technique if you have a multi-phase project and you're doing multiple phases at the same time. If you have a single phase project, fast tracking will not work as a compression technique because you cannot fast track the critical path, right? Those activities must be done in that finish to start mandatory dependency type fashion. So just keep that in mind for those of you taking an exam. You cannot fast track a single phase project as a schedule compression technique. You would need to have a multi-phase project, and then you're doing multiple phases of the project in parallel. Phase one, pour the mold. Phase two, make the body. Phase three, pour the molds for the cap. Phase four, make the body. Phase five, test it, right? Now we're going to do phases out of order, and we're going to build caps and pins, bodies and caps at the same time. All right, so that's the idea there. And then you can coordinate with other products, with other projects. Obviously, if you have a PMO, right, you can see how other projects are going. And some of those projects may impact your project, right? So that's the idea there, just looking at other projects. A lot of text on the slide, but all it's saying is, hey, look at the other projects and how there's dependencies with yours and how they may, start yours or how your project may, others may be dependent on yours. And if you delay, it may delay those projects as well. So that was it for the schedule. That was it's a beast. The critical path is a beast. Let me hear your thoughts so far.
It's not that bad once you do a few of them.
That's true. Well, see, because you've done them before. You've done them, so yeah. Mhm.
You just there's exercises you can find online or whatever to where you fill in the blank,
Mhm.
and once you do one or two, it's like, oh, okay, yeah, light bulb.
Shaheen, anyone else? Christina?
I like these are definitely stuff I can use today with my coordinating stuff regarding projects and stuff. So trying to write it all down, but I'll have to go back to get those details for it because I think it's kind of I guess not trying to write it all down, but trying to write the key parts of it just to try to make it simpler for me to remember those key terms of which one to properly use for different projects.
Okay.
Projects I see.
Chris, I realize I didn't give you access to the material. So we're gonna go to lunch now. I'll do that. That way you can at least start either annotating over the slides electronically, or at least you have like a number that you can correspond to, or if you want to print it out, or even if you don't do that and you continue taking notes just so you have it. So let me do that.
Gotcha.
And for a couple other folks too. Um,
Yeah.
anyone else? Any other comments, questions, concerns right now? Okay. So I think we can take an early lunch today. Yesterday we did 45 minutes. I think that's still appropriate. So if I go 12:30 to 1:15 would be 45. So let's call it 1:40 1:15 today. Come back at 1:15. You have a little bit of extra time, and we'll wrap up the day. We are a bit ahead again, so we can probably do some more questions. So if we finished, a little early now, I can imagine we'll still finish a little early on the backside as well. So we'll spend time to do some more stuff that you guys want to do at the end of the day. But enjoy your lunch. You have 45 minutes. We'll be back. Well, a little over 45, right? We'll be back at 1:15 Pacific. All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'll see you guys.
You guys.
All right. This out. Let me start the share.
Let me try it from my laptop. Uh, it would have been under. What is it? What does it start with?
The email or the link or which
The
one?
link. Yeah.
The link. The link starts with my name, ceciliomills.com/courses.
Okay, I got
Okay.
it. um, it just says not enrolled.
Not enrolled. Okay. All right, but you can access everything. It's just that it says not enrolled.
Yes, I think I can see everything. Yes, I can see the course content now.
Okay.
With the mock exam, and then when I click on materials, I can see the things in materials.
Okay. So weird because if you're not enrolled, you shouldn't have access. So something's off. Right? That's the whole point. So that, the world just can't go and access this stuff for free. So I got to go check it out. Um, but you have
Oh,
access. So I'll
you
figure
know
out.
what? I don't. I actually don't have access
Oh,
to the
you
course
don't.
content. A blue message comes up that says you don't currently have
Okay.
content.
Well, I'm happy and I'm sad. I'm happy it's working. I'm sad it's not working for you. When I say it's working, I mean at least the security features is working, right? It's not just accessible to the world. But all right, I will figure this out
Okay,
again at the next break. Keep
no worries.
keep working on it.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Everyone else, are you guys seeing my screen? Am I sharing? Maybe not yet. Let's share the screen.
Not yet.
Okay. Desktop 2. And you know what I can do right now? You know what I can do right now? Here, I'm going to do this. So I'm going to stop the share. What I can do right now is I can get this, upload the material into Zoom so that you guys can all download at the very least the PDF copy. All right, so let's do that. Let's get the presentation. There it goes. Now, how do I download this? Let's share. Okay, maybe if I right click and download, I'll do that instead. That's probably what's happening here. Sorry for the delay, but this should help all of you guys moving forward. All right, this will be a really good thing we'll do here. So let's do the materials. Let's go here to course presentation. Here, I'll show you what that way you guys at least see. You see what I'm seeing. So you're not just hearing my voice in a blank screen. So this is what I'm doing here. I'm going to come here to our V2. I'm going to download the file. Okay, I see my file there, and I'm going to come to Zoom, and I'm going to go to our chat. I think it's in the chat is where I can add a file. No, I think I have to stop the share to see it. Where is my Zoom? Oh, here goes my Zoom piece. Apps, more.
No. Now those items I was able to get, but you see
Mm-hmm.
underneath there where it says course content,
Mm-hmm.
those are the ones that come up with the error message.
Ah, okay. Yeah, these are the videos. So at least okay. So if you have access to this is what I want you to have access to now. So that's at least the good part, right? Because that's the material. These are just videos. These are all videos. Um, so you're not missing anything currently because I'm giving it to you live, right? We were actually where are we at right now? We're on starting the project and we're here. We just did plan and manage schedule. So we're now on plan and manage budget of resources. So if you did have access to this, oh, I don't have access because I'm not logged in. I'm not trying. So same thing. I don't have access right now, but if you were to click this, it would just take you to the video. So I will continue to work on that so you have that, but at least you have this, which is the most important part. And actually, when you're in materials course content, it should really that course content is really the course. I wonder, so it's the same thing. Yeah, you just don't have access. I don't have access yet either because I'm not logged in. But okay, we will figure this out for you. So now that I downloaded the file, though, let me put it in. Um, Let me put it in the chat for you guys, or at least share the file. So for those that don't have it yet, can get it. So more. And nope, that's not it. So here, message note, everyone in meeting. There we go, file. Document should be in downloads, PMP, course B2. Here's the PDF, sweet. All right, that is on its way to you now. It's like 10%. It's gonna take a little while because I'm streaming at the same time and all this stuff. So let's go back here, here, here. All right, so in a couple minutes that should finish and it'll pop up for you. In the meanwhile, let's get back to the show. Back to the show. Back to the show. Okay. Let's get this out the way. All right. So we're now on plan and manage budget and resources. Plan and manage budget and resources. And the idea here is we are going to look at estimating techniques in the same way we did for the schedule, but now we're going to deep dive into the analogous parametric bottom up and 3 point estimating. We're going to deep dive into those, but don't forget these ones here. We can still use these estimating techniques on my pen here. We can still, we not still, not that we can still, we use these estimating techniques with this, with the schedule. All right. 3 point analogous parametric. And then there's something called bottom up. I don't see it here on this outline slide, but bottom up, we'll see it. All right, so again, the knowledge area, cost management, has these processes. Here's where we come up with our how, our plan, our guide, how we're going to proceed. We'll develop our estimates, just like we estimated the durations. Then we'll put together a budget, just like we determined the schedule. And then we'll look to control costs, just like we look to control the schedule. So when we're estimating costs, we're looking to get an approximation. These are always estimates, unless we have some purchase order, something that lets us know exactly what the costs are going to be, which we can use for estimates, by the way. And unless we have one of those, we're getting an approximation of those costs, right? And so, yeah, labor costs, materials, equipment, supplies, facilities, all the kind of stuff that you may need, applications, right? All of this stuff we're going to want to estimate. So here's the 4 estimating techniques: analogous, parametric, bottom up, 3 point estimating. So you need to know, for those of you in the exam, you need to know the pros and the cons of each. So what's the pro? What's the good thing about analogously estimating? It's quick. All right. What's bad? It's inaccurate. What's good about parametric? It might not be the quickest, but it's not time consuming. It's still fast, but it may still be inaccurate. What's good with bottom up? It's very accurate. But what's bad? It's very time consuming. And then 3 point estimates. This takes, it's neither good or bad, right? It takes unknowns. The bad, it can be time consuming to consider positive, negative effects on cost. This really gives us a range and a confidence interval. Right? This is the term you're going to need to know for the exam, and then also for the practical application of this. Everyone on this call, going for the exam or not, you're going to want to use 3 point estimating in some capacity, and it's going to provide you with confidence intervals so that you can make a determination if you think 60% is enough, if you need to be 95, if you need to be 99% sure, right? So we're going to get confidence intervals when we use 3 point estimates. So let me describe each. So analogous. Analogy. I don't know if you guys have heard the term analogy, right? When we use like this is like that. It's an analogy. So we'll say, well, we did a project just like this, and we did it last year, and it took 3 months, and it cost us 500,000. So this project's going to take us 3 months and cost 500,000. It's analogous, very quick. Look at that, done. Boom, move on. Got the whole project cost right there. Usually good to do at the outset, the very beginning of the project is very good for rough estimates. Not good for detailed estimates. And let me show you how inaccurate it can be. I can say, okay, I want to build a condo. I built a condo in Kansas, and it cost me $100 a square foot. It cost me $1,000 to build the condo. Let's say $100,000 to build the condo. So therefore, I'm going to build a condo in San Francisco, and it's also going to cost me $100,000. Now you can see how inaccurate that would be, right? So analogous, it's quick but very inaccurate. Now parametric, some metric, it uses some historical metric to let you know if you're on or you're off, or to give you an idea of what that number would be. And it still can be very inaccurate depending on the integrity of the historical information. So last time we said, hey, we did a project like this. It took us 3 months, cost us $500,000. So this time it's going to take us 3 months and $500,000. Well, we might say, well, we did a project like this. We produced 4 units, and it cost $500,000 to do. We're going to do a project like this time, except we need 12 units. So instead of 500,000, it's going to cost us 3 times as much because we need 3 times as many pieces, right? Instead of 4, we're making 12. So instead of 500,000, it's going to cost us 15, 100, 1.5 million, right? That's what it's going to cost. Instead of 500,000, costs us 1.5 million, right? If we use some metric. Again, I'll show you how inaccurate this can be, because if I said, hey, we're building condos in Kansas, and it cost us $30 a square foot to build, I'm going to build $1,000 square foot a home in San Francisco, and so that means it's only going to cost us $30,000. And you can easily see how, nope, that this doesn't compute. Still inaccurate. Depends on the integrity of that historical information. Still quick. It's not time consuming. Allows you to put some metrics. Now you can do like, dollars per square foot, miles per hour, dollars per hour, something like that. And that's a parametric, some metric. You have bottom up estimating. This is the most accurate method, but because it takes you to sit in the room with all of your subject matter experts and estimate every little thing. So it's like, we're going to paint this room. Okay, I need to know how much it's going to cost in tape. How much does it cost for the brushes, for the pans? Do we need drapes on the floor? How many cans of paint? Do I need plastic anywhere? Like all of these things, we're going to bottom up estimate. It's going to take us a lot longer to figure it out, but we're going to have very, very, very accurate numbers. But it's time consuming. And because it's time consuming, it also costs a lot of money. PMI will say it's also costly, right? Because it's time consuming, it's costly. Because if we have these high price engineers and developers helping us to sit down and estimate, well, we're spending lots of money per hour having those folks help us, right? So that's bottom up. Okay. Then we have 3-point estimating that gives us confidence intervals. So let's take a look at 3-point estimating right now. What you do is you take a pessimistic, a most likely, and an optimistic, right? A P, M, O are 3 numbers: pessimistic, optimistic, most likely. And we have 2 approaches. We have the simple, aka triangular distribution, meaning I'm going to take 1, 2, 3 numbers like a triangle. I'm going to divide them by 3, and I'm going to get my simple average, right? So 3-point estimating, you have simple, aka triangular, or I can use standard deviations, and this is what we call beta or PERT, right? So there's simple, aka triangular, 3 points of a triangle, 3 numbers, divide by 3, or we can use beta or PERT. Now, the reason why they call it beta is because you have these little symbols, a standard deviation. And so, we'll use betas, just that term. PERT stands for the Performance Evaluation Review Technique, or the Program Evaluation Review Technique. But this was developed by the Navy, right? This comes from our military, the Performance Evaluation Review Technique. And so in this case, we'll use a standard deviation. So let's set it up. Let's have an example. I need a volunteer. Can I get a volunteer? Don't be shy.
I'm volunteering to say, Christina.
Okay, Christina. Christina, do you take public transportation to work? Please say you do.
I do not.
Okay.
I drive to it.
That actually might be a good thing because I believe you work in the city. South San Francisco?
Hello, San Carlos.
Okay. All right. So, on average, door to door, from the moment you leave your door, lock your door, and then you got to get into your car, you got to drive to work, you got to park, and you got to walk and get to your desk, right? From door to desk, most likely, how long does it take you every day?
45 minutes.
25?
Oh, 45.
45. I was about to say, you are spoiled. Look at a little 45-minute commute. Although my commute today was from the room to the room, so I can't complain, right? From one room to the next. I had a 45-second, if that, commute. All right. Now, let's say you hit every green light. There's no traffic. You get the first parking spot. How long will it take you?
That 45 minutes was considered, was taking that into account.
Okay. 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 Let's make that your optimistic number then. That is your optimistic. Okay. If that 45 minutes, so then most likely, right? Most likely, you're not going to hit every green light and you ain't going to get the first parking spot. And there's going to be a little bit of traffic somewhere. How long is it taking you?
Yeah. Maybe like 15 minutes.
50. Okay. And then now, pessimistically, you walk out, you forget your cell phone, you got to go back in. Then you realize, oh, forgot my wallet, got to go back in. Then you hit all the red lights. You're circling the parking lot, can't find a spot. Maybe even have to stop and get gas that morning. And maybe there was some sort of accident.
Or 80 minutes.
80 minutes. Okay. All right. All right. So there we go. Now we got our three numbers. So now, if I were to take a simple calculator and I were to add these three together, 80 and 50 is 130 plus 45 is 175. And if I take 175 divided by 3, well, I know roughly 60 minutes, right? 6 times 3 is 18. So 60 times 3 is 180. Right? So if I have 17, let's do the math here just to do it, right? 175. And if I put a 3 here, I know 3 will go into 17, not quite 6. So we'll call it 5. All right. We'll be left with 2. 3 we're going to 25 8 times. It's 24. All right. You'll be left with a 1. And 3 would be 58 and a third. All right. So let's just call it roughly a simple average, right? If we take the simple approach for you, we're going to get, I'll use this symbol, right? That's the roughly 58 minutes. Okay, roughly 58 minutes. Now, oftentimes on our projects, this is how we estimate, and this is what we'll do. We'll either just take some estimate that somebody gives us because they're the expert, the subject matter expert, the SME. We may analogously parametric. I guarantee all of you have analogously and parametrically and bottom up estimated. You just didn't know what you were doing. You all have been in points where you said, "Oh yeah, we did it. It last time we did this, it took us this long, or it cost this much. So therefore, it's going to cost this much or take us this long." Analogous. Or last time we did 10 units and it cost $1 per unit and it took 3 minutes per unit. So this time we're going to do 100 units. So it's going to cost us $100 and it's going to take 300 minutes. Parametric. Or let's just estimate every little thing that we have to do and put it together and then see how long it's going to take. Bottom up, that's the most common method that we do. Just brainstorm and bottom up estimate every little thing. All right. So all of you have done that for it. Now you have the term. So this is the 3-point estimating. And when we even do a 3-point estimating, oftentimes we'll just take the simple average and we'll say, yeah, all right. If optimistic, most likely pessimistic, all right, we're looking at about 58 minutes and we'll stop there. Right. So that's your simple average or your 3 numbers, right? Triangular. And there you go. Now, if we use the program evaluation review technique, or I know it as the performance evaluation review technique or beta distribution, now we're going to add more weight to your most likely. We're going to multiply that M times 4. We're going to get 6 numbers because now we have 4 here. The pessimistic is the 5th. The optimistic is the 6th. So if we have 6 numbers and divide by 6, all right, since we added 4, we got to divide by 6. So now if we place more weight here, if I know 80 and 45 is 125, and then if I do my most likely times 4, 50 times 4 is 200. Well, if I take this 125 plus my 200, right, I'm going to get 325. Now I need to do 325 divided by 6. So let's see what that looks like, right? If I take my 6, right, into a 325, I need to make this smaller here. I probably shouldn't do this right here, but let's do it anyways. Oh, it might work out. 6 times 4, 6 times 5 is 30. So this would go into this 5 times. We'll be left with 2. 6 goes into 25 4 times. 6 times 4 is 24. And we'll be left with a 1. And 6 would go into 1. It'd be like a 1, 1, 4. And that 4 would write. So roughly, again, 54 minutes. And we say, okay, we brought the time down because we placed more weight on the most likely. And so that brought that 80 down. Since we had more 50 numbers, it brought the number down. 58, 54. Big deal, CJ. You were making a big deal about this 3-point estimate. Really? We're only 4 numbers off? Okay, let me continue. What the slide is not showing you is that in order to use beta distribution, you have one more formula that the slide doesn't have that you need to know. And that is your standard deviation. Your standard deviation. And well, here's that formula. Your standard deviation equals your pessimistic number minus your optimistic number divided by 6. Because we had 6 numbers here, right? So now we're simply going to take your 80 minus your 45. And if I get 8 minus 45, I'm left with 35, right? And if I do 6 into 35, well, I will get roughly 6, right? Because 6 times 6 is 36, right? It's going to be like 5.78 if I did that in my head correctly. But I'm just going to say 6, roughly 6. Okay, big whoopee, CJ. I have a standard deviation of 6. I have uh, a beta distribution of 4, or in this case, an estimated activity cost, because we're talking about cost in EAC. If we were talking about time, then we would call this our estimated activity duration, EAD. So just so you guys know, you might see that estimated activity cost when we're talking about the PERT or the beta, and estimated activity duration if we use it for time, if we're talking about PERT or beta, right? We're using this for time right now, but this could also be money. How long is it? How much does it cost? Right? Right now we're using time. So we have this 54 minutes and we have this 6. Okay. Well, what I now can do, right? If this equals my standard deviation, right? If my standard deviation is a little symbol, so I have a standard deviation of 6, well, then I need to do 54 plus minus 1, 2, and 3 standard deviations. So I know if one standard deviation is 6, that means 2 standard deviations is 12. That means 3 standard deviations is 18. Let me just, right? Don't overthink this right now. We found our standard deviation, and now I need to do this plus minus. So if I get this first number, 54 plus minus 6, I'm going to have anywhere from 48 to, and 54 plus 6 would be 60. If I do another 6, right, 2 standard deviations, I'm going to have 42, right? Subtract another 6 on that end and add another 6 on this end to 66. And if I do a third standard deviation, well, then I'll take off another 6 here, right? And I'll end up with 36. And if I add another 6 here, I'll get to 72. Okay. So this is 1, 2, and 3 standard deviations. Okay, so now CJ, what's the big deal? All right. So the idea here is that we're going to take one side or the other, either the low or the high. Majority of times we take the high number. There are cases where you take the low number, but most of the time we're always looking at the high number. So in this case, now what you need to know is that one standard deviation is equal to a 68.26 level of confidence. All right. Those of you taking an exam, write this down. One standard deviation equals 68.26%. 2 standard deviations equals 95.46. You will need to know this in your head. You need to know these numbers in your head. And then 3 standard deviations is 99.73. Okay? 1, 2, 3 standard deviations. Let's use some different colors here to help your eyes out, help you see what we're trying to convey here. So if I have 1 standard deviation, I have 2 standard deviations, and I would have 3 standard deviations, right? And this is what we're looking at here, right? And from looking at these 3 rows, right, I derived my first number from my 54, right? That came from my 3 numbers. I placed more weight at the most likely times 4. Then I divided by 6 and I got 54. Then I took my pessimistic minus my optimistic, 80 minus 45, and I divided by 6 and I got 6. And then I simply took my 54 and I plus minused it 1, 2, or 3 standard deviations, or I plus minused it by 6, 12, or 18. And now here's my range. And so now what happens if Christina is trying to determine how long it's going to take her to get to work on any given day? Well, I would tell Christina that I have a 68% level of confidence that she will make it to work within 60 minutes. If I give her 60 minutes every day, 68% of the time, she's going to make it to work. If I give her 66 minutes to make it to work, she'll make it there 95% of the time. She's going to make it to work. Right? And if I allot her 72 minutes, that means that 99% of the time, I have confidence she will make it to work on time. That is how we use these confidence intervals. So now imagine if this is a project, right? Imagine if this is the project and we're like, all right, in one scenario, the project would take 58 days. In another scenario, the project would take 54 days. And usually we'll take the 58 and we'll go, and then we'll end up delivering that 58-day project in 68 days, that 58-week project in 68 weeks. All of you have managed projects, and I would love to ask you, how many of you, anybody on this call, at any moment, unmute yourself if you've managed a project that finished exactly on schedule and exactly on time. There has to be one. I'm still waiting. I know one person in the world has. So somebody on this call, you might be the first. Anybody? Oh, Christina's box lit up. It's almost like she muted and unmuted, unmuted and muted. It's almost like she's about to say, yeah, I have. Maybe, right? So that's the idea here. Now, here's how powerful this is. Not for the exam. This is for you all as project managers. This was taught to me by some gurus. I want to pay it forward to you. When you're working with executives and they want to know how long it's going to take, right? What I simply do, I go gather their experts, their subject matter experts, their SMEs. We go off, we do the work. I come back to the executives and I say, okay, based on the numbers that your subject matter experts have provided me, we use the performance evaluation review technique to provide us with confidence intervals about how long it was going to take or how much it's going to cost. Would you like to go with the 68, the 95, or the 99% level of confidence? What number do you think they choose?
99.
You would think they usually choose the 95, right?
Yeah,
Because
99.
normally they're like this 58 days and this 54 days. And then when you talk to them, they're like, yeah, but remember all of our projects are based off assumptions and estimates. So, let's hope that, all the assumptions and estimates are just magically correct and we'll do it in 58 days. Or, Mr. and Mrs. Sponsor, you've been around the block a few times and we're probably not going to complete 58 days. So why don't we just do the responsible thing and report out to the stakeholders that it's going to take us 66 days? Right? Or if you really want to be aggressive, maybe we can report 60 days, right? If you want a 68 level of confidence, they usually go with the 95, right? And they have a hard time jumping to the 99, right? Because they're like, I can take that 5% wiggle room, right? Some people will jump to the 99, but at least now you have 66 days. So now check this out. If you gave yourself 54 or 58 and you delivered in 60 days, you suck. Your team sucks. You guys didn't deliver it on time. Not all the time, right? I've been part of plenty of projects that we delivered over budget, well behind schedule, and it was considered a wild success. And then I've been a part of enough projects where we delivered way ahead of schedule, under budget, and it's like, right? So that's not always the case, but let's just know that if you say it's going to take you 66 days and then you deliver in 60, 58, 54, you're a hero. But if you give them 58 or 54 up front, and then you take 60 or 66, oh, you're behind schedule. So let me just tell you guys, the numbers never lie. These numbers don't lie. Next year, Christine, I'm still going to know you next year, and I'm still going to know you 2 years from now. All right. So my question is next time I see you at the gym, I'm like, Christina, are you getting to work in time in 66 minutes? Is it ever taking you longer than an hour and 6 minutes? Is it ever taking you longer than an hour and 12 minutes? Let me just ask you that right now, Christina. Has it ever taken you longer than an hour and 12 minutes to make it to work? 1 day, right? How many days?
Yeah. Yeah, it was just 1 day out of the month, or 2 days out of the month. You're like, this is a very great.
Right. So the way I'm explaining this to you, does it now? Do you see this and you're like, you know what? This makes sense. These numbers.
Yeah, definitely.
So we can do
What
this.
is the 68, 95, and 97?
Oh, thank you very much. I was rating grasshopper. Okay. So here we go. Standard deviation. I had a whole semester of standard deviation in college and I did not do well. Now I can teach it to you in 10 minutes. How crazy is that? All right. So here's a standard deviation. All right. I challenge any statistic teacher out there to come and rock with me here. All right. I've got this down. All right. Well, this should be a solid line. This is what we consider to be our average or our mean or our goal. And then we'll have what looks like 1, 2, 3 standard deviations away from the mean or the goal, right? This is our mean, our goal, our average. All right. That's what this number is, the mean, the goal, and the average. And then we have 1, 2, 3 standard deviations. So let's put the symbols in here. Here's 1. Here's 2. Here's 3. Here's 2. Here's 3. So by the way, this is not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 standard deviations. It is 1 away from the mean on both sides, 2, and 3 standard deviations. So now,
That's why there's two numbers, right?
yep, that's why exactly, right? You have 1 on each side, 48 to 60, 42 to 66, and then 36 to 72. All right. So where do these numbers come from? I couldn't tell you. All right. I couldn't tell you exactly where standard deviation came from. It's like pi 3.14175964. I don't know the rest of the digits, right? It's one of those numbers that just never ends, right? Uh that's what this is, right? I couldn't tell you where they came from, but I've come to memorize them. In fact, PMI is not going to test you on 4 or 5 standard deviations, but they will test you on 6 standard deviations. Because why? This little symbol is considered a sigma. So if I see 6 sigma, right? So we say beta, betas and sigmas. This is sigma. 6 sigma is equal to a 99, and you'll need to know this number for the exam as well. 99.999, and it's really 99.999 2626 68.26 26 times 2 is 52, and points 99.9996. Trying to do the half of 52 is 26.6 7, I believe, something like that. PMI rounds up. They'll give you 99.9997. So let me just do that. Let me just do the PMI. The PMI's number, right? The actual number is 99.999, and I believe it's 64. That's what I want to put. But let's just do PMI's numbers, and let's not fudge around with anything since I don't know the exact number. So let me get the eraser out, get this out your way so that you don't see any of this. I don't want you to have the wrong number. Use PMI's number. 99.99997. Now, if any of you have ever worked in or know anyone that works in any quality field, meaning I work in a manufacturing facility, I work in a machining facility, I work with pharmaceuticals and drugs, I work in the medical device industry, anything that's regulated like that, ask them about the 5 9s and they'll tell you. All right. You guys have heard, it's like people who work in quality say, I'm trying to achieve 5 9s. I'm trying to achieve 5 9s. What does that mean? That means that I can get less than 3.4 defects. Less than 3 points. So it is 0.66. Yeah, because 66 and 34 is 100. So I can get less than 3.4 defects in a million tries. So if I have a run, if I'm Coca-Cola and I make 2 million cans of Coke and I get 7 defects, that's 3.5 per million try, I have not achieved Six Sigma. But if I get less than 7, right? And that means I'm less than 3.4 defects per million tries. So that's what 6 sigma is. It's a significant number. We're going to talk about this when we get to quality. but it's a significant number and something that you all should definitely be aware of. And then these numbers you just have to memorize. So how are you going to do that? Well, here's a little thing that we've learned over the years teaching this class that'll help you sort of memorize. So 68.26. All right, one standard deviation. How do you remember that? Well, 6 on each end, 8 minus 2 equals 6. Triple six. I don't like a triple six. That's a bad number, but 68.26. 6 on one end, 6 on the other end. 8 minus 2 is 6. That's how you're going to remember one standard deviation. Two standard deviations. How you remember that? 2, 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate? Two standard deviations. Two standard deviations ends in a 4, 6. Two standard deviations ends in a 4, 6. What is in between a 4 and a 6? Happens to be a 5. Two standard deviations, 95.46. 2, 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate? Two standard deviations. Two standard deviations ends in a 4, 6. In between that 4 and a 6 is a 5. 95.46. Now, three standard deviations. How do you remember that? Well, I want to get to 100%. I have a 99. I need that one more. 7 plus 3 is 10, or it equals my 1. Now, I know that math doesn't work on this, right? But these are like, what do they call them? Misnomers, but the little terms that help you, just sort of little sayings that help you remember things. That's what this is, right? So what you're going to do here. That's how you're going to remember that. Three standard deviations ends in a 3. 99.73. All right. So the way you'll see this question on the exam, they'll give you the three numbers. They have to give you the three numbers, right? They'll give you the three numbers. You're a project manager for XYZ company. You know what your optimistic is, right? They'll give you the three numbers. And they'll say, which of the following ranges represents a 95.46 level of confidence? So now you have to know, 95.46, two standard deviations. You have to know, I find a standard deviation by taking my pessimistic minus my optimistic and divided by 6. And then since it's 2, I got to multiply that by 2, and I got to plus minus it. But I got to get that number by taking my optimistic plus my pessimistic plus 4 times most likely. And now that I have those 6 numbers, I need to divide by 6. And whatever that number is, I'm going to add it to my standard deviation. I'm going to add 2 standard deviations to it, and then I'll find the range on both ends, right? Plus minus 2 standard deviations. So these questions, right, they're going to ask you that, but you're going to need to be able to know, 99.73, 3 standard deviations. And then you're going to have to know the formula, P minus O divided by 6. You're going to have to know the other formula, P plus 4N plus O divided by 6. And then you're going to have to do a little bit of math. Now, you can still do these. You have about 78 seconds per question on average for those of you going to take the exam. And you could do this question in about 30 seconds, even if you're not a good math person. You just have to memorize the formula. And we'll talk about what you do with these things and how you memorize them. And I'll give you all the tips and tricks to help you do it easily. You don't have to stress, it'll just come into your brain. All right, but you'll need to know this formula. You need to know this formula. And then you need to memorize the 3 standard deviations, 1, 2, and 3 standard deviations. Any other questions here? That's it. That's all. Listen, that's a whole semester's class of standard deviation right there for you guys. 1, 2, 3 standard deviations, how you find it, memorizing the numbers, here's your bell. And only in project management do we get these pretty bell curves, by the way. When you're doing this with, so you'll get these curves that are like really fat on one side and then skinny, right? You don't get these pretty bell curves. You'll get like one that's squished on one side and then ones that's really big like that, right? You'll get these bell curves that look like that. So only in project management do we get these very even, pretty bell curves. All right. So just keep that in mind. The exam is going to they're not going to try to trick you. They just want to know, hey, do you know what 1, 2, and 3 standard deviations are? And do you know that there's something called the performance evaluation review technique? And do you know how to find a standard deviation? And if so, then can I just give you a number and a range, and you can tell me, you can demonstrate your knowledge by doing the math to show that you know what a standard deviation is, how to find it, and that you know what 1, 2, and 3 standard deviations are represented in parentheses in as a percentage. It's all that's kind of what PMI is saying here, right? When you're going through this, so don't overcomplicate it. It's a lot. You guys are getting a lot of information, but it's very, very doable. And when you get to that place that you're like, man, this is hard, keep falling back on, a million people have done it before me. Why not myself? Just keep on thinking that. All right. That's your 3-point estimating. Now you have some common estimate types, and you need to know, for those of you taking an exam, you need to know this. For those of you not, you should know rough order of magnitude and definitive estimate, meaning a rough order of magnitude for the exam is -25 to +75. That's what you need to memorize for the exam. In industry, you just need to know that a rough order of magnitude is very, very rough. I worked with a company that a rough order of magnitude was -1/3 to +1/3. Right? So it just depends. For the exam, right, you need to know their numbers, -25 to +75%. Okay. And then the definitive estimate, -5% to +10%. Rough order of magnitude, probably when you're first starting a project and you're like, yeah, it's going to be somewhere between these numbers. And then as you get more and more into the weeds and you come up with the budget, you should have a definitive estimate. So what does this look like? If I have $100 estimate, okay, using the rough order of magnitude, what's my range? You might tell me what the range is for that.
What is it? 75 to 175?
Perfect. Perfect. 75 to 175. All we're going to do is shave off 25%, and then we're going to add 75%. So you can see at the charter at the outset, if we had $1 million estimate, it's like, oh, somewhere between 750,000 and 1.75 mil. All right, it's pretty rough. Now, if I take the same $100 estimate, what is my range using a definitive? 95 to 110. Very good. So in this sense, you can see now our estimates are much tighter. So probably charter, beginning of the project. By the time we've done all of our estimates, we've collected requirements, we defined scope, we broke down the work into activities that we sequenced, put into a schedule that we then added cost to, added it all up. Once we get our numbers, that now estimate should be between 95 and 110. So if I start out with $1 million and I'm like between 750 and 1.75, by the time I get down to it, I should be between 950,000 and 1.1. Right? My estimate should be pretty definitive at that point. So know this for the exam. Know that it's -5 to 10, and it's -25 to +25, 75. And you're just going to apply that to whatever number they give you. Straightforward. Don't overthink that. Correct. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, I've worked with a company that was -1/3 to +1/3. So this isn't an industry number. This is PMI's number. I don't believe that an industry number exists. I think it's just, company to company.
Because isn't that number kind of like for us the ROM number? Isn't
Mhm.
that kind of like if you support a client, they could basically set that up like an agreement, right? Of what a percentage they want, and this is rather just kind of the average of what the PMI is saying.
Correct. Correct.
Okay. Okay.
Mhm. Yeah, so you're right. Both of you are right. Both of these numbers, they're just PMI for right now. But when you're working with the client, they'll give you what these numbers should be.
What they want. Yeah.
Mhm.
So, okay.
Or if you're a PM and the client doesn't know, then you can work with the client, right? Or you just use your best judgment. You don't even worry about the client. You just use your best judgment and say, well, now we're at the definitive estimate. And we were able to get down somewhere between -10 and +10, right? You use your best judgment on your projects. All right. So you guys got this right here. Okay, then there's governance. In this case, governance as it applies to cost is just the idea that, well, when you're developing your estimates, how accurate do they need to be depending on what phase of the project lifecycle we're in, right? Are we in the feasibility or proof of concept or design, or are we testing, right? So as we go through the phases of the project, your definitive will go, your estimate will go from rough to definitive, right? And then you might even change your cost estimating methods because you might need to bottom up estimate. And it could be that what software is available. The team member doesn't have enough experience. There's constraints in times, right? And so you will this is an exhaustive list of all the reasons. Remember, might the cost estimating method might be chosen, but it's the idea here that that some of these things that happen within the project that just go on, like even personal preference, those are different reasons that you're going to choose a different method, right? That's all it's saying there. Whoops. So now we use our lessons learned also, right? We use our lessons learned from previous projects to determine like how far off are we on our estimates and our numbers. This project cost $3 million last time. This time we're only coming up with 2.1. What is going on here, right? So we'll use past historical information to use it as a reference point, let us know like, where we're at. And it could be, oh yeah, that last project, they had a lot of overruns and they had a lot of rework and errors, and that's why. All right. So then, oh, okay, lessons learned. That's not gonna happen anyways. 2.1 is appropriate. Let's move on. All right. So that's kind of the idea that you use lessons learned in that manner. And there's some guidelines for estimating costs. All right. Gather your figures, check with suppliers, determine the technique, look for alternatives, consider the risk. Pretty straightforward. But definitely read these things on your own time. By the way, you are going to get access to these activities as well. There's PMI has these like activities that if you want to just, you want a little bit extra and you want to do some activities, all right? So you can see how it maps back. If you want to go do an activity and like, let me go learn how to estimate cost and, or let me go do critical path, then you can go. That's what these are here. So now that you guys have the copy of the slides and you take a look, you can go back to the material. And if you want to dive into some more, you can go and do these activities that are there. And again, most people, I don't know how many people actually use this because it's new. I don't have enough data to tell you. I can tell you the people who've passed the exam this year so far that have taken my class, nobody's mentioned that they have or haven't done this. So that tells me I should actually just ask and see how valuable this is coming to people. But at the moment, it's at the point where it's like no one's even talking about it. So I'm going to assume nobody's really going back and using these. But I shouldn't assume, right? I should ask, and then I will see how many people I can poll over the next couple days that'll respond to my email and see how valuable these are. So like activity, this one bottom, how many used? Right. I'll poll the last people that I've worked with this year and see what they say. And if I see a lot of people, well, whatever I hear back, I'll just tell you guys, right? Okay. Ooh, we don't want to close it on you. We want to determine the budget. Now that we've estimated all of our costs, now we need to go back and we need to determine the budget. So now we need to aggregate. This is a PMI term, cost aggregation. Oh, where's my pen? Cost aggregation, right? We need to go and aggregate all of these. Let me change my pen color to red. There we go. All right. So we aggregate this. Is what we do, right? And then when we get the budget, and I don't like why they say how they say budget right here because we should call this the cost baseline. We don't own the budget. Management owns the budget. We own the cost baseline. We're going to see that in a second. I should submit to PMI like why are you calling this the budget here when you know that it's the cost baseline? So the cost baseline contains all the funding needed to complete the project as defined in the scope baseline and the project schedule. And then the project cost performance is then measured against the cost baseline, right? So let's get to this cost baseline. The cost baseline, the approved version of the schedule. It may or may not be time phased, right? It may or may not contain the management reserves, but the most important thing, it's approved. Well, I shouldn't say may or may not. For the exam, it will not contain management reserves. All right. So your approved project budget is called the cost baseline. All right. So I'm going to come back to this in a second. I'm going to come to this slide so we can talk about this baseline thing here. All right. So we estimated the cost of each activities the same way we estimated the durations of the activities. And then for those activities that were risky, we either added more time or more money. In this case, we're talking about cost, we added money. And so now we know how much all those activities, along with those risk reserves, those contingency reserves, we know how much they cost in work packages. Now you might not have work packages, but now we know how much they cost. Well, now we do risk analysis for that work package as a whole. And if you guys will excuse me one quick second, I just need one quick second. All right, sorry about that. Okay, so coming back. So let's say we're painting this room and we're estimating the cost of the paint, each activity to paint, to tape, right, to clean up, and then we put contingency reserves for each. Then we have a work package, which might be tape room. Another work package might be prime room. And last work package might be finish coat. No, and then we might have another work package that's cleanup, right? And underneath cleanup, right? There's like remove tape, remove plastic, sweep floors, right? Maybe air out room, right? Underneath paint room, right? It's like put first coat, let dry, put second coat, right? Right. So you have all these activities. When we put extra time and extra money, once we have a work package like prime the room, well, what happens if we have the wrong color prime? What happens if we spill all of the primer? What happens if it's paint? Right now, the work package is paint the room, and we didn't order enough paint, and now we got to go back in it. And so all of these things, it's not double dipping. It's the fact that individual activities have inherent risk, and we'll add money and time for that. And then large deliverables will have their own inherent risk, and so we'll add money for that as well. In the construction industry, they like to call this allocated and non-allocated reserves, right? Reserves that are allocated specifically for these activities, non-allocated reserves that are just kind of there, like a general fund, so to speak, right? That's the idea. Now, all that rolls into the cost baseline, and this is what the PM owns. The PM owns the cost baseline. You need to know this for the exam. We do not own the project budget. The project budget contains management reserves. These are for unknowns, right? These types of contingency reserves are for known unknowns. And you're probably like, CJ, unknown, unknown, known unknown. What the heck? Okay. All right. If you guys want to, you could go watch a YouTube video of was it Rumsfeld or Cheney? Who was our Department of Defense Secretary when Bush was our president back then, and we were looking for weapons of mass destruction? And he had this whole thing of like, there's things that we know that we don't know. That's a known unknowns. I know that it's going to rain. I just don't know when and how much and for how long, right? I know that somebody's going to be late on my project. I just don't know who, I don't know when, and I don't know how often. Those are known unknowns. Okay. I know one of my shipments might get delayed. I just don't know which one and when that's going to happen. Known unknowns. I can account for that and I can put contingency reserves aside for that. Okay. Unknown unknowns. I have no idea that there's going to be a strike on BART. For those of you that don't live here in the Bay Area Rapid Transit, or that's like our train system, our local, like akin to a subway system somewhere else. It's like our system here, right? There's no telling that there's going to be a strike tomorrow and 40% of our workforce is not going to be able to get into the city because they can't take BART. Well, if that's the case, management reserves needs to kick in, right? Now, if there's been grumblings between the union and management and it's been all over the news and we're looking to renegotiate the next labor contract and talks have stalled and there's been a lot of negativity and jawing back and forth and it's like a strike is imminent. Okay, that's now a known unknown, right? We know that that's likely going to happen. We just don't know when they're going to go on strike. But if we haven't heard anything like that and all of a sudden it comes out the blue, that's nothing we could have accounted for within our project. So we don't own that. Management owns that. And we don't typically know this number. Management doesn't typically come by and say, Christina, Bahira, Shahin, um, I just want you to know I got an extra $300,000, right? Just in case your project doesn't go well and you need more time and more money, I want you to know I have this money sitting here for you. No management says that. Now they'll have the money, but only, and when we say management, the person who's paying for the project. So now imagine you are getting your kitchen remodeled. Use one that's for your house, right? Rather than your interest, use one for your house. You're getting your kitchen remodeled, right? And you can account for all the things that are unknown, right? Well, I know that there may be asbestos because the house was built, at this time, but I don't know if it's there, right? Yeah, there's a lot of known unknowns that you can account for. But then there's the unknown unknowns, right? You might get to a spot in your house and you didn't realize, oh my gosh, that whole thing has dry rot. Before we can continue, we have to now take out that wall and we have to replace all the wood behind it. That was an unknown. And you as the sponsor, only you know how much more money, because that company that you paid, that came and scoped out your project, that said, you know what, based on what it is, it's going to cost you this much money. They couldn't foresee that you had dry rot back there. So when that happens, you, in this case, as management, as the customer, only you know how much more money you're willing to give that project in order for it to complete. Because at some point you're going to be like, I don't have it, or nope, I don't want to spend it. It's not worth it to me. Right. So management owns the project budget, right? Project budget contains management reserves and is owned by management, right? The PM owns the cost baseline, which contains contingency reserves. So you got C and C and you got M&M, right? Project budget owned by management with management reserves. PM owns the cost baseline with contingency reserves. All right, so that is our contingency reserve. So we own this, all this stuff in this light shade of gray. This is what the PM owns, right? Which really, when it comes down to it, it's this box here. This number here is what we've asked the company to fund our project, right? We know what this is, all right? Management has an idea of like, well, if they don't do what they said they're going to do, yeah, we're willing to give so much more money before we're like, nope, let's pull the plug on this project. All right, so that's the idea, at least from PMI's perspective. In everyday language, in every company, in every project I've ever worked with, I have never referred to the budget as the cost baseline. So for those of you that are going to take the exam for the next 3 weeks, the cost baseline is what you own, not the project budget. All right.
Does PMI have a percentage for management reserve and the contingency reserve?
No.
I know that's usually agreement, but
Yeah, no. Yeah, you just as a PM, you'll work with your SMEs, like you'll work with the team to say, all right, if we're gonna do, like if we're putting in new LCD panels, or if we have to change, a whole control, like the control systems that they use, if we have to change that whole thing, you will know how much extra time you need to add, how much more money it may cost, etc. Right? And then you'll go to management and you'll give them a number, and they're like, okay, this is cool, right? We'll do this, right?
Okay.
But now let's Chris, just to add a little bit more. If I go back, I'm gonna go back to the milestone days, right? Where like they don't pay for the project until it's done. So we would scope it out. We would think about the text, how many hours that it would take for us to do it, right? And then we'd go and we do the work. Now, if all of a sudden we had a bunch of overruns, or we had to, like, the cable management wasn't good and we had to go back in and do more cable management, right? If we had to send more bodies back on the project, you remember this, right? Everybody be like, "Oh no, we're killing our markup. It's going down. It's going down." And at a certain point, management will tell us like, "We're not doing this project anymore. We're stopping the project. You guys are spending too much money, too many hours. You've gone over. We're ending this thing." Right? So that's kind of the idea. It can work both ways. It can work for an internal project. It can work for an external project, and it also can work internally for an external project. How I was describing there, right? So that's what we see there. Now there's funding limit reconciliation. Funding limit reconciliation. Funding, the amount of money you're going to get. Limit, the cap. Reconcile, reconciliation. Go back and make a change. Reconcile. So how much money do we think we're going to spend versus how much money they're willing to give us right now? And so sometimes you may have to go back and reconcile the work to match the funds, or reconcile the funds to match the work. So an example of that would be, easy example, let's say project, it cost you $1 million to do, and you're going to get $250,000 in Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4, right? Well, you may need $300,000 in Q1 and only $200,000 in Q2. So you go to management and you say, hey, listen, I need to reconcile this because we have more upfront work. Can you please give us 300K now? We only need 200K in Q2, but in Q3, I'm actually only going to need 100K, and in Q4, I will need 400K, right? You may have to reconcile the money to match the work. You may have to reconcile the work to match the money. You may be that, well, you know what? Management's only going to give us 250. They're not. So we need to push out $50,000 worth of work into Q2. And we need to pull in, $150,000 work from Q4 into Q3, right? So it could be that you have to reconcile the work to match the money, or reconcile the money to match the work. And so now let me go back to this previous slide that I was mentioning, cost baseline. So here's our cost baseline. And The cost baseline is measured on an S curve. And you see, and it's not a literal S, right? But you see, it's sort of like this, a lot of them really will look like this, little spends. And then as you go in, it'll be more like this. And it'll kind of taper off like that, right? Like an S curve, right? So it shows in the beginning of the project, we're planning, we're not really spending a lot of money. And then maybe we had some huge purchases and we onboarded like another 40, 50 people and we're running the project now. We've let go a lot of people and now we're just kind of doing some of the testing and the finish work and we're leveling off there, right? Sometimes it comes incrementally, as you see here, right? Sometimes you have a huge expenditure up front and then you spend the rest of the money just doing the implementation, right? And it looks something like that. Sometimes you do a lot of work, getting ready, getting ready, getting ready. Then you make this big purchase and then you finish the work, right? These are all examples of S curves. Remember, it won't look like an S like that, but these are all examples of S curves. And it helps us to understand, like, the relationship between the time on the project, the deliverables that we're completing, and the money that is required or is spent. All right. So that's your cost baseline that we own with contingency reserves because we don't own management reserves. Management owns the project budget with management reserves. And then sometimes we'll have to reconcile funding to match. All right. So some guidelines to determine the budget. Yeah, look at your cost and resource management plans. You're going to have training, right? Remember in the beginning of our lesson one, we talked about having a budget for training and having a budget for recognizing and rewarding the teams. Well, you got to think about how much that costs, and that needs to come in here. In fact, they should even talk about quality. You might even need to review your quality management plan because, hey, you might need to take that into account that I've got to do some testing. I might have to do destructive testing. If I'm building an iPhone, I might have to do a pressure test. How long does it take before the screen cracks, right? How much pressure? I might have to submerge it in water. How long can this thing sit before it doesn't work, right? I might have to do a drop test. So there's going to be money spent in testing as well. All of those things we need to review in order to ensure that our budget is accurate. Then we will review the scope baseline, scope statement, WBS dictionary. Right? You saw the schedule baseline, and now we just saw the cost baseline. So that's our three, by the way. Risk planning needs to be complete as well. Because if you didn't do risk planning, and we haven't talked about that yet, remember I said when we're in planning, we're doing all this stuff. We're not just doing it's being presented to you in this linear sequential design, but we're really doing all of it. So if you haven't done risk assessments, then you don't know what contingencies that you're going to need for your project, which means that you can't really determine an accurate budget. Right, so you review all these things, EEFs and OPAs, including like EEFs. Labor overtime here in California is anything over 8 hours in a day, anything over 6 hours without a meal, anything over 40 hours in a week. Overtime in Utah, where we have development resources, anything over 40 hours. So now there's a decision to be made. Does our project decide that we're going to follow California rules and we're going to pay those workers in Utah overtime the second that they reach anything over 8 hours? Because if not, then I could have somebody work 20 hours, 24 hours. I could have them work 40 hours straight and they're not going to get overtime until they get to that 40th hour. Right. So even our EEFs, right, our government regulations, it says, well, I don't have to, but maybe company policy says that, oh, yep, no, we're in fact going to allow all employees to use California law. Right. So that's kind of you would review these as well. It's kind of the idea there. Right? Not kind of, that is the idea. You would use cost aggregation, that's the PMI term, to sum up. The fancy way of saying add all your stuff together and come up with a number, please. Right? It's a fancy way of saying that. So these are the things that you would do in order to come up with a budget. And again, you can do a little activity if you would like. 2, 4. Now, some challenges on your budget. Right. Ideally, your budget is set during planning and doesn't change. In fact, most of you on this call, your budget wasn't even set in planning. Your budget was set when the project was set. Right. You probably didn't even have a charter. Your charter likely was an email that you got that said you've been assigned to this project. Or it might have been some pipeline review that you sat in a meeting with the team, a quarterly review, and they're like, yep, you're the PM for this. Oh, there goes your charter. That's all you got, right? And then here's how much money this project is going to have, and here's how long it's going to take. Oftentimes that stuff is set before you've even started anything on the project, right? But ideally, it's set during planning and it doesn't change. And projects don't exist in a perfect world. And so, new requirements, risk, changes to your estimates, all of those things obviously will change your budget. Right. And when any of these things occur, the budget needs to change. So if the budget occurs, if the budget changes, if the cost changes, the schedule changes. Why? Triple constraints. If you're going to make me take longer, I'm paying somebody more hours. If you're going to ask me for more stuff, we got to do more. If you want to save money, then you're going to have to take more time, or you're going to have to decrease what you're asking me for. So remember, and they have the budget and the cost. This is kind of a cost budget. Uh, this might be a typo here. These are probably the same thing, right? So this is the idea here. Triple constraints. Can't change one without changing the other. If the budget remains fixed and additional funds are not available, then the project must change, meaning that you're going to have to add more time, or you're going to have to decrease scope, or the project will suffer from what we call starvation. All right. You have project extinction. You have project starvation. We'll talk about those later, though. Those will come later on in our course. So some guidelines to anticipate future budget challenges. Well, keep your rate stakeholder register current, right? Because the stakeholders are the ones that you got to answer to if you go over budget. Monitor your risk, monitor supply performance of suppliers and vendors. If they don't do their job, your project won't be successful. Remember, these folks are considered to be key stakeholders, right? Your sponsor, your PMO, your suppliers, and your vendors, they are key stakeholders. I was about to write sponsor, key stakeholders. So don't forget that. And then you can manage all of the changes that happen to the project, and you can use some sort of system to do that. All right. So key stakeholders, your performance of your suppliers and vendors, monitor it because they're key to your project. All right. Plan and manage the quality of deliverables. I think it's another good time to take a break here. I have 2:30. Let's take a 10-minute break. Let's come back at 2:40. At 2:40, and let's wrap up our day.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And if there's any questions like during the break, just shout them out or type them up. I'm still here. Hi, Darren. I just got a message from you guys. I mean, there's a echo. It might be my phone, but USA sent over a reservation for you guys, and then you called me to find out when I could pick it up. I'd like to pick up today, if possible. Under meals, it'll be under Nadia Bagdazar Mills. 916 area code 947-5008. Unless it's in there for Cecilio Mills, which it should be, but insurance is in my wife's name, so I'm not sure. Bagdasar Mills. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I know you guys close at 5. I'm gonna leave work early at 4:30, and I'm actually like 5 minutes away from you. I'm over by where Sprouts is. I'm right down the street. So I should be there by 2:40. I mean 4:40, excuse me. And then if you guys can just have I had to ask for this last time because I have a we have a Tesla Model X, and that's what's in uh the shop, and it's a seven-seater. But the most important thing, because I know we have like the large SUV on the insurance, is that we can put um, three car seats. So they need to, as long as the back there's um there's enough car seat holders. Because I know I had a problem with that with you guys last time, and then you gave me like a Nissan, one of those big Nissans. But at first the other vehicles didn't have the ability to put car seats in the back. The minivan didn't work last time either because it had the old school um like strap behinds, and our car seats don't work for that. hmm Brooks, there in Walnut Creek. Okay, thank you, sir. All right, bye. Say it again, Chris.
All platforms you can buy. I said crypto is a little tricky because you can't really buy everything on one platform, depending on what crypto you're looking for,
Right.
what you want.
I know. And then I'm like, gas. Yeah, I gotta pay gas prices. I mean, really, what is this? I remember when that first came up, I was like, what is this? This is like, you know, oh man, the crypto is it's amazing though. All right, back to business. Back to business. All right. So we are on plan and manage quality of deliverables. Let's see. This particular process, quality is another big one, like the schedule. So this quality one is going to take us all the way to topic F, which would be slide 292. And then we have integration. And then topic G, plan and manage procurement. I know that's a beefy one. You might be able to do it all. That would be great. So my goal today, topic I, close phase. Let's see, that'd be too far. Our goal today is to get to about slide 300, 325. I'm going to get about 300 slides. We're going to be doing 150 slides a day. Oh, this class, we could do a little bit more and then we could do some questions. So let's see how far we get. So before I go, let me just check in again on the pace. How's the pace?
Good for me.
Okay. Shaheen, if you were going to say something, I saw that you unmuted, but then I didn't hear. Let me turn my thing up. But maybe you weren't going to say anything, and that's okay too. So let me make sure I have the chat window up so I can see. Continue. Oh, your audio is not working. Okay, yep, that's what I was going to say. I'll rejoin. All right. All right. Well, then I'm assuming also if you didn't type um, that there was anything bad, that there's nothing bad. So um, I'll also wait. We'll wait 30 seconds, a minute. Let Shaheen have a chance to rejoin before we start up. So before I do, any questions, general comments, anything? A joke? Anybody got a joke? Something funny? You guys are a tough group. If I was a comedian, I'd be failing. Yes, please. I'm listening.
Something, it's not funny, but so you're talking about how you put in all the work and you do a project, but it starts going up and up in cost, and then the manager just comes and says, no, we're not going to do that anymore.
Uh-huh.
So we're in Afghanistan and we're working on a project pretty big, about $10 million build project, cradle to grave.
Mm-hmm.
And we're like 700, maybe 7,700,000 something thousand, just under 8 million into the project.
And they shut it down?
They were like, so we're not going to do that anymore. We're just going to stop and just leave it. And I'm looking at them like, what are you talking about? We can't just stop. We're like right here in this,
Yep. It's
So
you
it's just this 10 million American dollars is just sitting in the field in Afghanistan right now.
doing nothing. Yeah. Uh-huh. Ouch.
No explanation, no nothing. I mean, I control the budget on the ground and stuff, so I could spend it as I need as we went along. But
Mm-hmm.
the big picture was, of course, government, and yeah, just no explanation, no nothing. Just stop.
Project Extinct. Project Extinct. Yeah, it's you just never know. You never know. All right. Well, glad to see Shaheen's back too. See Christina, Chris, Bahita. Let's roll.
Can you hear me now?
I can.
Testing.
Yes.
Perfect. So yeah, I just wanted to say pace is good. And I really appreciate like the questions that we review at the end. So just to leave a little room for like 4 to 5 questions. So just to kind of get into that mode,
Mm-hmm.
that's helpful.
It is. It is. Mm-hmm. Shaheen, you need to be a lobbyist. Okay. You have this nice, very soft way of saying, CJ, make sure you do some questions at the end because I need that. Right. But I got you.
Thank you.
We will for sure. You're welcome. All right. Let's get the plan and manage quality here. All right. Let's I got the chat so I can see. I have this piece there so I can see. And everything's good. You guys are seeing the screen, hearing my voice. Turn on my clicker. Okay. So plan and manage quality of products and deliverables. So we're trying to get a quality management plan here. And then we want to also get the metrics that's going to let us know if we're meeting our requirements with consistency. We'll get verified deliverables. That means that they've been tested, right? Verified means they've been tested. This is part of the QC process. Anytime we do QA, quality assurance, and then we do QC, quality control. Quality control is deliverable focus. Quality assurance is process focus. So that's what we'll get, right? Process analysis. This is more QA here. All right. Process analysis and quality audits. That's part of QA. But let's dive into all of these. So quality management, right? This is everything that we need to do to ensure that our products, our project, whatever it is that we're creating, we're doing it at a level of consistency that people know what to expect, right? There's also this idea that we need to continually make improvement. So there's this continuous process improvement effort that's undertaken as well. Now, plan quality management's to how it outlines our approach. This is our guide, right? It's how we will proceed in quality. So in this plan, this is where we'll develop the metrics. This is where we'll develop those methodologies. We'll think about the methodologies that we want to use. Maybe Six Sigma, Lean Six Sigma, specifically for quality, right? This is what will happen there. Manage quality. This is quality assurance. Right? Back in version 4, no, 5, version 5 of the PMBOK, PMI changed it from quality assurance to manage quality. So that way, everything in the execution process group, all of the processes would have the manage in front of it. And then same thing, quality control, right? QC right here, back in version 5 or 6. It's one of the two with PMI. They changed it from quality control to control quality. Right? This should be a QC. They changed it to control quality so that everything in the monitor and controlling process group would say control. So that's why these terms are a little off, right? That way we could have control scope, control schedule, control budget, control quality, control risk, right? We can have everything say control, but in the industry, we don't say control quality, we say quality control. And we also don't say manage quality, we say quality assurance. So that's just how those two words relate in your everyday world. The other thing that you want to remember, for those of you that are working in tech, often I've seen it here, Seattle, Austin. I have not been to Boston, but I heard that that area, that locale is similar in that the folks who especially in software development or in tech, the folks who test and inspect, we'll call them QA engineers or QA analysts or QA folks. And that's fine. It doesn't matter what you call them as long as we all understand what they're doing. But for the purposes of the exam, you need to know that quality assurance is when we look at the process. When we're looking at it's the idea that Christina, you can't tell me 90 seconds, and then Shaheen, you tell me a minute and a half. I mean, same thing, but we have to report on the same metrics. Chris, you can't use an analog watch, and in Bahida, you use a digital watch, right? We have to use the same tools. So that's quality assurance. If we everybody's following the same processes, using the same tools, reporting out on the same metrics, now if we get any issues, it's easier for us to make changes versus if we have a bunch of agents who are all operating in their own way, then we won't know what's good and what's bad. So that's what quality assurance does. It assures quality by assuring the processes are standardized, right? It's quality standards and processes. And then quality control is focused on the product, right? The end result. It doesn't care how you made it. It's now going to test that thing that you made. And it's going to say, did you make it to the right specs? All right. So that's the difference. Quality assurance focuses on the process. Control quality or quality control focuses on the product. And so now, as we get into this, quality, just so you can understand, I'm here to tell you that McDonald's is the highest quality burger in the world and everybody is chasing him. Who disagrees? Anybody disagree with me? McDonald's, highest quality burger in the world.
I don't know, I like that In-N-Out burger.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Anybody else?
But it's consistent.
Ah, you found the key.
Yeah.
Because people are like, really? McDonald's, that's a low quality burger. It's like, no, it's a low grade burger, right? It may not be high grade meat, high grade wheat, high grade cheese. It's very low grade, but it's very, very, very consistent. Barring the time it would take me to travel to say Tokyo, Japan. The McDonald's that I get here, the Big Mac will come in the same box. My meat would have been heated to the same temperature. In fact, they only source meat from so many places around the world, so even my meat would taste the same. Right? I can't go to my favorite McDonald's at Wednesdays at noon because that person gives me a whole bunch of extra special sauce. Nope, they've made everything consistent down to the gun. You squeeze the gun, and it's not I squeeze the gun and oh, I like this person. He or she squeezes extra hard and they give me extra sauce. Nope. Once you squeeze the gun, click, 3 blobs come out. The same 3 blobs, regardless of who is squeezing that gun. So McDonald's has really figured out how to control quality, how to make it consistent across the board, and every company in the world is chasing them. And they have millions and millions of stores. And by the way, the majority of the stores that you go into for McDonald's stores, they are franchise stores. They're not even corporate McDonald's stores. So they have a system that even then allows them to make sure that their franchisees are still providing a high level of service in terms of the consistency of the experience, the consistency of the food, right? So when we're talking quality management, for PMI, for project management, quality is meeting your requirements with consistency. Grade is the category that we assign. That's subjective. So it's kind of like this. What's higher quality? A Camry or a Toyota Camry or a Lexus? I'm gonna say, oh, the Lexus. And it's like, well, but they're both built on the same chassis and drivetrain. The just difference is that if you drive the Camry, you'll get synthetic leather on your hand on your steering wheel, and if you drive the Lexus, you might get hand stitched leather, right? The Camry might come with a regular, CD player, and the Lexus might come with a Bose 6 speaker MP3 player, right? So that's really just a difference. It's higher grade material, but in terms of the quality, it will meet its requirements with consistency. That's like, is a Camry L, LE, LEX? What's highest quality of those three? They're all high quality. Those are just the different grades. Grade is fine as long as quality is high. So just remember that. Better to have the pack of Hanes t-shirts that everything is the same than to go get some Armani or some Prada or some Gucci shirts and it's like one collar skinny, one collar thick, one sleeves long, right? That might be high grade but low quality. All right, so just keep that in mind for the exam, and then also in your world as project managers, you want to be able to convey this to your team and have them understand the difference between grade and quality, right? I want consistency. I want high quality. And then I may want a low grade, I may want a high grade, right? So that's the idea there. Quality and grade or consistency and grade, right? Quality is meeting its requirements, consistency, grade is the category that we assign in its objective. Okay, you don't want to move? Well, there we go. Oh, look at that definition of quality grade. Quality, degree to which a set of inherent characteristics fulfill requirements. To meet its requirements, you put 2 packets of ketchup, not three, not one. Did you say, welcome to McDonald's, man? Take your order. Did you do all that? Did you do it with consistency? Right? And in grade, the category or rank that we use to distinguish items that have the same functional use but different technical characteristics. Same functional use. I need a radio. Different characteristics. This has a Bose 9 speaker with a subwoofer. That one just we don't even know what the speakers are. They're just stock and they're in there, right? Both of them play music, same functional, right? Just different technical characteristics, right? So low grade is fine as long as quality's high. Low quality is always bad. Bottom line. Then there's standards. Standards are usually established by some authority. Think IEEE. IEEE has developed the standards for, let's say, wireless A, B, G, and N, right? They developed those standards for USB A, B, USB C now, right? Um, they've created those standards, right? And there's regulations. This is usually something that's imposed by some government body, right? And these requirements are sort of these external dependencies that we talked about. Well, you might consider them to be mandatory. They're not mandatory for you to do your project. It's just that in that particular area, the authority having jurisdiction has imposed some external requirements upon your project, right? So ISO 9000 is an example of a quality system that can be applied to anything in the world, right? It's one of the most popular standard systems to use. And so that's one big example there. The metrics, right? So some more terms here. We're just looking at terms right now. The metrics. This is a description of the attribute for your product or your project and how to measure it. So they're considered a project document. It's not in the management plan. It's a separate document when we get the metrics, right? But those metrics, it might be uptime. If I'm looking at your industries, right? Ali's not here today. So if I look at look at your industries like a metric for you, Bahita, I would imagine a metric would be uh number of failed communication connections, right? And we want to drive that number down, right? I would imagine Shaheen, you would have like number of times a customer wasn't able to search a particular law or particular compliance, right? So these are like metrics that we have on the project, and they're part of quality. We use these metrics to determine, are we in fact building a product? Are we in fact conducting a project that's meeting its requirements with consistency? It's really what it comes down to, right? Then there's tolerance, and that's the acceptable variation for a quality requirement. Meaning, like, I'm going to talk about this a little bit later. Actually, I'm gonna describe tolerance in depth when we get to the control chart, which is in about 8 or 9 slides. So I'll describe tolerance in depth, but ultimately, it's just the acceptable variation. How hot, how cold can something be before it breaks? Either way, type deal. Validation, validation, and then verification. Verification. This is QC. This is QC, right? Validation. This is sign off. This is customer acceptance. Okay. We verify, customers validate. Are we building the product right? Then the customer says, are we building the right product? So here's my best example of this. I love to use this example. Imagine you're sitting in at a barber shop and you're getting your hair done. Hairdresser, barber, they're doing your hair, right? You tell them what you want. Oh, take a little bit off the sides, Yeah, I don't got much left. Just leave what I got left on the top, right? You might tell them something like that, right? And then when they're done, they usually hand us a mirror. We're looking in the mirror, looking around, looking like, how does my hair look, right? Meanwhile, that person's looking at your head. They're looking at your head, like, right? Same thing. What's happening is they've handed you the mirror. You've told them what you wanted, whatever your hairstyle, however you're cut, whatever the color you wanted in it. You told them, right? They're looking at your head, verifying, did I cut his hair right? Did I style her hair right? Did I color it right? Did I do it right? Right? They ask me to do something, did I do it right? They're looking, right? Meanwhile, you're looking at the mirror like, did she give me the right haircut? Did she give me the right style? Did she dye my hair the right way? So it's two different things. It could be that I ask you to build a chair for me. You build the chair for me. I come, I test it, inspect it. I've built the chair to spec. It's what you want. And then you come back and you're like, you know what, CJ? Um, yeah, you did build what I want, but you know what? I think I want a blue chair, not a black chair. And I'm willing to sign your change order. I'll give you more time and more money to do it, right? Only the customer can say whether or not you've built them the right thing. We can say whether we built the thing right, we built it correctly, but only they can say whether we built them the correct thing, the right thing. So we verify, customers validate. We determine if it's built correctly, built right, built to spec. They determine if it's right for them. Two different things: verification, validation. That's going to come up on exam. And then the practical application of project management. It is so, so, so important because this is the difference between those contingency reserves and management reserves. If we built something and we built it to spec and we built it right and we present it to the customer and they want to change, customer likely pays for that change. If we built something and we didn't build it correct and it's not to spec, the customer might still accept it, but if they don't, now we got to go back and make a change and we must pay for that. Right? So that is the difference between verification and validation. We verify, quality control, deliverable focus. customers validate. Ooh, excuse me. We verify, customers validate. All right, now the cost of quality. I want you guys to be able to see this chart in your head. You got to be able to see this thing in your head, right? The cost of quality is split into two categories. The cost of conformance, my products meet the requirements with consistency, they conform to the specs. And then the cost of non-conformance, our products aren't meeting the requirements for consistency, they're not conforming to the specs, right? And so when we have the cost of conformance, the cost of non-conformance, cost of conformance is split up into preventative and appraisal costs. So we spend money on the project to prevent errors from happening, and then we spend money on the project to test the outputs to ensure that we built them to spec, right? So now in the preventative, right, those are preventative and appraisal costs. To prevent things on my project from going bad, well, let me train everybody. Let me teach you how to do it. Let me then document the processes. Maybe I'll put it all up on the wall so everybody can see. Let me give you the best tools, the best equipment money can buy. And then let me give you time to do it right. Let me quit asking you to do more with less and in a shorter time frame, right? And if I do that, if I train you up, I document the processes, give you a manual, making sure it's out on the wall, everybody can see it. I give you the best tools to do the job, and I give you plenty of time. You should produce a deliverable that's going to be to spec. It shouldn't be out of, out of conformance, so to speak. But we're human and we don't trust humans. They're not machines. Well, even machines are built by humans, right? So we have to go and test this thing. So now we have appraisal costs. And you're going to remember the word appraisal for the exam because you're going to remember that when you get your your home appraised, when you're buying a house, when you're selling a house, and you're going through that appraisal process, right? We are going to test and inspect. We're going to test the power. I'm going to turn the microwave on, turn on the vacuum, make sure the refrigerator's running, turn on all the lights. Does the circuit pop? I'm going to test the plumbing. I'm going to turn on the shower, turn on the hot water, flush your toilet. Does the water burn your back? Test that. I'm going to go into the attic. I'm going to inspect it. Do I see evidence of water leaks? I'm going to walk the perimeter of the house and I'm going to look. Do I see evidence of cracks in the foundation? Right? Now I can't do destructive testing loss, right? I can't throw a rock at your window, see if it's a dual pane or single pane. All right, I can't do something like that. But if you do that, if you just keep that in mind, appraisal cost, that is us, that is quality control, by the way. Assess the quality. This is QC. This is testing and inspecting. Right? That's what this is. Testing, inspecting, quality control, even destructive testing loss. That is us spending money to avoid any failing products getting into the hands of our customers. All right. So that's the cost of conformance. Preventative and appraisal. Preventative, train them up, document the processes, give them the best equipment, give them time to do it right. And then we go and we test, we inspect, and we might do destructive testing as well to ensure that the product is meeting its requirements of consistency. Now, that has a cost, and we must do this before we determine the budget so that we can put those testing activities in. Right? Now, that's the cost of conformance. Okay. What happens when your products do not meet its requirements and yet the cost of non-conformance? Well, it's pretty simple. It's either an internal failure cost, still in the team's hands, or external failure cost. It's no longer in the team's hands, it's in the hands of the customer. Okay. So internally, if we found a defect, a flaw, an error, something we did that ain't quite right, okay, well, we can rework it. Now, keep in mind for the exam, we don't fix it, we don't make it right. There's no do overs for the exam. You rework it. Okay. Make sure you use that term. And we don't throw things in the garbage. We don't throw it away. We don't get rid of it. We scrap it. All right. So you got to use those two terms for the exam. You'll get a question. You're a project manager for XYZ company. You and your team have been crashing these vehicles to assure that airbags deploy if there is a collision at 40 miles an hour or greater. All of the material that breaks off of the car, there's a team member who is sorting out some of the parts to be reused later. This is an example of A, rework, B, scrap, D, sorting, C, sorting, D, scope statement. I don't know, throw something weird out there, right? Right. And so Don't pick, we're redoing it, we're fixing it. Nope, you're reworking it. You're going through and you're trying to find those pieces that you can rework into new materials, right? And then the stuff that you can't use, you're scrapping it. You're scrapping it. It's no longer viable. Okay. So that's if it's still in your hands, it's internal. Now, if it gets out of the team's hands and it gets into the customer's hands, well, that's an external failure cost. And that results in the three things we see there: liabilities, liable. You might have to pay. You might produce something and it's so bad that somebody's going to sue you and you got to pay for it. Not only for your stuff, but you got to pay for the fact that they have to sue you. So think about the automobile industry these days. How many class action lawsuits are happening right now? We got stuck accelerators, people can't brake, having accidents, stuff like that, right? We have airplanes that are deploying and releasing shrapnel into humans, right? And hurting people, right? All of these things shouldn't be happening if they're doing their job and having high quality, right? So liabilities, you'll lose money. External failure costs. Our product failed and it cost us money, and now we're being sued, and we may be liable. Warranty work. All right. Cell phone doesn't work. All good. You know what I'll do? I'll spin up a facility. That's going to cost me money. And I'll hire somebody. And that's going to cost me money. And then I'll ship a box to you. And that box will have prepaid shipping back to me. So I'm going to pay for the shipping in the box. And then I'm going to send you a new phone too, right? That costs me money as well. So it's going to cost me money. I sent you a new phone. I'm shipping you a box to bring your old phone back at a facility that I have to pay somebody to open up the box, sort it, put it in the inventory, then test it, because we can't trust what you said. We have to go and test everything to make sure that either A, what you said is truly there, or B, there's nothing addition that you didn't know about. And then we got to go turn around and sell that phone at a discounted rate because now it's refurbished. Look at all that money we've just lost. Had we just given our folks enough time, trained them up, documented the processes, and gave them the right tools, probably would have built it the right way. And then had we tested and inspected and did some destructive testing laws, then we probably wouldn't even have that error. We would have caught it before it left the door. So there would never be a need for us to spin up a facility to send you a box with a return shipping label to then send you a new phone, only to get your old phone and be like, man, she probably was doing something and broke it anyways, or he probably did something and that was his fault, right? We didn't even have to worry about that. We do it right the first time, we won't run into that. And if we keep making these types of mistakes, people aren't going to sue us. We're not going to have any warranty work. People just won't buy our products, and that'll result in lost business. So, this is the idea of money spent during and after the project because you had some sort of failure, either to rework or scrap, spin up some warranty process, be liable, or nobody buys from you. That's lost money too. And then the money that we spent to avoid failures is to train everybody, give them tools, document the processes, give them extra time, right? And then test, inspect, and do destructive testing law. So you need to see this in your head. You need to be able to see conformance, non-conformance, preventative, appraisal, internal, external, and then know your four pieces there. All right. That's a lot for this one slide. But quality, very, very, very important. Quality of your documents, quality of everything that you produce needs to be consistent. Needs to meet its requirements with consistency. So now you'll make a plan. You'll make a plan that shows the standards that you're looking to use in objectives. Who is doing what? Who's testing? Who's inspecting? Who's testing the process, inspecting the process? Who's testing the product, inspecting the product? Right? So both quality control and quality assurance activities get planned. When we create the quality management plan, we think about what we're going to do at those points. And we might use flow charts and matrix diagrams and Pareto diagrams. We're going to see a lot of these coming up, right? We're going to see all these diagrams in about 7 or 8 more slides. So I'll deep dive into those then. And then we'll have some procedures for dealing with when things don't work. And then see how they have corrective actions there? There's something also called preventative actions. So sometimes rather than spending the money to fix the defective product, there should be a tiv. That's an old school A. Okay, preventative. That's an old English A. Preventative, right? All right. So there's corrective actions, and then sometimes we don't want to spend the money to fix the product. We want to spend the money to fix the process, so that way we no longer get defects. Those are preventative actions. Right? So there's corrective actions and preventative actions. We'll see this term later. but I thought it's important to introduce it now. We see corrective actions and continuous improvement. How do we continue to get better at what we're doing? All right, so that's what we have there. Now we have the plan. Now we're going to get into the execution activities here and managing quality. Remember, this is quality assurance. This is QA. All right. Sometimes referred to as quality assurance. I would say almost all the time it's referred to as quality assurance. Right. And outside the realm of project management, QA does have broader definitions, right? There's quality is huge, 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 huge. There's other methodologies, right? Right. There's Six Sigma, there's Lean Six Sigma, there's other quality methodologies that exist. And this is just scratching the surface here. Okay. So with PMI, we're not going to go any deeper than the light shines in the ocean, right? We're going to kind of stay on the surface. You need the whole surface. We're not trying to, there's no depth to what they're asking you, right? So don't worry. You don't have to know the quality methodologies. You don't need to know those in order to to pass this exam, or even to know how to do project management, right? Because those are different methodologies, different types of project management. But in Agile, quality is performed by all team members. That's the idea that everybody has a role in quality. Everybody has a role in ensuring that. In this case, they're talking specifically about software development. So this environment, they're saying that everybody's responsible for the code. Everybody's responsible for making sure that we don't have defects, caching bugs, et cetera, et cetera. And waterfall projects, managing quality is responsibility of a specific team member, right? There may be a QA person on the team, right? And then that's the person that will do that sort of thing. So there's some quality theories and folks that exist, and you're going to need to memorize those. If you take an exam, some memorization. Those of you who aren't, just know this. So Deming, W. Edwards Deming, is the most famous quality theorist around. All right. The story on Deming is that he's an American. One second. He's an American who was sort of shunned. He was shunned here in the US. Back in the 20s, 30s, 40s, he went over to Japan, and Japan embraced all of his teachings, or all the stuff that he brought. And he and that's sort of the the beginning of the Japanese really being known for high quality. And that's where we see, like, Motorola made Six Sigma popular, as Toyota made Lean Six Sigma popular. They also made the Kanban system, and they called the Toyota production system, but it was really just in time delivery. Oh, they're using a Kanban board, right? These are a lot of the things that was brought over to them by Deming. So Deming focuses on this. You'll see his name referred to a lot with the PDCA, Plan, Do, Check, Act, or sometimes they call it the Plan, Do, Study Act, the PDSA, right? PDCA, PDSA. You'll see that, but you'll see his name being associated with that. So that's Deming. Joseph Duran, he's famous for something that we call fitness for use. Right? Quality is about fitness for use. And we used to remember this by saying, Joseph Duran, he was running, and so he was fit. So fitness for use. That's how we used to be able to get you to memorize this. PMI is now, they didn't change it, but they're talking about how he breaks quality management into planning, control, and improvement. So they talk about those three things. So fitness for use, or you can just think that in most athletics or exercises, we always do things in threes. So therefore, Joseph Duran, anytime you hear the trilogy or the threes, Joseph Duran, fitness for use. Then you got Philip Crosby. Philip Crosby. Philip Crosby was he had these four absolutes. There should be you should conform to the requirements. Quality is achieved by prevention, not inspection. Don't inspect the defects out, but prevent them from happening in the first place. And then he believed in zero defects. And he said that, hey, you can measure your quality by determining the cost of quality. Well, really, the zero defects, the standard of zero defects, is like, that's like one of the most popular things that he's known for. So what we like to do is we like to say, well, of all of these people, Crosby is the only one who had an O in his last name, and he believes in zero defects. All right, so that might help you remember a little something about Crosby. And then you got Taguchi, Jinichi Taguchi, and oh man, there's someone else. But these This guy and it was it uh uh Yakahara thing. I gotta. Anyways, these are the two guys that actually studied a bunch of manufacturing facilities, and then they developed the Scrum methodology. They actually coined that phrase. Scrum is by these folks, and then of course, the two Sutherland and forgetting the other agile guy. They made it they made it popular, but these guys, Taguchi and Nakamura, they coined the phrase, right? And so they talked about designing quality into the product, right? So that way, any factors that cause variation, you can actually identify them and controlling them. So build the quality into the product. Don't just build it into your processes. Don't just build it into testing. Build it into the product. And then you have Bill Smith, and he was big on Six Sigma, emphasizing responding to customer needs and improving processes by systematically removing defects. In both Six Sigma, all right, six, our little Sigma, and then you have Lean Six Sigma. Both of them look to remove defects and remove waste. All right, so you need to know these quality theorists. Might get a question or two. Right. Oh, here goes our Plan, Do, Study Act. I know it as a Plan, Do, Check Act, but sometimes you'll see it as a Plan, Do, Study Act, the PDSA versus the PDCA. And you have some plan, you have current state, and you want to get to desired state. Well, go ahead and plan what current, document current state, make a plan to move from current state to desired state. Then go and do your work. And as you're doing the work, capture the numbers, capture the metrics, study them, and then keep all the good stuff in, throw all the bad stuff out, and then rinse and repeat. And by doing it this way, this is a continuous improvement cycle. All right. So that's how the PDSA or the PDCA cycle is used. And then Kaizen. Kaizen. You guys might have heard this term before, Kaizen. So Kaizen, in its actual form, Kaizen is kind of like this. If I'm Krispy Kreme, uh, I want to buy the company that delivers, the shipping company that delivers my milk and my sugar and my wheats. All right. And then maybe I want to buy the farm where my eggs come from, and the farm where my cows come from. And then maybe I want to buy even the facility that they use. So that way I can control everything from end to end and my quality can be high at all levels. Right. We can't do that here in the US. They'd call that a monopoly if you try to like own the entire supply chain. It's not really allowed in this country, but that is the heart of Kaizen. That's where it comes from. Many small changes over time, right? And small changes are less likely to require major expenditures of capital, right? We're not making these huge big changes. It's little incremental stuff. Let the ideas come from the people who are doing the work. Don't pay a bunch of people a bunch of money who don't even know the environment and just know stuff from a book. No, let the ideas come from the people who are closest to the problems, right? And then all employees should continuously improve their own performance. Don't, you need to, that's part of you in the culture and hiring the right people as well. And then all folks are encouraged to take ownership of their work and improve, right? That's kind of the idea there. So that's Kaizen. Right? Kaizen, you got the PDSA, Plan, Do, Study Act, or PDCA, Plan, Do, Check Act. You can use your lessons learned register. There's a stakeholder register that we're going to discuss in detail. We saw it a little bit in lesson 1 yesterday. There is a risk register that we've discussed, but we haven't gotten to that point yet. And then you see a lessons learned register. Register living, breathing documents. Um, some of you might be too young, a couple on this call, but some of you might remember when we had checkbooks and we had a little check register, and then you would like tally in the numbers and keep your checkbook. And then remember when then the carbon copies came out and it's like, oh cool, now I can keep a sheet and I can make little notes in the carbon copy. And now we don't need that at all. We just have the app that does all that stuff for us. The app is our register. But the point that I'm trying to make to you is that the idea of a register, living, breathing document that will continually update and will consult on an ongoing basis. That's what the lessons learned register is. So just by that term register, it means that we're constantly looking at it. We're constantly adding to it. We're constantly using it as a source of information, as a source of knowledge, as a way to improve our processes in our projects. All right. So avoid filing it away. And that's why in Agile we do the retrospective and we do it every sprint. We don't wait to the end of the project because again, you don't remember what happened, 3 weeks ago, let alone 6 months ago or a year ago in this project. Retrospectives are common that I just mentioned, and so that's another way. And then experiments. Experiment's another way to improve team efficiency, right? A/B testing. An example of this that you guys may recognize is, um, let's say websites. Websites do a lot of A/B testing. So you'll go to a website, and then one day it might have an alternate page, and like, oh man, well at that point you got routed to a different site, and they're trying to see how are users responding to that, and should we roll everybody, move all of our traffic over, right? That's kind of like your A/B testing. You'll see that a lot also in marketing, email campaigns and stuff. They'll have like slight variations of the same thing, and they'll test it out. Well, you can do the same thing with your teams, right? What is it like if we have meetings in the beginning of the day, or what's it like if we have meetings at the very end of the day? What's it like if we take a half-hour lunch versus what's it like if we take an hour and a half lunch, right? You can just do little tests. Just do them one at a time so you can isolate what's happening. But these are all just ways to continuously get better. Then we have quality audits. Now, structured, independent review. Quality audits is structured and independent. Let me just tell you right now, right? This is performed as part of the managed quality or the quality assurance process. A quality audit and quality assurance or managed quality are the exact same thing. The difference is that someone from outside the team is auditing. It doesn't have to be outside the company. As long as you're outside the team doing the work, then you're being audited, right? So a lot of your companies that you work at have their own internal auditing teams. Like Christina, I would imagine your company has an own internal auditing process, and that audit is probably more stringent than the external audit process because they want to be sure that they're going to meet it. And then when it's time to be audited by the folks outside, it's like it's just a simple formality, right? And so that's the idea of a quality audit and quality assurance. If someone on the team is checking everybody and saying, hey, are we using the right processes, using the same tools, reporting on the same metrics, following the same processes, are we all being standardized and uniform? That's quality assurance. But the second someone from outside the team comes and does that, then we're talking quality audit. All right. Structured, independent, structured. I don't care about your EEFs. I don't care that you guys go to happy hour Thursday at 4:30. I will be here at 5 o'clock. Somebody better let me in, or you will fail your audit. Independent. We don't care about your OPAs. I don't care about what templates you guys have for your testing. I don't care how you guys do it. Give me what I need. Get out my way, please. And any of you guys that ever been involved with an audit, you're probably like kind of laughing to yourselves because I mean that's how it goes, right? So structured, independent, outside the team, quality audit. So don't let PMI trip you up. They can be within the same company, but if they're outside your team, it's an audit. If they're within the team, it's quality assurance. All right, so that's what we got here. Guidelines for quality assurance, aka managed quality. Well, make it random. You can't always schedule it because people know you're coming, then they tighten up only the times you're coming, and then they loosen up every other time. So sometimes you got to throw a random one in there. Keep everybody on their toes. Right? Use more than one tool and technique to determine the cases and causes of quality issues. And then identify and implement appropriate actions to increase the effectiveness, the efficiency, even that last word you heard yesterday, the efficacy of what we're doing, right? These are things that we do when we do quality assurance. I think I was somebody going to make a comment. Did I hear something? And I like your comment, but except for their soft serve, except for their soft serve. Oh my God, who this is at 2:55? I missed that. What was that in reference to? What was I talking about? Maybe McDonald's? Everything is good except for the soft serve.
Quality of McDonald's,
Nah.
the consistency of McDonald's.
Their soft serve is not consistent. That might be true. That might be the one thing that's the hardest for them to control because, unless they send their franchisees and force them in their kitchens to have like a freezer that comes from McDonald's that's like only one temperature and you can't turn it up or down, then you don't, right? People I need to save a little energy. I'm a franchisee. I need to save on my energy bills. Right. And then now your soft serve is pretty soft. And then the next place, right? You get the nice hard ones. I don't know. I haven't had them.
You can't get it. That's the problem nationwide.
Yep, they're never working anymore.
Oh.
It's a big thing. It was on 2020 and everything.
Well,
I got like five McDonald's in my area, and most of them, I think only one had a working.
what's the reason for that? Is it like COVID related, how they can't get certain materials or supplies to make their formula, or is it, and stuff is
This has
held up,
been the
or?
last, this has been the last 4 or 5 years.
Oh, okay, so
So
it has
it
nothing to
became
do.
a major thing. It started as an urban legend or a joke,
Uh-huh.
but then it became so big, someone created a program, it's a map you can go see which McDonald's is saying their soft serve is it or is not working. It's a global map. It's
Wow.
hilarious.
Wow. All right. You know what? I do these videos sometimes on my YouTube channel about certain issues. And I love to use McDonald's when I'm talking quality because it's like, um, I personally don't do clickbait. Like I won't do that. But sometimes you got to be catchy. And so when I say McDonald's is the highest quality burger in the world, that catches people's attention when I use phrases like that. So I'm gonna look this story up and I should do a little something on it. McDonald's soft serve. Thank you guys. This could be a very, very entertaining thing. By the way, let me just show you. Shameless self plug here, but I'm starting this YouTube series called How a Project Manager Would, right? And I'm just poking fun at ourselves, right? So it's like how a project manager would make dinner, or how a project manager would mow the yard. And I just introduced, sometimes we might overcomplicate things and make these plans or whatnot. And I just got my glasses. I'm gonna wear a bow tie. I'm gonna get to, and I got my glasses on here. So like I'm gonna have a little look, and I'll be looking like this, and I'll have a little bow tie, and I'll come in, and I might change my voice a little bit, but I'm gonna have how a project manager would. So I'll let you guys know, and you guys can tell me, CJ, this sucks, or hey, this is pretty funny, we like it. We'll see, and we'll talk about some soft serve during that time. That's what we'll do. I have to bring that up. All right, so now we're looking at continuous improvement, like we just got through with quality assurance, right? And remember, if you're doing it the team, it's insurance. If it's outside the team, it's a quality audit. And here's some more guidelines, right? Just review the continuous improvement strategy and develop one. Use lessons learned, right? Use retrospectives as an opportunity. Like, you guys can read this on your time. They're just guidelines. But now we're getting to quality control, QC, the testing and the inspecting. Anytime we test something, it becomes a verified deliverable. It becomes validated when we get acceptance. That does not happen in control quality. However, the reason why this is being presented to you now is because it is very common for a project team to perform quality assurance at the same time the customer's is accepting. So this is like if we got this room painted, and now the room was painted and nobody's came in and walked the room, but I have my best guys on here and I'm the PM and I'm walking through with the customer, and at the same time that I'm checking to make sure they did all their work, I'm doing quality control. They're accepting it. And I'm like, "Oh, you know what? That little spot there, I think I'll have the guys come back in and touch that. I don't like that right there, right?" The customer might even said anything, but I caught it. And I'm like, we'll just take a picture. Can I send you an email? And if you can you sign off on that with an email when we have it done? And like, yeah, okay, great, right? Or the example I gave you earlier about you're sitting in the chair, they're cutting your hair, you're looking in the mirror, they're looking at your head. You can do quality control and validation at the same time. So that's why these two are presented here. But while you can do them at the same time, this is its own process, right? Quality control, getting a deliverable verified, and this is its own process. Validation, getting deliverable accepted. So just keep that in mind. These are two separate processes. So now, a lot of text on this slide, and ultimately, what we're looking at here is okay. Well, uh, we're going to measure against our standards. So these are the quality requirements, and if they're not met or within the ranges, then we got to take some corrective action. Sometimes we might take preventative action to keep those from happening. Right? And the team performs a verification to ensure the deliverables are met. That happens again. To ensure the deliverables are met, in terms of the requirements are met, I should say, not the deliverables are met, but the quality requirements for the deliverables are met, and then they get validated by the customer. The customer will go through and say, "Yep, I accept," or "I don't accept." Right? This is completed through the validate scope process, which is different. Now, once done, so we have a deliverable, it's created, it's just called a deliverable. All right. Then it gets tested and it becomes a verified deliverable. And then the customer says, "Yep, this is good." and then it becomes an accepted deliverable. So deliverables have a life cycle in the project as well. They get created, they get verified, they get validated. They get created, they get tested, they get accepted. All right, whatever term is being used there, but you create it, you check on it, it's right, okay. Have someone say they agree to it. Right, that's the idea. And again, verification activities can occur simultaneously with validation. All right, verification can occur simultaneously with validation. And then all deliverables must be validated. Now, I don't know based on quality standards and acceptance criteria, project to project closure, they just all must be validated. And the reason why I say that, first of all, on the exam, they usually don't go this deep to quality standards and acceptance criteria. And what I mean by this is that the customer can certainly come in and can accept a deliverable that didn't meet its quality standards. It happens. It happens plenty of times. Customer will accept. And it even when you buy something, you might accept something that doesn't meet its quality standards. It's sort of like let's say I go to buy a box of a box of Sharpies, box of pens, and the pens usually come in some cellophane wrapping, and there's a label on it. But for this particular box, the cellophane wrapping was off. The box was open. Maybe there's a little card in there that's supposed to like tell me about the pens, and that was gone. But the 4 pens are still in there, and they were selling it for 40% off. I accept that. I'll buy it. I don't need the label. I don't need the cellophane. I just need the 4 pens, right? So there are plenty of times where a customer will accept a deliverable. Now, in this case, I bought it per se, right? But the example is that there's plenty of times where customers will accept a deliverable that didn't necessarily meet their quality standards. So the idea is that all deliverables just must be validated. So let's look at some charts. I told you we're going to look at some charts, control charts, sampling, Pareto charts, statistical sampling. So you have the control charts. A lot of text on this slide. So let's just look at the chart, and then I'll go back and forth and explain it. So goal, the median, the mean, right? The average. This is what we're trying to achieve. Now, there's two ways for you to be out of control. Your product is out of control when it exceeds the control limits, upper or lower control limits, right? UCL, LCL, anytime it exceeds one of these control limits, your product is out of control. So we see that here, right? Outside, oh, out of control, right? This one is no good. We cannot make a sale, okay? The other way that you may be out of control is what we call the rule of seven, right? If you get 7 consecutive data points plotted on the same side of the mean, they must be the same, meaning they're either all above or all below. Even if they're within the control limits, you need to go investigate because that means your process is now out of control. So let's see what does this look like on a control chart. So let's say instead of pounds, these are ounces. Okay, these are all ounces. Okay, and let's say this is a water bottle, and you're buying a little water bottle, and the government will regulate, right? They will regulate how much that air gap needs to be on your bottle. Okay, so when we create our bottle, the government says that in the spec limits, the government says that you can't have more than 10.7 ounces in your bottle, and you can't have less than 9.5 ounces in your bottle. Right? It needs to be somewhere there. Right? And if it's at 10.7, it's still acceptable. You can sell it. And if it's at 9.5, it's acceptable. You can sell it. But if it goes beyond those specs, can't do it. Right? Now we say, you know what? We want to have a higher level of quality here. We want to make sure that we're always going to be in the spec limits. We're going to change the control limit to 10.3 and 9.7. And all of our products are going to fall within this range. And now any product that falls outside of it is now out of control. This is considered a defective product for us. That's the first way, right? The second way is the rule of seven. I now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. At 7 points, I had 6 consecutive on this side. At the 8th, I got 7 consecutive. I need to go test. Maybe as our water's coming in, maybe we have like a manufacturing process, and we get a bottle of water, it goes through, there's little dispensers, dispenses water, then it moves through, right? Next bottle comes, then it moves through, it moves to this next section. There's a little like, robot arm, and it puts the little cap on and it screws the bottle, right? Then it moves over, right? That one leaves, another one comes on, puts the cap on. That's all that does, right? And so now the bottle's controlling. It got its water, it got its cap put on. Then it goes to another place, and there's like another little arm, and it touches it with like a hot little point, boom, 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 and it seals that cap to the bottom part. And so now we have a little seal, right? And then it rolls over somewhere, and it gets a label put on it, and then it magically falls into a bin. And then when the bin fills up, the bin is slided to the next, and the next bin falls, boom, and the bin's going to the truck, right? Imagine that's some sort of like manufacturing process for making bottles of water. I don't know. Okay. So now, what's happening here in this rule of 7 is we get a bottle comes in, water pours, leaves. Next one comes in, leaves, right? But maybe, just maybe right here, water goes in, what bottle comes, water comes in, and right when it leaves, drip. Right when it leaves, drip. That little drip was enough for us to go down from this 10.5 to maybe 10.48, 10.49 ounces, right? That little drip. We better go test. We better go look at our process, because now there's water in the conveyor belt. Now, when it turns around the other edge, maybe water might get on the metal roller. Now that metal roller might rust, and it might have a harder time turning. And now that it just has a slightly harder time turning, now when that bottle comes in, it doesn't get lined up right. Now all of a sudden we go from a drip to drip, 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 to eventually water's coming in, it's spilling all down the side of the bottle, we're only getting half of the bottle in, right? So that's the idea of the rule of 7. Your process is out of control. Go test your process, make sure everything's okay, then go back. Ideally, you want to see something like this: dot here, dot here, dot here, right? You want to see a bunch. Well, ideally, it'd be even this tight, right? Ideally, it'd be something like this, but you don't want to see a bunch of dots on one side of the mean. They need to be in one side or the next, or else something's wrong with your process and you need to go fix it. Okay. So that's the idea there. That's the rule of 7. All right. Process is out of control, or your control limits, product is out of control. Now, I told you all that later I was going to show you how we have tolerances and ranges. Right. So, most of you on this call here are from California, and most of you likely are also from the Bay Area. And so most of you will remember when they made the eastern span of the Bay Bridge, right? I think it finished in 2012 or 2013. It's been almost 10 years now. But you may not remember the controversy. You may or may not. Anybody on this call remember the controversy over the nuts and the bolts over on the Bay Bridge, the eastern span of the Bay Bridge? Nobody. Okay. Do you do, Chris? No? Okay. So there was this controversy over the nuts and the bolts on the side of the bay. First of all, I just want to say that project won project of the year, because if you remember, they built the new bridge right alongside the old one, and it was like the new bridge was slightly lower than the old one, and they purposely did that because what they did was they slid the old section on top of the new section, and they used Joy dish soap to do it. That's what like removed all the friction and allowed them to just slide a huge piece of concrete off to the other side. So an amazing, amazing, amazing job those guys did. That one project of the year in 2012 or 2013 from PMI. But that's a side note. Okay, so the controversy there was that those nuts and bolts, they weren't performing to their level, right? They were breaking off, right? And first of all, salt water because it's there in the ocean, and then the tensile strength, right? So something about, I don't remember the exact specifics, but it was something about, when the temperature rises, that nut or that bolt shouldn't expand more than, I don't know, say 1/100th of a millimeter. And when the temperature drops, let's say to freezing or below, it shouldn't contract to more than, let's say, 1/100th of a millimeter. But apparently they were expanding, contracting more than they should have, and then eventually, something happened, and you had some nuts and bolts breaking. They had to do some work. So now I'm going to use that example to describe to you guys how you can have tolerances in a range, right? So now let's forget ounces and pounds, right? Let's imagine that in the middle here, you have expansion and you have contraction with heat. All right, using this example of the nuts and bolts we're talking about. So at a certain temperature, it reaches really hot. All of a sudden, the nuts and the bolts will expand, and when it gets really cold, all of a sudden they will contract. Okay, so now I can make a nut or a bolt that when the temperature reaches boiling point, it doesn't expand more than 500 millimeters, and when it reaches freezing, it doesn't contract more than 500 millimeters. All right. Those are my spec limits. I make it. That came straight from the Department of Transportation. I can make these nuts and bolts. They're meeting the requirements with consistency. But I can turn around and say, you know what? Let's make a nut and bolt that when it reaches, let's say, the boiling point, that it doesn't expand more than 300ths of a millimeter. And when it reaches the freezing point, it doesn't contract, let's say, more than 300ths of a millimeter. Still high quality like the other one, but now a higher grade because it doesn't expand or contract. And maybe I can make another nut and bolt that when it reaches the boiling point, it doesn't even expand. And when it reaches the freezing point, it doesn't even contract. And so now these nuts and bolts I can sell for 50 cents. These ones here that only expand and contract a little bit, maybe I can sell those for $1.20, $1.10. And then maybe these ones that don't expand and contract at all, these will be $3 a nut and bolt. All three high quality. All three meet their requirements with consistency. They do not expand or contract more than the spec limit. All three, right, will meet the requirements with consistency. But now you have a higher grade, 50-cent piece, $1.10 piece, $3 piece. Let me stop there and see if that resonates or if that ties things in for you guys. You guys aren't going to talk to me? You're just going to make me talk by myself? Nobody's going to say, yes, CJ, that makes sense. Or no, CJ, that didn't make any sense. Or, okay, I get it. Control chart. Nothing?
No, it's good.
Nothing?
Sorry.
You guys gonna leave me hanging? Okay, I'm like, all right, am I teaching anybody here? What's happening? Okay, I'm just checking. I'm just checking. All right.
Can you hear me? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you could hear me.
I can hear you. I heard you. I heard you, Bahita. So I heard you. I heard you. I didn't hear anyone else, but that's okay. I won't get my feelings hurt. I'll move on. I'll move on. All right. So now we have a Pareto chart. And what a Pareto chart is, it's a modified histogram. All a histogram is the bar chart. All right, that's a histogram. Right? It's a modified histogram because now we add the line. So Pareto is known for the 80-20 rule. If you guys are familiar with the 80-20, Pareto, famous philosopher from way back in the day, and like the day of Aristotle, Socrates, and Pareto said that 80% of the world's money was controlled by 20% of the people. Well, that was years ago. We now know that 98% of the money is controlled by 2% of the people, right? So it's that number's drastically changed. But that's where that came from. And so now we can use that also in life, right? If it takes you 10 minutes to write an email, it doesn't take you 10 minutes to write the email. It took you 2 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes to write the email. And then it took you 7, 8 minutes. You're kind of like editing it, reading it. Is everything right? Editing the grammar, et cetera, et cetera. You watch a building go up, right? They'll do 80% of the building with 20% of the effort. And then the last 20% of the building will take 80% of the effort or 80% of the time to do. All right. So that's the 80-20 rule, right? You can usually get 80% with 20% of your effort. And then the last 20% of that's remaining will take 80% of your effort to do. All right. And so how we use that in quality is that typically we can solve 80% of our issues by tackling 20% of like some internal process or some internal issue. So if I have 5 things right here and they represent, 20%, 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, right? That represents it, then I can solve 80% of the issues by only focusing on 20% of, any of the things that are going wrong. Food not fresh, table not clean, it's noisy, small portions. 80% of my people don't shop from me because they feel I'm overpriced. So if I simply fix my price, I'll fix most of my issues then. Then I can work on small portions. Then I can work on the noise. Then I can work on the food not being fresh, so on and so forth. So that's the Pareto chart. Pareto diagram is how we use that. Now we're going to represent the data, right? So we gather data, we analyze data, then we represent it. Well, we're going to use a cause and effect diagram for root cause analysis, right? We use this for root cause analysis. And by the way, PMI is going to call this a cause and effect diagram. They're going to call it an Ishikawa diagram. They're going to call it YY diagram, or they're going to call it an Ishikawa fishbone diagram. Right? Root cause analysis. I don't know. I'm talking and trying to type and it's not working. Root cause analysis. That's why we use cause and effect diagrams. That will also be called a fishbone or a YY or an Ishikawa or an Ishikawa fishbone. They'll combine those two words. An Ishikawa fishbone diagram. So these terms are interchangeable. And Chris, I hope when I say fishbone diagram or Ishikawa, I'm making you think of David O'Hara because that was his favorite term, if you remember that. Yep, fishbone. Fishbone diagram. It's all about a fishbone diagram. So, all right. So look, head of the fish. Here's the head of the fish right here, and the head of the fish is where you write your issue. Our product quality is not matching the requirements. Well, why? Well, sometimes we don't know why, and we have to go discover the problem. So, what we'll do is we'll have these categories, and these categories can be anything, right? We might use these prompts. Later, we're going to see some prompt lists like pestle, teacup, VUCA. Pestle would be like political, economical, social, technological, legal, environmental, right? We'll use these prompts to say, what are all the reasons why the equipment could cause us to not have matching requirements? What are all the reasons processes could do? What are all the reasons people could do it? Right? What are the reasons of material, the environment? And then we can go and we can say, oh, right, oh, actually, what it really is, our people they're not trained, they're not doing things right. If we train them right, then our quality will match the requirements. So it allows you to go back and try to find what is the real root cause. It's like in your body, you will feel pain somewhere, but oftentimes where you feel the pain may not be the source. So that's what we're looking at here. We're trying to find the source, the root cause of why things are going on. So we'll use these fishbone diagrams. And these, the edge, you have the spine, right? You have the fish, the scale, the spine, and down on the spine, as we come off the spine, you'll use categories like people, process, tools, right? Technology. You'll use these categories, and then you'll work with the team to say, what are all the reasons why in this particular category that this problem would happen? Right? So that's the fishbone, the Ishikawa fishbone, the YY, or the cause and effect diagram. Then we have a scatter diagram. And it really just shows you a relationship between two variables. So, that scatter diagram right there on your own isn't really going to just looking at it doesn't really tell you how a scatter diagram is used. So first of all, I'm going to invert my scatter diagram because they have theirs kind of going like this. I'm going to go the opposite way, right? I'm going to go this way because I read left to right and we go up. That's what I just like to do. And so we'll say, if going up, right? Maybe years, maybe this is your age. Maybe this is your years of being a PM. And maybe this is the days in a boot camp. Okay. And so we'll measure these three against some control, right? And maybe the control in this case is going to be your level of knowledge of the PMBOK. Sorry, my dyslexia. Sometimes I start with the third letter. PMBOK, right? So PMBOK. So, we'll see as you get older. Do you know more about the PMBOK? And you'll see, it's way out. It's like, nope, 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 nope. It's all over the place. You got some people who are really old and they don't know anything. You got some people really young and they know a lot. And so it's not there. Okay. You say, well, as you have more years of experience as a project manager, do you know more about the PMBOK? And it's like, no, not there. No. You got some people who, they know a lot about the PMBOK, but they have no years of experience and somebody who have a lot. And then you have some people who have lots of experience, but they don't know anything, right? All right. So, and then we'll say, okay, um, if you spent, here's my shameful, selfless plug, right? If you spent days in CJ's boot camp, do you know more about the PMBOK? And then you'll see, yep, we have some correlation there. Yep, the more days you're in this man's boot camp learning project management with him, the more you know about this stuff. Okay, we have a correlation. So that's how we would use this scatter diagram. If you have a tight, compact, there's a correlation. If you don't, then there's not. All right, don't overthink that. Statistical sampling. Choose a part of a population of interest for this inspection. It's a bad thing, right? Really, it's one small part of the whole. That result is for the whole thing. It's like pass or fail. The best example of this in your life, you make soup, you make some dish. You put a little spoonful and you taste it. Needs more salt. That one little spoonful, that one little sample made the entire population pass or fail, right? And so that's the idea of statistical sampling, right? You don't need to sample every bite of the soup. I just need to take a little bit and see, nope, the whole thing needs more salt, put more in there. Okay. So that's statistical sampling. It's where we choose a part of the population and we inspect it, right? There's other ways, right? The PMI doesn't get deep into it. Like there's the rule of 6. All right. We'll test 6, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And if those pass, we'll skip 6 and test the 6th one. We'll skip 6 and test the next one. We'll skip 6 and test the next one. And if I can do that 6 times and those pass, then I'll pass the whole thing. But the second I get to one where, like, let's say I test 6 straight, that works, and then I skip 1, skip 6 and test 1, that works, skip 6, test 1, that works, skip 6, test 6, skip 6, test 1, and that one fails. Now I got to start all over, and I got to get 6 in a row that pass, and then I got to be able to skip 6 and test 1, skip 6, test 1, skip 6, test 1 until I've done that 6 times, and if that passes, then I can pass the whole population, right? That's another variant of statistical sampling. But all it really is you choose some small part, and then it either all passes or it all fails. You've got attribute sampling and variable sampling. So attribute sampling, it either conforms or it doesn't. We saw that, like salt, nope, needs more salt. Variable sampling is rated on a continuous scale that measures degree of conformity. So this might be, say, this iPhone. And we might say, okay, let's put a little, press on it. And let's continue to put pressure and see at what point does the screen break. And maybe the specs say that at 150 pounds per square inch, the screen should crack. And so we start at 140 and we go from 140, 141, 142, 143, 144. We keep increasing the pressure until we get it to break, right? And it helps us to know, are we meeting our quality with consistency? It might be that we get to 167, 168, 169, 170, and we're like, oh, it's still holding up, 172, 173. And then we keep, and moments later we're looking, it's like 201, 202. And we're like, well, damn, 200 pounds per square inch, we can save money. We can actually remove parts of our compound, and this thing will still hold its integrity up until 150 pounds per square inch. We're actually exceeding quality by so much that we can save costs, right? We're spending more money than we need to. So sometimes you can reduce your cost of quality by doing this as well, right? So it's not that you're not meeting quality. Sometimes you're exceeding it too much, and you can dial it back. You can scale it back. So we use variable sampling to do that. Some guidelines to controlling project quality. These guys, you can read this on your own time, but conduct inspections, focus on corrective actions, use control charts, eliminate unsatisfactory results, use flow charts, right? You can do any, all, or none of those things and still control quality, but these are guidelines, right? So, on your own time when you're studying, it's good to read. And that's it for quality. So that brings us to topic F. I have 358. How many slides are topic 8? Right? I want to do exactly 300 slides today because that's what we should do. And this one's pretty short. We'll get to 303. Let's do one more. Last one for the day. We'll take a break and we'll do some questions, right? About 8, 9 more slides here. All right, so integrate project planning activities. And how long have we been on this one? Oh, I didn't stop our next break. We came back. You guys okay? Anybody need a break? Or are we okay to power through for the next 10 minutes or so?
I'm good.
Power.
Okay. Okay. So integrate project planning activities. No specific deliverables here. No specific tools, right? We're just trying to integrate everything. This is the glue of your project here. So in this sense, you have all these plans that get built. They got to be maintained and they got to be executed throughout the project. So you got to assess and coordinate everything. You got to take a holistic view and then integrate all of these. So that's what the project management plan does. Remember what I told you? If you had like a little laptop, right, and then on your laptop, all right, you have like a little keyboard and mouse. Like here's your little thing that's your keyboard, and like here's your screen, right? On your desktop, you have some folder, right, and then within that folder is going to be your subsidiary plans. Along with those subsidiary plans, you're going to have your baselines, and that's going to be considered to be the project management plan, right? Not baseline, but baseline. But you guys get it? So that's the idea there. Well, the idea is that within this, and we haven't seen it yet, but there's a change management and a configuration management plan that helps tie everything together and aligns all of what we've got going on. Right? So that's what we have there. So another view of this where here's all of the management plans, right? The 12 management plans that are based off the 10 knowledge areas that we have, along with the 3 baselines, right? And these make up the project management plan. I know it's a little confusing because you're saying, well, this is from the PMBOK and they have 16, 17, 18, 19. Yeah, but a management review is just a review. The approach is just the approach. The description is just a description. And then the performance measurement baseline is a way to report out on status and on performance. It's not necessarily like what you're doing. Like this is what you're doing, how long you're going to do it, and how much you're going to do it for. Right? Your triple constraints, your iron triangle, that's here. And then this is how you're going to do everything. And when you take that with the charter, now you have the why, the what, and the how. And then you can report out on the performance. You can describe the life cycle, the approach of the development, or how management is reviewing. So 1 through 15 is really part of the project management plan. Okay, so we're gonna glue all of these things together, including the project documents. Right, all of these together considered artifacts. Everything's considered artifacts. You just have some are plan artifacts, some are document, most are document artifacts, I should say. So the project management plan contains your baselines, contains your subsidiary plans, and compliance management plan. You see how this comes to agile, where they have that there, right? And waterfall. So far, yet there isn't a compliance management plan in the PMP, right? And then you might have some additional components. So as you develop it, use your expert judgment because you're the PM, so you would know what's the best methodology. If we customize our processes, right? Remember that's tailoring. That's what we're doing there. We're making sure that we're not going too deep and we're not being too high level. We're getting it just right. We would develop technical management details. All of these things that you see here, part of the expert judgment, it's what we would use. And then we gather data, we analyze data, we represent data. In this case, there's nothing to analyze or represent. It's more about gathering the data and utilizing that to develop the project management plan. Right? So you would use conflict management. I told you about facilitation, meeting management. You use these skills when you're conducting meetings, when you're brainstorming with the groups, when you're facilitating focus groups. The project management information system, or PMIS, this is just your software. This is just a software that your company's using, right? Could be spreadsheet, Microsoft Project. It could be one of those. So that's what you have there. Pretty little picture. You don't need to memorize any of this stuff for the exam, but you just need to know that, this is the PMIS. That is what you use to gather, integrate, and disseminate all the work that's happening to the team. Here's the change in configuration management plans I was talking about. So you get a change management plan that says, Here's how we will make a change. Here's what a change is, and here's the process for making a change. We have to go to the CCB or a steering committee or something like that. And then configuration management plan, that's your version control. That identifies, a project management plan version 1, 2, 3, 4, or A, B, C, D, right? Configuration management plan tells us when it's appropriate for a new version versus a new release. Right. So all of that stuff will be in those management plans. We're going to talk about these in detail when we get to that section, but not now. You just need to know about it at the moment. And that there's also a compliance management plan, right? It's another aspect. And it's about, making sure that we're staying within the regulatory environment that we were asked to stay within. Right. So that's the idea of a compliance management plan. Don't overthink this one. This one is strictly about agile, by the way. All right. The compliance management plan is not a formal document for waterfall projects. In fact, I thought I saw them put that on the screen somewhere. Was it here? Yeah. Not an official sub plan of the project management plan. Yeah, there goes the star. Right. So just keep that in mind. Slide 295. All right. And they give you some guidelines. Some guidelines. Review the charter, review the outputs, EFs, OPAs, tools and techniques. Factoring in dynamic change, right? So some agile approaches for managing change. This is Scrum of Scrums. This really comes from the Scaled Agile framework, right? This is just like there's Scrum Alliance, there's Scrum Org, there is VMEDU, and then there's SAFE. Those are the four prevailing credentials for Scrum Masters or Agile. And then PMI bought 3 or 4 years ago this company called Disciplined Agile, and they also have a way of managing products. They're very, very similar to Scaled Agile framework. Very, very similar. So just know that these three approaches, you don't need to know all their methodologies that you don't need to know about. You just PMI, you may get a question that says, all of the following except which are robust approaches to change. And then it'll say A, discipline agile, B, scrum of scrums, C, scaled agile framework, D, waterfall. And they just want to know, do you know that these are agile approaches? All right, so don't get too deep with these. Discipline Agile supports dynamic work environments. They create minimum business increments, right? In Scaled Agile framework, they call it a product increment. And we do it quarterly, and we just say, hey, at the end of this quarter, this is the new set of features and functions that we're going to be able to deliver to the business. This is the next increment that they will get. So Discipline Agile calls it a minimum business increment. Right? And creates value quickly and incrementally. Why? Let's not wait to the end of 2 years. Let's give it to the business now so they can start using this in Q3, Q4. All right, we'll end it there. Procurement's a beast. This is where I want it to be for today. All right, we get about 150 slides a day. That's about our average of what we should be averaging. So we're there now. So let's take a break. Let's take, say, let's make it a quick break if that's okay with you guys. I mentioned on Monday that someone had broken into my car, stole my laptop. I'm using my wife's system. I need to go get a rental car. They close at 5. They're down the street. So I want to be done here, let's say 4:40, 4:45. If that's okay with you guys. And it'll give me the 10 minutes to get down there before they close. So let's just take a 5 minute, let's take an 8 minute break. Let's call it at 4:15, and then we'll do questions for a half hour. Okay. So at 4:15, we'll come back and we'll do questions. Yeah, thanks, Christine. It does suck, but you know what? Nobody was hurt. Um, I was coming. I'm walking out of Nordstrom. I was getting some tailoring done, and and the seamstress she speaks Spanish, and I don't speak fluent Spanish, and I'm learning right now. And so I I'm speaking Spanish with her, and I'm like, and I'm feeling good because I'm having this conversation. So I'm calling my Spanish teacher, and I'm like telling her, "Oh my gosh, I just had this 15-minute conversation. It's all in Spanish. Thank you so much." And I walk out, and I see my car. I don't see anything wrong with it, and I see a police. And you know, it's funny. I started crossing the parking lot, and I got back on. I was like, "Let me go cross at the crosswalk." Because there's a cop right there. So I'm walking, and then he's like, "Is this your car?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And then I look on the side. Oh, back window busted in. And it's funny because I'm like, "Oh, it was my fault. I left my bag. I shouldn't have left my bag in the seat." Of course, people saw it. And but the officer had a good point. He was like, "No, it's not your fault. You didn't ask for anybody to break into your car. Like everybody should just be able to put their stuff in their car and go." And apparently, Christina, this guy was so brazen. I'm actually happy that I didn't run into him because who knows? I might have tried to fight the guy. He probably could have hurt me with a weapon or something. But people saw him doing it and called the cops. That's why the cop was waiting for me. And they asked him what he was doing. And he was just like, "Mind your own business before I take your SHIT too." So he was so brazen that he allowed people to take pictures of him. Like when I saw the cop was showing me his phone. He saw pictures of the guy. And the problem is COVID. Now, COVID's not the problem, but I mean, like everybody's wearing masks. So this guy's in a full ski mask with just like this part of his face shown, and no one thinks twice because, well, yeah, everybody's wearing a mask, and so he's there breaking into a car, and so brazen that he's allowing people to take pictures of him with their cameras. It's like, hey, I'll take your stuff too. So very, 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 very odd, very, very, very weird. Um, but that's why we have insurance, right? Pay all this money all these years, and I don't ever get anything back. So good. Now they can pay me a little something. True. Yeah. Yep. Thank you. Thank you. My car's not though. My baby. Back window busted. Glass all in the car seats too. Glass all in the car seats. But we have good insurance, USAA, and they're like, "Oh, okay, we'll send us to making them all of your car seats. Like, you might not get all the shards out. We'll send you new car seats." I'm like, "Oh my gosh, you guys are amazing." So, yeah. So I am now a walking marketer for USAA. They did me right. So, when you see that commercial, USAA, right? Thank you, USAA. All right, I'll see you guys in 5 minutes. I'm gonna get some water real quick.